Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. How we doing today? How are we doing on this fine weekend? It is indeed Saturday, I'm sorry to tell you. I don't know if you're keeping track, but it is Saturday. It's true. Very sweaty. Oh, God. That's the amazing digital circus stream! No, it's not. We're not doing that. Only out of pure spite, I will not be touching the rest of the amazing digital circus. I saw one episode, but I will not watch the rest because the fans have put me off from the show. Just how it is. I don't make the rules. Just how it is. We're in for a treat today, by the way. We're in for a good grand old time, by the way. If you haven't gotten your snacks and drinks now, you might want to get that and strap in. We have quite the journey. Quite the journey today. Doing laundry? Well, it's got to be done. Thinking about cashing out my inventory from TF2. I would do it sooner rather than later. Truth be told. Sooner rather than later. Don't start without me. Well, guess what? You're here. We're not starting without you. Yeah, if you have any valuable items in your TF2 inventory, now would be a good time to cash out. Because as this video is about to show, well, there may not be much to stick around for. Hey, you there?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's poppin', bro?
What's going on?
So, for those unfamiliar, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Jax. For the record, I've had this name for like 13 years, so I could like probably sue Gooseworks because I'm the original Jax. That's all me. If anybody wants to talk about Amazing Digital Search in the chat, ban them immediately. Get them out of here.
Listen, you do realize how unavoidable that is, right?
I know. Everybody loves comments. Oh my god, that makes... Guess I have to sit there ahead and...
I think you just got to own it, man. You have to own it, and now you have to update your YouTube profile picture to like some bizarre OC of that character.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get the most awesome ever coming.
Hold on, your mic's cutting out. Say that again. Your mic cut out. Say that again. Get the most awesome what?
No, I'm gonna get like the most awesome people ever coming to my channel.
Yeah, you're gonna harbor an amazing audience from that profile picture. You just do it. Okay, so like, I mean, I gotta ask, why Squidward?
So it's because I'm actually an instrumentalist. I play French horn, classically trained, and I've always it's actually not Squidward. It's Kelpie, and because he plays clarinet, I always kind of was drawn to that figure. I've had him as a profile picture for like 8 years now, so I'm like, why not just keep it? It's
always so fun to hear people's backstories about the names and profile pictures they use, because oftentimes you get a very interesting and sometimes wholesome story. It's fucking awesome.
And I mean, the reason I have this name was because I was over at some friend's house when I was like 8 years old, and I don't even talk to this guy anymore. And he was like an editor. He was a pretty bad editor. He was like, I'm gonna show you how to edit, because I really wanted to make like Minecraft videos.
Oh, yeah?
I was coming up with my name, and basically he was like, why not? And then my first name, and then Jax. And I was like, what does Jax mean? And he was like, I don't know.
It just sounds cool.
Yeah, I don't know. So I just kind of stuck with it. And then I shortened it to Jax like a while ago. And that's just what it's been since then. And unfortunately, when the Amazing Digital Circus came out, I was right in the crosshairs of that. So originally, it was like the woman who made the what is it? It's I Know Victoria's Secret song was also named Jax. So every time you look up my name, that would come up. And then now because of Amazing Digital Circus, now it's just Jax or that, and I'm just screwed out of the way.
Dude, I have a buddy of mine who went by Fire for a long time, but spelled F-Y-E-R. So remember when the Fire Festival shit happened?
Yes. Oh, dude. Oh my God.
That's
I forgot about
all people hammered him about because of his name was like the same as the Fire Festival. He got so pissed. He was so dumb.
On fire? Ridiculous.
So silly. After the Amazing Digital Circus finale, I'll fund a lawsuit for Jax's name.
Thank you.
Someone's gonna fund it for you.
We have money to make here. There's money to be made here.
Someone's gonna bankroll you.
Class action it for the entire audience. All 429 of you are getting like $15.
Zesty, you smelly poos. Don't. That's just so mean, so rude. Why would you do that? God almighty. So, without further ado, I think we have a video to watch.
Yeah.
I think we do. So, you made this lovely, lovely video discussing the most degenerate gaming community for Team Fortress 2. And do you okay, so, and let's begin with the question before we start. Do you actually believe that TF2 has the most degenerate community?
It's up there. That I've played 100%.
Yeah.
And people will bring up stuff like Roblox. And the thing is, Roblox is more of a platform. It's not quite a game in and of itself, because Roblox has all of the social functions of like a platform. Like,
that's true.
It has like all the YouTube aspects. It has all the different games that are made by different people. It has the groups. It has the external like Discord stuff. TF2, a lot of it's contained to the game itself, and it's like one game.
Yeah.
So even though there's community servers and stuff, it's still kind of the same framework. There are definitely other games that are really toxic in their own ways, but TF2, just the stories that I've heard and that I've been through playing this game for 13 years, really sets it apart for me.
So you have credentials. You've been playing for 13 years.
Yeah.
So like, bear this in mind. This guy's no tourist. He's been around here for a long time. Okay. So he's been in the trenches for a long time, playing on community servers, pre meet your match no less as well. Key important thing here. You know what's up.
Yeah.
How many hours do you have, by the way?
It's funny because although it's one of my favorite games of all time, my total hour count is like 23 or 2,400.
Oh, that's fine. You're in four figures. You're good. If you're in four figure hour counts, like you're fine.
Yeah, no, I'm not one of those like 5,000 hour freaks, dude. I couldn't do that. I don't even have time to play games like that.
Yeah, totally not one of those 5,000 hour freaks. Yeah, totally not me. Oh shit! Feel like I'm getting put on the spot here.
It is kind of your job, though. So
I mean, dude, I started playing TF2 like daily in 2010, and so like I racked up shitloads of hours, some lore for me. Like oftentimes my chat asks me about like some modern thing or another, and I'm like modern quote unquote, and I'm just completely clueless about it. That's because between 2012 and like 2018, I only played one video game. And it was only Team Fortress 2. It's where I logged the majority of my hours, and I spent like all of my socializing, all of my gaming time was just on TF2 because I was neck deep in schoolwork. I was working on my degrees, and so like I did in my spare time, just fuck it, boot up TF2 and then go to bed. That's all I did for 6 years. And so like when I finally came out of my cave to breathe some air again, it's like, oh shit, I missed like a decade worth of media. What's going on? So it's like whenever it's like a joke. If someone asks me, "Have you played this game?" No, I haven't, because I was just in a fucking hole for a long time.
That's kind of me right now. I played TF2 from 2023 to 2025. Same story. College. End of the day. Get on with friends. My first friends that I've ever had that actually played TF2 regularly. And I would just play hours and hours and hours. And so many of the clips in this video were from recently. And so many are from back then too. Like a lot of the intro, which you guys are going to see, were just random clips I found during that time where it was just the most absurd people. And I'll elaborate on that as the video goes on. There's some clips that I didn't really fully include that I can explain the whole story up. And it's just, holy shit, dude. There's some people I've met in this game that I'm at a loss for words even thinking about it, and yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah, I've come across some strange characters as well, so I think without further ado, we should get started.
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Let's begin.
Let's see if it
kiss that wall. Kiss the wall.
This fucking clip immediately is insane. That's like
I know, dude. That's why I included it.
It's one of the first things. It's fucking insane, dude.
I joined some random
trying
server.
to air hump
It was like a
Pinkie
furry
Pie.
server.
This is not okay.
And I walk in, and the first thing I see is this, and that's why I was like in the fucking audio, like, what the fuck, dude? It's just so insane. It's like mind blowing, bro. Are you serious, dude?
It's just so fucked.
Oh my!
We've all been here. To be fair, we've all had this moment.
First time I saw an NSFW spray, I was 9 years old on a Doomsday match on a quick play server.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, dude, it's bad.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
Look at McDonald's. That's
Yeah.
Team Fortress 2. The game where you can see pretty much anything, meet pretty much anyone, and do pretty much whatever. It's like VR chat, but with a deadbeat dad who hasn't so much as texted happy birthday to me since I was 13. Anyways, this game has been a part of my gamer time since I was like 9 years old, all the way back in 2021.
Dude, that fucking Roblox character, that scared the shit out of me for a second.
Dude, I love just using like random like little kid Roblox characters like that in my videos because it's just like such a non sequitur.
Dude, I fucking I got sucked into Roblox for like 20 minutes, and I personally just don't get it.
Yeah, you kind of had to grow up with it. I grew up with it, so that's why like I kind of have like a slight fondness for it, despite me hating it really, really badly most of the time.
Yeah, I just completely I too late for me. They missed out on that entirely. Hold on, I'm missing a few messages in chat. Spy pornography, yes. Screaming Eagles, yes. You got to find the right games. Most are terrible. Yeah, I had someone like leading me into a few of like those like 1 million different room games. You know, I don't know. It didn't scratch any kind of itch. Just whatever.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Right.
I mean 2013, and has defined a significant chunk of my personal gaming experience, which is why I found it funny that it wasn't until a stroke of genius a few nights before writing the script
Conjunction equation that has the potential to impact the future.
that I realized that
EMC
TF2
plus
is
AI.
literally the perfect candidate for my next fall.
What do you, okay,
That was like an
now
inside
we
joke
have to
in the
ask.
front
We have to ask, what are your thoughts on AI usage in YouTube videos?
AI usage in YouTube videos, there's only one place I deem it acceptable, which is information filtering. Because
Okay.
a lot of like, it's for like big research projects like this where I don't necessarily know everything. It's really useful to actually be able to find good sources. I'll ask the AI, say, hey, help me find good sources on this. Not having the AI tell me, but actually go to the pages, because like spending hours and hours and hours searching for good sources can be exhausting sometimes because search engines are kind of shit when you're looking for hyper specific things. That's the only place I've ever used AI in videos. Everything else I do all by hand, which was this video took 3.5 months to make.
Yeah, likewise. I only use AI whenever I'm digging for specific references. I never use I never use AI summaries or what have you, because you don't know what the summary is actually giving you in terms of information. So I make sure to always go to direct sources and then use whatever I find from there.
Yep.
Yeah, information consolidation with AI is like very powerful. Zesty, if the modded server idea goes through, please add Jax's jailbreak map Crossroads also. Thank you, Jax,
we'll
again.
talk about that. We will talk about that.
I didn't know you had it. Yeah, so it's your
topic.
maps. This would be interesting.
Fandom's video. Why might you ask? Well, holy shit. You're in one of the most disgustingly knotted and psychotically toxic communities you've ever laid your eyes on. While not a fandom in the traditional sense that I've covered in previous videos, TF2 is a genre of people who play it that genuinely belong in some kind of scientific experiment. Everything from furries to trans furries to racist trans furries to racist to
Just
racist
careful.
pedophiles to racist pedophiles.
That is, it's that fucking meme of everyone together in the same room. This game, this game caters to literally everyone. And it's
amazing.
And the level of compartmentalization this game still has between these spheres is crazy.
It is amazing.
No other game has that anymore, simply by nature of how community servers operate.
Exactly, yep.
Yeah.
Wow, this game has a lot of characters, doesn't it? Well, believe me, we'll be diving into all of that. What's interesting about all this, though, is that most of TF2's player base doesn't even interact with its community.
That's
this
true.
includes me. I've played the game for almost 13 years at this point, and have been a part of my fair share of looser communities, which I'll touch on later, but from friends and other sources, I've been shown the absolutely insane depths of the TF2 community and how wild some of its sub-communities are. Speaking of which, because I know this video is going to be insanely long, let me actually list what we're going to be going over. First of all, we've got to
have a rubric.
We've got to talk about the communities, or more specifically, the servers they inhabit. These servers act as communal gathering points for the interesting types of people that play this game regularly. This is where we'll learn about how these different communities behave, how they treat each other, how they treat outsiders, and their general outlook on the game and the world as a whole. Next, we'll be touching on the YouTube space. In recent years, a few camps have come to dominate TF2 YouTube, with some more mainstream figures fighting against divisive figures,
Oh, boy.
basically over
Oh,
this
no.
idea of the future
I wonder who this could be. Who is this
big
shady
question mark.
figure? Who is the shady blurred out figure?
Put your guesses in the comments, you guys.
Oh god.
of the game and whether or not it's okay to really criticize it, which it sounds dumb, I know, but it's driven a lot of the communal drama this game has experienced over the past 10 or so years.
We'll get into it. I have a lot of thoughts I want to share on that too.
TF2 YouTubers become in recent years, with it killing the careers of many extremely talented and successful creators. After this, it's only natural we keep going.
Can I make bets on this divisive figure? As our resident gambler in the chat, I will always advise against gambling, but if you're feeling up to it, by all means, place your bets on who it's going to be.
Wait, Resident Gambler, what's your favorite game in Vegas? What are you playing?
Ooh, that's actually, you know what? I've not asked them that before. What is your go-to game?
My go-to game is Blackjack, personally.
I like Texas Hold'em.
That's valid. That's valid. That's definitely a second favorite for me.
Yeah, that's if I were to have any card game. Hold on, he'll give us the deets. He likes craps. Oh my god. Okay, craps. That's honestly.
I have to get into craps.
What's up?
I have to get into craps. It looks so much. I'm always sitting down playing blackjack, losing like $200, and I just hear the craps table. Oh, everybody's like losing it, and I'm like, dude, I have to get into this. It looks so fun.
It is very fun from an observation standpoint. I've never played it myself personally because I like sticking to cards, but
yeah,
one day when I get to Vegas, I will probably dabble a little bit.
For sure.
Deeper, the competitive scene. While most games have a competitive scene a la Counter-Strike or League of Legends, those games have a much larger and more centralized take on it. TF2, on the other hand, is entirely community-ran and moderated, leading to some of the most toxic and horrifically competitive models.
I'm so glad you got the fucking RGL shit in here, man.
One of my good friends is an RGL guy, or at least was in RGL for a while, and dude,
okay.
even one of his close friends who played main, and he was like, or not main, sorry, invite. Played for Global Clan, and that guy is like, there's a
wait, he played. You knew someone who played Invite?
Yeah.
Damn.
And,
okay.
And okay. Look, I'm not gonna name him, and he probably, just in case he ever. I don't hate you, okay?
Protections.
But like, he is. Every time I'd say something, he would just try to argue with me. I'm like, what's even the point, dude? Such a prick for no reason.
Oh lord, yeah. The TF2's competitive scene has had a lot of interesting histories, and there's a couple things I want to bring up too when we get to this section that are funny to kind of look at.
Yeah.
In the entirety of the gaming landscape. Something else that definitely has to be mentioned is how the entire creator market for this game, which is supposed to encourage the community to make cool content to be published in game, has been monopolized by a singular entity known as the Emporium. They've borderline
Can't be ignored.
Any remaining creative spirit the game once had at a community level, leading to, yet again, another horrifically toxic and gatekept community that is further splintering this game's fan base. Oh, and how could I forget the bot problem? Yep, there's a community there too, and it's absolutely one of the most unhinged
Thank God
groups
that's
out there.
over.
And finally, would it be a Fallen Phantoms video if I didn't mention the instances of grooming and abuse that have happened? Yeah, there's a lot of it, and yeah, it's uniquely terrible. Wow, this is gonna be an absolutely monster
There's
video.
also some shit I have to add for that as well.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, there's more.
So I humbly invite you to sit back, relax alone at your desk in a dark room with your favorite bag of fast food
so
slop,
bad.
and enjoy this in-depth dive into the absolute catastrophe that is the TF2 community.
Your country did not prepare you for the level of violence you will meet on my battlefield. This did not just happen. Oh, I just really clocked my hoof up your ass.
What a hell of an intro.
What the hell is that? The outcome was never really enough. Burn in hell, you mumbling abomination.
So I spent like a week on that.
Yeah, I was gonna say you do all of your own editing, so you do Source Filmmaker.
No, this was in Blender. There's a guy. Okay, I have to shout this guy out. I'm gonna look this up real quick. I have to remember his name because this is genuinely one of the greatest things ever created by anybody. His name on YouTube, at least. Let me grab this real quick. His name is His Animations. This guy.
Oh yeah, him.
Bro, he has this whole thing called the TF2 trifecta, where this is all freely available. Like every map, every character, every hat, every weapon, it's mind-blowing. And you can just throw it into Blender. I've used Blender historically, and I love the lighting and everything like that. It just took like a few days to render.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to use Source Filmmaker, so I'm like, let's see if there's something for TF2. And it's like the entire fucking game is in Blender. So huge thanks to that guy because I threw all of this into Blender and made it work. And I'm super, super happy with it. It took me like a week or so to make. It was amazing.
Yeah, I've been wanting to get into doing my own 3D work as well because I usually commission out people that know how to use Source Filmmaker. Because personally, for me, I like Source Filmmaker's lighting because it's like a bit closer to like TF2's actual lighting, like stylistically, right? But when it comes to like time constraints and saving money, it's like, okay, I should probably learn how to do at least some of the basics for myself. And I've been looking into Blender, and Blender is markedly more approachable than fucking Source Filmmaker.
100% because it's not Source.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, Source Filmmaker
I'd be
is
happy
awful.
to teach you at some point, like in the future, if you want. I can give you a rundown of like at least my workflow.
Dude, I'll take you up on it because I got to start dabbling in this shit.
That'll be like a couple $100 per hour of lesson, but like it's fine.
Dude, you cost more than my lawyer. What the hell?
Yeah, first hour free. First hour free.
First hour free, and then the fees kick in, costing more than my damn lawyer. Hot damn.
Yeah.
And people in chat commending on the usage of Blender. Fuck yeah, man. The guy's passionate. I like that. Indeed he is. We begin with community servers. I wonder if there's been like an actual marriage.
In VR chat, I know there's been.
Yeah, in VR chat, there's been an actual like marriage. I want to know if there's been like an actual marriage ceremony in Team Fortress 2. Probably.
There has to have been one. Sometime in like 2013, there was like some brony marriage. I bet I would put a lot of money on that. You want to talk about gambling? I'll put money on that.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, servers for most multiplayer games that actually let players run their own servers become little microcosms of community that.
Okay, now like the frequent pausing is really going to begin. There's just not that many games left that let you host your own servers, and definitely not to the degree of customization that TF2 lets you do it, right? Like and source games in general.
I know, it's a shame. There's one game, Tower Unite, which I played before, which is made by the people who made Gmod Tower. And I wanted for so long that game to allow people to host custom servers because it's like in the vein of Gmod, but I don't think they ever did it. And the game's kind of like dead. I don't know. It's like it has a perfect opportunity. It's like a social hangout game to do that, but they just won't.
Yeah.
And the problem is that if you do allow that, you're going to get like modern VR chats where it's just like everything that comes with VR chat. So you're kind of like.
Yeah, that is just kind of the inevitable ends whenever you let people break off and make their own social spaces. Is you're going to get the weird spaces, but honestly, I think that's kind of integral for any kind of tight-knit gaming community is letting the people kind of compartmentalize themselves off and and stay amongst the people that they prefer being around instead of shoving everyone into the same room. Because at least from my experience, as soon as that started happening in TF2, when community servers largely went the way of the dodo, everyone started getting shoved into casual servers. For me, I don't know about you guys, but like there was a marked increase in toxicity post 2016. Just because you had all types of players being shoved into the same room, and like a lot of people's go-to hangout places completely, they died, right? A lot of community servers died.
Yeah, I remember exactly the day that Meet Your Match came out. I was only 12, so like I wasn't like super like lit or anything like that. But I remember literally I remember like I was playing in my living room with my friend, and we were both on each other's on our own laptops, and then joined a server through Quick Play, and it said, "Oh, this server's outdated. You need to like reinstall the game or update the game." I was like, "Oh my god, is this the update?" I played it, and I was like, "It's Meet Your Match." I was so excited, and then I played a competitive game and hated it and never touched it.
Dude, at least you got into a game. Like I couldn't even get into a fucking server for like 3 days. I genuinely stopped playing the game for 6 months because I just could not. Because I couldn't get into a server, and like the wait times were terrible. I just stopped playing it. I only came back when they re-implemented voting for a map at the end of a quote unquote match.
Yeah. Forgot how shit the beginning of Meet Your Match was. I think because again I was like 12 and I didn't really care. I just wanted to play TF2.
Yeah.
But like, dude, I do remember distinctly playing one competitive match and being like, this sucks, and never playing it again.
Dude, I think I also played just one match of competitive, and everyone loaded in, and within the first minute, someone disconnected, and the game because the match instantly ends as soon as someone disconnects. It's like, okay, well, not touching this again. Wasted my fucking time.
Such a shame, man.
It is such squandered opportunity with making a competent competitive mode and then trashing the game with casual mode. Yep. People in my chat, we harp on Meet Your Match a lot. We'll try to keep the Meet Your Match talk to a minimum today.
show how diverse the internet really is. And in that way, TF2 is no exception to this. In fact, I'd say it has one of the most diverse array of people out of any game out there. But as expected, this diversity leads to some strange people taking root here.
Is that a Floyd I hear? Holy shit, get out of my game.
Is that a Foyd I hear?
Now, of course,
Is that a Foyd I hear? It's insane. Okay, if I ever come across someone unironically using Foyd, hands. Fighting. Just, no, that is not a word that should be in anyone's serious and genuine vernacular. Remove it immediately. It is funny. It is funny. But there's something wrong if you're not like actually using the word to reference women. It is funny. But still, you gotta be careful. I'm 6'7", by the way. Yes. 6'7", by the way.
6'7", 300 league.
Fuck off, Jen.
Yeah.
No, I'm not fucking white knighting. Fuck off. Oh, shit. That's not what I mean. It means female humanoid. Oh lord, regardless.
Like Fortnite, and that game does attract a lot of different types of people. But Fortnite is known for not having the most interesting of communities.
If I shoot you, you're in the clan. Sorry.
It is a lot of kids.
What I mean by that is when you load up the game, you're probably booting it up to play some epic owned game mode or like a 1v1 map or something, as opposed to Tongue versus Trollalero, Red versus Blue.
Like, you could have literally shown me anything here about Fortnite and I would have believed you, because I've never played this game, and it's like I didn't know what like the brown stick man was until someone told me this was an AI generated joke, like it was an AI generated meme that they actually added into the game as something to buy. We live in a dystopia.
Dude, they'll just put anything. Don't they have the Amazing Digital Circus in this game too now?
Yes, I saw that. They put that shit in the game.
Okay.
I wonder how much
I
money
don't know
they
how
made
big
from
the
that.
crossover of Fortnite players and Digital Circus fans are, but apparently there's some.
Oh, the things I experienced in this game being a woman. Yeah, I think that's kind of applicable to any video game. Spooky.
It's ridiculous.
They added fucking Skibbity Toilet. Oh, God.
I forgot about that.
How many of you in chat play Fortnite? Not
I'm raising
played,
my hand occasionally.
but actively play. Like, you, first of all. And does anyone here actively play Fortnite? Type 1 if you actively play Fortnite. I should probably like give like a call sign, a designation. Do you actively play Fortnite? Type 1 if you do. One person. We have one. Nope, we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, there's some of y'all. Some of y'all actually play Fortnite.
You're like, all right, ban them all from the chat right now.
And so Fortnite only has official servers, right? But you can like set up your own custom games.
Yeah, you can. But it's like kind of like Roblox. So they try to make it a platform rather than like community servers. Yeah,
Okay.
it's they're trying to copy Roblox pretty much.
I got you. Well, I mean, because Roblox is so insanely successful. Literally
Exactly.
every game is trying to be Roblox now.
Which is awesome because forever games are made from the top down, not from the bottom up, right, guys? Let's have more battle passes, more live service that just doesn't work. Genius.
Oh, don't get me fucking started on
I
people.
won't. Okay, we're gonna end it there.
Yeah, don't get me started. We got a lot to get to.
This is a lot different from how TF2 operates. This is largely because a more centralized and controlled community is safer and more friendly for modern casual players. Because if my 13-year-old son Michael wants to hit psycho crazy trick stabs against free-to-plays on Hightower, I'd prefer if he didn't have to see a furry with its dick out that someone sprayed right outside of spawn.
For the record, I would not let my child play Team Fortress 2. I would not do it. I would.
I had to hide it from my parents.
Well, yeah, you started when you were 9, so yeah. I started when I was 16, 17.
Okay, so you're like a regular age for that, almost
Yeah.
like legal. 17, right? Is M rating?
Yeah, it's like M is 17 plus. So yeah, I would not let my child play a fucking M-rated game. Not especially not TF2 with any kind of social aspects. So many people started playing when they type your age when you started playing TF2. So many people started when they were young. 11, 12, 7, 17. Okay, 11, 15, 13, 14, 12. So many of you started playing when you were young. 8. Oh, 7. Dude, when I was 7 years old, what was I playing? I was playing fucking 3D Frog Frenzy for Windows 98 when I was 7 years old. That's what I was playing. So many of you were playing when you were young. Say that again?
I said, that's dope. I wish I played that. I was playing Rayman 2 on my fucking iPod Touch, bro.
Oh, iPod Touch games, man.
Yeah.
Fruit
They
Ninja.
somehow ported the entirety of Rayman 2 to iPod, and I just like got that game one day and started playing it, and never stopped.
It's fucking awesome. All right, we continue.
It was probably a pyro man. Anyways, that philosophy has, unfortunately, led to the demise of these unique and decentralized communities that we're going to be going over today in broader gaming. Fortunately, TF2 has maintained a very strong community due to that whole independent community server.
0, 0, 0, 0. They're all empty.
Yeah, people love commenting
They're
that. I'm
all
like, no,
fucking empty. That's like the worst part. Like if you open this shit in 2014, they would all be full. So they're all fucking empty.
dude, people love commenting that. I'm like, the statement is not about today. It's like a general thing. Like,
No,
TF2
yeah, like
they're spawning yesterday.
Yeah, there are absolutely still a pretty sizable handful, I should say, of well-established communities for sure, and you're gonna hit on them, but not nearly as many as there used to be. First game you played was Portal at 4 years old. First game I played was oh god, I didn't know
how to move a computer mouse at 4 years old.
I think I played Super Mario Land. Was for the Game Boy. It was like the first game I played, I think.
My first game, and if anybody in the chat knows this game, I love you forever. Rabbids Go Home for the Wii. I got that game for my 6th birthday, and
dude, I got a Wii.
It is.
I got a Wii when I was in high school.
Dude, it's like that game is so fucking good, bro. So good. It's like one of those games where it's like the rest of the games in the series or anything involving Rabbids are like garbage, except that one game is like shockingly good for no reason.
There you go. Shut up. Listen, I know I am an aged man compared to the majority of people here. I get it. I've been here too long, but I'm not leaving anytime soon. Not either the TF2's sphere or Earth. Rabbids Go Home was the shit. Someone knows.
$10.
Someone knows.
By the way. You're welcome. I get a part of that. I get royalties.
okay, that leaves that. Okay, we get like a clean split of $3.50 each because YouTube takes fucking 30%. So,
dude, so funny.
All right, keep going.
Downside to that, however, is that some of these communities can be, well...
Excuse me.
Yeah, we'll get there. For now, let's start basic and work our way into the depths of the TF2 server list. First, let's talk about game modes. TF2 has a lot of custom game modes and server types. Dodgeball, Zombie Escape, Death Run, versus Saxon Hail, and a lot of others.
I miss Dodgeball so much, man. Oh, I played that shit all the time, and now there's no Dodgeball servers left. It makes me so sad.
I played it a few times and it scared me, so I just never played it again.
Oh, dude, it's great when you have like a full server of 12v12. It's a shit show. It's
I
fun.
forgot it wasn't 1v1. You're right. That'd be more fun.
Like competitive Dodgeball attorneys were like 1v1 or 2v2, but like if it was like casually, people were playing. Oh, you'd have like some people bumped it to 32 players. It was 16 versus 60 with multiple rockets. Oh my god. You know what? Yeah, Pello, I'll put it on my modded server for sure. Whenever I get the modded server up, I'm putting fucking Dodgeball versus Saxon Hail. I'm putting all that shit on there.
However, I'm going to limit this section to talking about two types of servers that actually generate strong communities around them. Jailbreak servers and specialty servers.
Hold on, what was that text?
Go back real quick. I'm trying to...
Hold on.
To show you how deep this rabbit hole really goes, let me give you the anecdote about something I found one day while rebelling on Jailbreak. Since the way these servers are run, First, let's talk about game modes. TF2 has a lot of custom game modes and server types. Dodgeball, Zombie Escape, Death Run, versus Saxon Hail, and a lot of others. However, I'm going to limit this section to talking about two types of servers that actually generate strong communities around them. Jailbreak servers and...
Oh, God. What did the text say? Something about highest quality.
I haven't seen it. I'd be able to tell you, but I need to come across my screen.
I think it looked like something about like the quality of the image.
Oh, yeah. I think I said it's like the highest quality image out there. It's like a bad icon. Yeah, it's not like a vector or graphic or anything.
Will I play Pal World when 1.0 drops? Rabbids Go Home was good, by the way. Loved the hospital levels.
Dude, those hospital levels did something to the kid, bro. They scared the I had nightmares about those. Like, I'm not even playing.
Nightmares?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because the game is this really, like, bizarre aesthetic to it, where it's, like, the 50s, like 50s, I'm trying to describe, like, the 50s cartoon aesthetic, but, like, 3D. And there'd be, like, all these, like, massive, like, mega structures with just, like, that would go on forever with nothing in them. It's very liminal, actually.
Oh.
And that's probably why I kind of fell in love with that stuff before it was like had like a name. I've been a Backrooms fan since day one, you guys. Literally day one.
Dude, same. First video dropped. I fucking love that shit.
No, I mean like 2019, the 4chan post, like the original.
Oh,
shit.
really? All the way back? Okay, you beat me by a lot then.
I saw it within like a week of it coming out, a week of it being a thing. I was like, oh my god, this is awesome. I remember back before there were even levels. I remember when people started saying there were 3 levels to the Backrooms. That's how old I am on that shit.
got me beat by a lot. Goddamn.
That is like a
Zesty
younger
the
thing,
Boomer.
so-
Shut, guys. I'm using Watch Together, so YouTube's hotkeys don't work on here. I can't scrub frame by frame, unfortunately. I would if I could.
Specialty servers. We'll get into those in a second. Jailbreak is a game mode that I have a lot of experience with. I've even made like 4 shitty maps for it that literally everyone hates. The way the
Oh, you made 4 maps.
Yeah, 4 whole maps. That bottom right one took me a whole summer to make, dude.
Fuck yeah, man. Are they good? Do people like them?
It's funny. So the second and the third one, Epsilon and Island Roleplay were not very liked, although there's like a cult following for them.
Yeah.
Crossroads is old enough that like half the people that ask for it really, really like it because of how stupid it is, and the other half despise it. Instacity is a little broken. I need to go back and fix it, but it's based on Bithlo, Florida, and it's kind of like a critique of like the Instacity, like random like pop in downtowns that a lot of American cities have nowadays.
Yeah.
So it's like a prison. Then across the street, there's like a Chick-fil-A, a Publix, and a bunch of like random bullshit. Yeah, and it's actually like really, really in depth. I wanted to include like a lot of Easter eggs. Some from Florida, so it's very like it's kind of like a love letter, but also a hate letter at the same time. There's just some bugs. The layout's not that great, and if I were to redo it, I think it would be good. I just got to go back and like.
Fuck yeah, man. I happen to know someone that still to this day makes Death Run maps.
Oh, that's awesome.
This guy still works on Death Run maps.
I was so into Gmod Death Run. Actually, I found out about Counter-Strike through Gmod Death Run in like 2015.
Oh yeah.
And I love being able to bunny hop through the maps on Gmod, which is the only reason why I played it on Gmod.
Yeah.
But like, dude, if it was still popular today, there's like no servers around anymore. I would have made maps for that shit too.
That's
but
such a shame,
like my favorite
man.
map is the SpongeBob Bikini Bottom map, where SpongeBob is in the middle of the map and has a giant black dong that just pisses on you.
Oh god, people are insane.
Classic, dude. Classic Gary's Mod shit from like 2009.
Beautiful. Death Run servers are still popular. There's still, I think, at least in TF2, I know there's like 1 or 2
In
of them that are
TF2,
still
yeah.
pretty active.
TF2
Yeah.
has some really, really cool Death Run maps. I just don't like how slow it is. I like being able to bunny hop around and like, Gary's Mod.
Blast through it, yeah.
These
Yeah,
servers
exactly.
are run result in some interesting groups of people inhabiting them. To show you how deep this rabbit hole really goes, let me give you an anecdote about something I found one day while rebelling on Jailbreak. Since I'm kind of a serial rebeller, I often go to the parts of the Jailbreak map that most people don't see. This resulted in a pretty disturbing thing happening to me about 5 or so years ago. And this thing kind of hints at why this video is being made in the first place. On this map, I was hopping around until I noticed a spray. Now, if you didn't know, in TF2 you can spray literally anything on your hard drive to a wall and everyone can see it.
And that is our God-given right, and that should stay that way. I'm a fan
I
of
agree.
sprays.
I think that having sprays disabled by default to prevent this from being like a huge problem is like, I'm like kind of in between on it, but I've seen 1 or 2 times this has gotten kind of out of control. Every other time has been like totally fine.
No, yeah, there's the overwhelming majority of sprays are totally fine, but there's like a teeny tiny percentage of them that are like fucking wildly degenerate.
Yeah.
Or horrible. That just need to be like, and the people need to be culled. But yeah, I agree that having the toggles for these things are great, either be it for decals or sprays, that's fine.
Yep.
But don't remove them because they're awesome.
As you can imagine, some individuals take this as their opportunity to spray some slightly illegal things. Basically, some loser on the server had spray painted furry cub porn onto the map, aka furry CP. I was in the game's VC.
So I'm not scared. So was that furry incest cub porn?
Yes.
Oh
exactly.
God. Sounds like Discord moderators.
Yeah, no,
Or,
it
sorry,
was like
Discord. Sorry, Discord devs. I should say Discord devs having a good time on TF2.
I forgot about that. Yeah,
know,
it was
right?
some like it was some actual pyro main, and I remember we were confronting him about it, and he kind of just like avoiding it and like kind of running away. Would never use voice chat.
Of course, it's a pyro main. Of course, it's a fucking
dude,
pyro main, dude. It's always
I'm
pyro
sorry.
mains.
I'm a spy main. Okay, make fun of me as you will. I'm not a weeaboo, I promise. But
Sure.
look, I try to be moderate about other classes, and all the bullshit ever is back to pyro mains. They need to be like, I've been saying for years, either 150 health, lowered walk speed, or make air blast a charge mechanic.
Those are some hot takes right there.
I know. But the thing is, I have been behind pyros, and because of like a lag, I've been behind pyros and got air blast. The cube is so large. I think, hot take, you should be able to right click instantly, and it has a small radius that can reflect projectiles, or you can hold it to actually reflect. Then you have like reflect spam, which has a huge radius. You have uber denial, when sometimes it's kind of cheesy. I don't know. Y'all can make fun of me for that. That's something I've had for a while. I'm curious to see what would happen if it had a mechanic like that.
I think the air blast hitbox size just needs to be reverted to what it was, to where it's not a giant cube and actually a functional cone. So the area of effect is smaller. I think before it was supposed to be. I naturally I don't remember now, but there was a video that actually broke down the hard mechanics of what it was before Jungle Inferno. But I believe pre-Jungle Inferno, the overall hitbox size was smaller, and I think that was better.
Okay. Do you remember someone be like, "Oh, well, Pyro kind of got nerfed because now the don't light you on fire for 10 seconds, and like everything else is buff, 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 buff." And I'm like, dude,
yeah,
so bad with Pyro War.
Yeah, that the shit they did with Pyro, some was good, some was bad for sure.
Yep.
Trying to tell everybody about it, and not a soul, save for one other brave person, actually believed me or cared to be even outraged. Since sprays used to get automatically saved to the user's cache when sprayed in game, I decided to check my cache, and yep, there it was, and it was equally horrifying as I remember. Unfortunately, the server.
And you know what? Personally, I think it's okay to have that cache cleaned every time you turn the game off, even though it lags.
There's no reason.
Even though it lags a little bit. I mean, how many of you actually cared about saving the sprays you saw on your machine? I know there's a non-zero amount of people that actually cared about that, but I think the majority of people don't really care either way of preserving them.
I didn't even know it was a thing until like the whole bots are posting CP sprays thing until like finally.
I believe that was a lie. So
it was
a lie. Wait, did you cover Disastrous in this? I don't remember.
I don't think so.
Oh, we'll get to him later. Very interesting character.
Didn't have a plugin that tells you who sprayed what spray, and of course nobody got caught. That moment pissed me off so much that I still remember it vividly like 5 years later as a perfect encapsulation of the depths this community goes to. Like I said, we'll get there, but for now, let's move on to those special servers I mentioned earlier.
Special? This shit is so cursed, man. I fucking hate this so much.
I had to like take some model from Sketchfab and like delete a bunch of meshes from it and just put the furry ears on heavy and call it a day.
I hate it so much. You know what? I was gonna say missed opportunity by doing it to a pyro, but the heavy is way worse.
Yeah, because I already had the heavy like shush 3D model, so I'm like, let me just like take that and do some shit with it.
People in chat saying soul. Oh, come on.
Engine of these special servers are furry servers, and they've got just about what you'd expect. These communities are generally pretty harmless, and they really do stay in their own lanes. But the clientele of these servers are usually a very specific brand of furry, and a type of furry TF2 has a lot of. The extremely chronically online ones. This type of furry is addicted.
And very, very porn addicted. Very, very porn addicted. So, whenever I find, because there's I think you mentioned this, there's a server called the Furry Pound that I used to play on before I got banned, where if you just go in there and turn off sprays and turn off voice chat and turn off text chat, it's just a good vanilla experience. But if you have any of that on, oh my god, it's constant. It is just a constant deluge of just porn and sex talk. I don't know. It's constant. I don't know how one can constantly speak about these things nonstop. You have to be so online.
For anybody interested, I did a video on the furry community. I went to a convention about a year ago. The video came out 6 months ago. After the video, you guys want to go watch that one? It's another long form documentary. I answer a lot of my thoughts around that, a lot of questions, a lot of general stuff. If you guys are interested, I think it's my magnum opus.
Actually, while you said that, I need to post the link to your channel and pin it in the chat. Hold on.
Yeah, all good.
Thank you for reminding me. Give me 1 sec to do that. There you are. Put you there. And pin that shit. Beautiful.
And by the way, I might as well advertise a bit.
Yeah, by all means, man. Go ahead.
I was saying the algorithm's like being a little weird, where it's like knows people like the video, but I don't think it's recommending it to the right audience. So after we watch this, go and give the video a watch on your own. Have your own thoughts, leave a comment and stuff.
Here we'll do it at the end, but also I'll post it in chat right now for people that want to go give the video a like. So there you go.
Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all.
Go give the video a like and also sub to this man because he makes good videos.
Thank you.
There was something I wanted to read. There's not been a single time I played casual and there wasn't a furry ERPing. Last time I played casual was not even 15 seconds and a guy was talking about impregnating men and the Omegaverse. That's what I mean. That's what I meant by what I said earlier. about what happens when you start shoving everyone in the same room. Because, like, before, Valve servers were just like, okay, this is where all the new players go, all the noobs hang out here, and if you want to go kind of pub stomp, you can go hang out there. But, like, the specific flavors of people would all seek out the servers with like-minded people, so you could very easily escape those types of people and not have to listen to them. But now it's like, okay, now only those spaces are left, and then they're also all inside of casual mode. It's like, oh, fuck. So it's like you can't escape it. Like, I don't want to hear these degenerate, fucked up conversations when I'm playing the game. It's awful.
Yeah, no, it's just gets old. It gets old really fast.
It does. Ooh. I stopped playing Furry Pound when all the users were okay with non-humanoid animal sprays.
God.
Bestiality, in other words.
Yeah.
I saw nothing wrong with it. I was purely disgusted. Yeah, that's why I would turn everything off when I played in those servers, because they would get up to some pretty fucked up shit. Honestly, at the end of the day, I'm glad I'm banned, because that place is bad.
Something a lot of people don't know is the early furry community was dominated by feral zoophilic art like that. It was very intertwined with regular art.
Yeah.
Only recently has it been separating, like within the past 10 or so years. And it's kind of like something they tried to brush under the rug, but the entire community was like founded off that shit for the most part.
Dark beginnings. I know.
One of my friends. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say. I know a server that banned my account because even though I never joined it once, I saw the ban log. If I never played there, I don't care if I got banned from there. No, and the reason why I was banned from the Furry Pound is because they found out it was me. Like, I didn't break it. I didn't break any of their rules or I never spoke in there. They found out it was me and they just banned me.
I was gonna say really quickly that one of my friends who like archives a lot of old furry stuff.
Yeah.
He's multiple times gone on the Internet Archive and found like a photo, like folders of pictures and shit. And, like, there'll be, like, furry porn and, like, actual bestiality in there, like, mixed in from, like, the 90s and 2000s.
Jesus, man.
Yep.
God.
It's something that I might make a video on at some point, because it's like the second part in that series of the video I was talking about before that I haven't worked on yet, but I think there's a lot to talk about there. I just gotta, like, pump the brakes on that.
I think it's worth archiving and laying all these things out, because so much of this stuff is lost to time that and so many people don't know about it. It's worth having out there for people to go and have as like a reference, right? So I think that's definitely something you should revisit and finish.
Definitely.
I remember someone was praising furry porn because how much money they have for kink art on TF2 Classified. It was funny until someone supposedly sprayed CP. Jesus Christ. Yeah, furries, there's one common through line, is they're always very suspiciously wealthy.
Disagree. They're bad with money. They're
bad with money, but they have a lot of it.
In my video, I talk about 3 types, and I won't dive in because I'll be a diatribe. But there's only one kind of subsection of furries I call the hobbyist furries that are usually like millennials. Like there's some furries that I met before that are like gun loving, gay, millennial loving, like millennial furries, and they're the rich ones that have like a lot of money to play with.
But
like a lot of the ones that are like my age.
That description is literally my best friend from high school, who's still like one of my best friends. He is the gay millennial furry that's gun loving and all that shit. Who is very wealthy and is very good with his money.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of furries in like Gen Z that are like my age, so like 22, 23, they are really, really, really bad with money, really, really, really bad with other people, and just like act like children pretty much.
I think that's kind of a common through line with a lot of younger people, is that they're bad with money and also not good with people.
It's a Gen Z thing. We have an issue with that. But furries are like I talk about in my video. They're like a further extrapolation of like Gen Z modern furries are, where it's like all the worst parts just like blown up.
Yeah, it heavily amplifies all that shit for sure.
Exactly.
For sure.
Indicative of a lot of these TF2 communities being hyper online and thus can get extremely toxic. If you haven't seen my Project Furry Part 1 video,
there it is.
Like no one has, to be fair, this is the group of furries I briefly touched on but didn't go in depth into. These are the furries that spend like their entire lives online, usually playing specific games with a specific server or group of people. One of the ones we joined was called Loser Puppy.
Yeah.
I don't think I can.
I think this was the place that banned me despite never joining once.
Yeah, that happened.
I think, and they banned all the other YouTubers as well. I don't think this is not the place I'd want to join.
It's a very. The only reason why I'd ever joined is because it's really easy to farm kills. I saw someone talk about Tiny Kitty's Girl Pound. I have a great story about that I can share at the end of this part.
That's actually a fun server, but you have to turn off voice chat too in there. Sometimes.
It's a little annoying, but no, the owner's like actually really nice. So like I have no issue with any of these servers. They're just like
the owner of Tiny Kitties is chill. Yeah.
Yep.
What are those names? I don't know where they come up with this.
Say that. Loser Puppy's Cool Guy Pound. Oh,
Cool
and I
guy.
think this goes without saying, don't go and harass these servers. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Mr. I'm 13.
That is also true. This should go without saying. Don't go out of your way to like bother anyone in these spaces or these servers. We are observing as outsiders and having a bit of a laugh. Forced to play the furry pound because it's that or Skyle 1000 times randomizer 24/24/7. Yeah, I know that sucks. No, I mean, you can try playing on my servers, just they're not super populated all the time. My European server is. North American one, not so much. Play on there. It's vanilla TF2. Mostly.
I hate furries, but I secretly am one. Nothing you say is actually going to upset these people, and you're just going to waste your time. Anyways, this group encourage a crazy, very NSFW side of furries to be displayed proudly and publicly. I mean, the server's website literally says they encourage NSFW sprays. Even though it says it's for people over 18 and only, that doesn't really stop anyone from joining. I mean, this ain't Roblox or anything. So what you get is like, oh, okay, and then, whoa, my god, ugh, oh wow, that's not so bad, ugh. Yeah, something interesting about this corner of the furry community is how it's turned into this very hypersexualized microcosm, more than many other areas of the community, and the sprays people have loaded up on these servers are kind of the language of proof for that. With that, you get accounts like this playing on many of these servers.
Femboy, not lover.
I had this saved, like, in my videos. I was, like, scrolling through, like, my video folder on my computer, and I was like, what the oh my god, I forgot about this.
The Church of Outcasted Sluts.
Yeah, it's a lot of people like this play this game, and I oftentimes just like just fucking around with them in chat to see if they do anything. That's how in the beginning where you saw I think his name was that furry femboy or something like that. Where he was just I was just like fucking with him like very, very mildly to see what you do, and he was like losing.
Dude, I think just by like a byproduct of TF2 being a game that not only lets you customize your own character to like an insane degree, but also because you can have these compartmentalized spaces. That's why it's so attractive to these types of people, because they can go find that space, and also they can make their pyro look like a furry character, and that didn't just go. It's all to the wind. I'm giving secondhand embarrassed as a furry. What the fuck? Listen, I know a lot of furries that are totally chill. And they're not anything like this. The ones that are like this are the ones that you don't want anything to do with them. Generally, you don't want anything to do with people that like outwardly present themselves as such.
Yeah, it's like how they say you can't, if you're not born in LA, you're not made for it. It's like with these types of furries, if you're not born this way, you're never gonna. It's not gonna. It's true. They're in a whole nother level.
Come here, fat dog. My dog has come to pay a visit. Ugh. Hi, dog. What are you growling for?
He smells me.
I have a fat white dachshund here. She likes to pay visits.
What's her name?
This is Durango.
That's a good name. I've always wanted to name a dog like Kevin or Michael or something like that, like a really human name.
So a really simple human name, yeah.
Michael, get over here.
I like Kevin. Kevin is good.
Kevin.
Yeah, Durango
yelling Kevin across the room.
You're gonna be 15 this year, dog. You're gonna be fucking.
Oh, my dog's turning 14 this year.
Okay, we continue.
Pretty much all TF2 furry servers are like this, unfortunately.
Where's my audio?
And it really fights the idea.
What just happened? Hold on. My audio died.
What the fuck?
Okay, I'm back.
That's the dog, bro.
Dog, this really, you have to go through this door? My other door's open. Go. Fat fucking dog. Okay, now we can continue.
That people come at me with in my comments saying the community, quote, isn't really that sexual.
I do disagree that the fandom is inherently sexual. It's really hard to argue in favor of this, because the majority of the interactions and conversations that I see, most of them, at least the ones I've seen online, are sexual.
And in my other video, I had said that's okay. They just need to be honest about that.
Yeah.
And it's funny. Somebody commented on the TF2 video about the person who made this comment, saying they were like kicked out of high school because they were like jerking off in class or something like that.
Oh my god! If that's actually true,
Dude,
that's insane.
I was reading the comment like, what the fuck?
That's fucking insane. Yeah. By and large, from my experiences, the majority of furries and furry interactions are definitely sexual in nature. Yeah.
Sexual. Sure, yeah, not every furry jerkstar Josh to NSFW sprays on TF2.
It's true. It's not all of them.
Not all furries. Like every furry TF2 server is kind of crazy. Though, like I've said in past videos, this type of stuff doesn't really bother me personally, and I promise this is like the most surface level stuff this community has to offer. But we have to start.
It really is. That really is just scratching the surface on the shit you people get up to. Like, you don't even touch on like hack versus hacks, like HVH servers. You don't touch on like other cheatings. Like, those guys are fucking insane. It's good you didn't.
Dude, yeah, I know more about the CS:GO and CS2 like HVH stuff, and it's horrible. I just don't know anything about it for TF2, so I wasn't gonna include it.
Yeah, they're few and far between now, but they're out there.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Yeah, there's way more shit that gets up to inside of community servers, and like you have I won't mention it on stream. There's also like more let's just say extreme and or call it right leaning, for lack of a better adjective, types of servers that get up to some fucking insane shit. It almost always ends up being the same shit, where like inappropriate sexual approaches, you know, with minors and whatnot. This just seems to happen in very small insular communities. Often, you know?
100%.
It's strange.
And to be fair, this is like a common problem on many TF2 servers.
Also, bronies. Brony servers are still around. Like bronies and TF2 are like intertwined. Their DNA is intertwined. It's like it's so inseparable.
Got another 5 seconds if we start talking about that.
Oh, great.
Speaking of other servers, let's move on to an even more interesting community.
They're still here. They're still here.
Yes, TF2 has brony servers. This group is exactly what it sounds
Still
like.
here.
They're bronies, somehow still from 4chan, that hate outsiders and play with MLP scout models. These servers really take the toxic factor and bump it up to absurd levels. And I mean, what else would you expect from bronies? Like, come on. They hate outsiders so much that when a few friends and I were just checking the server out and I accidentally let it slip that we weren't 4chan bronies, they instantly banned me and like 3 of the people I was with. I mean, Val, you want to keep your little...
these servers are extremely insular. They're very protective of the people that can come in and out.
It's a feature of this this video is militant sub-communities. Militant sub-communities, excuse me.
Yeah, like on one hand, it is like excessive to immediately boot people that aren't part of your group, but on the other hand, I kind of understand it a little bit. You know, like you don't want outsiders coming in, right?
Yeah, I was like never mad at them for doing this. Like I get why, but it's like, come on, dude.
Yeah,
like,
it's a bit much. Like let me hang out for a minute, then I'll see myself out. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
I remember a Brony MLP server way back where it had hail bosses for both teams and based on the ponies. Yes, dude, there is still I don't know if you like some people in here might remember videos from Tag where he would go on Brony servers and like because he was so good at the game, he was just fucking with them, and people were getting pissed at him for playing in the Brony servers. He had like 1 or 2 videos with that shit. It was so fucking funny.
My Little Pony
group, dude, they're really bad too in those servers.
They're
like,
what now?
They're actually furry Brony players are like really bad. I'm talking about like literally right here on screen. Like they're just bad at the game. Just go in there and just farm easy kills.
I have a good friend of mine happens to be like one of the best spy players in the fucking game and also likes My Little Pony. So some of them are bad. Some of them are also very good.
Yeah, it's like, there's no in between.
It's the extremes.
So easy to farm for kills. One of the greatest cultural outputs of the TF2 Brony community were its maps, of which you're seeing in the background right now and have been seeing throughout the video. You can tell by some of these clips the interesting behaviors players of some of these servers get themselves into. There's also an absolute treasure trove of early 2010s videos on Brony servers that are products of their time, to say the least. A lot of these servers were and are still just positively mental and are fantastic relics of a bygone era of the internet. Still,
that's just TF2, man. Like TF2 is such a time capsule. It really is.
Especially nowadays, like with the memes and everything, where it just feels like they walked out of a cave 5 years ago.
Time stopped in 2016 for us. It really did. Like
people said 2020. No, it's 2018, 2016. Yeah.
Yeah. Time absolutely stopped for us 10 years ago, and like we've been doing the same shit ever since.
Yep.
I mean, that's just the nature of an old game like this, is it's going to keep the same types of people around.
Definitely.
Which makes me happy, because I'm also old.
None of these servers were inherently terrifying. Here's where things start to take a turn. I hope seeing how weird and chaotic the server's level can be really shows you how many orders of magnitude crazier it can get at deeper levels. So, let's start really getting into the weeds of what makes the TF2 community so insane, and talk about the toll it takes on the creators who wish to make content for a community they love so dearly.
YouTuber time!
I got a good feeling about this. It's a book he's going to read.
I want you to sit back in your crusty, booger-infested gamer chair and think about something for me.
That's so unnecessary to say booger. It's
Yeah,
just like
yep,
so
you know,
unnecessary.
It's an ear catcher because you paid attention to it. It's like, there we go.
That's like the
I wanted to
last
say something
thing.
really like kind of mean.
It's the last thing I want to hear. Like, I tried to do that too sometimes, where I try to throw something on there to get people's attention again, but like booger is not on my Rolodex of terms to go for. Oh my lord. Booger, I mean, sure, booger's a funny word, but my god. Yeah,
Being in a
YouTuber time.
community that is so self-sabotaging that it hurts or completely ruins the careers of some of its best creators. And I don't mean these creators slowly losing interest over time alone. On top of that, the unique position the game has found itself in recently due to how little Valve has cared about it, has turned the fan base absolutely rabid, sometimes destroying the careers of these creators against their wills. In this section, I'm going to talk about how some of the game's most famous creators have faced exhaustion, complete burnout, or even real-life harassment over their content creation. Let's start with a recent example of TF2 exhausting a creator to the point of burnout. And it's actually a creator I personally like very much, and I found to be incredibly talented. El Maxo. His videos have excellent pacing, concepts, and overall execution.
This is like the prime example of what happens when you push yourself to the limit and then burn yourself out.
Yep, especially because this community has nothing else to look forward to. They were just burning and burning and burning, and he had to keep answering, which it's not like he was forced to. But like, my theory as to what happened was, after I talk about this, I mentioned the video, his spy video did so well. And as a YouTuber, you understand this too. So you're gonna make a follow-up video, and the follow-up video that you pour even more time into, more energy, performs like half as well, or like a tenth as well. Yeah, and it's like soul crushing. Yeah, and I think that was kind of like a switch might have flipped for him there.
Yeah, probably, and that's just also the name of the game. You can't expect perfectly linear growth all the time whenever you're putting videos out there, and that's like a big trap that people fall into. Yep. Whenever they start making YouTube videos. Excuse me, I just wrong piped something. A lot of people fall into that trap. What?
Sorry, some guy in chat to tell Jax I said hi. Love his video. What's up, bro?
There you go, fellow Jax enjoyer here. Yeah, but it's a big trap that a lot of YouTubers fall into, thinking that they're always going to have upward and linear growth with their content, and that's just not true. Some videos are going to do really well, some videos are going to do very poorly, and very rarely does someone have like a very long-term stride that they hit where their videos are consistently like boom, 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 good. Like for me, I currently find myself in one of those strides where like pretty much all of like the past 10 videos I put out have all got like 6K view counts, which is like fucking amazing. Like I'm not used to that, but like it's not gonna last. Like a video I'm gonna put out might get like 20K views and one might get like 500K views. It's just the game we play.
I'm dealing with it right now. I've been in a slump. So I worked on that furry video. It took me 7 months. Yeah. And ever since my video before that, which was over a year ago, and really the video I did before that, which is a video on Japan, that video was like my peak. And ever since then, I've been kind of in a slump. And this is the first video that kind of started getting me back out of the slump, even though it's not like exploding or blowing up. It's at least a start out of that, you know?
Yeah.
It's an up and down all the time.
Yeah. It's got to dig yourself out when you find yourself in that rut for sure.
Exactly.
Actually, more like Central because they're talking about how El Maxo became a bread tuber, but we'll cover that in a moment.
All that, in spite of being Australian, is genuinely impressive. If we trace the evolution of his channel, we can notice something pretty interesting. As time went on, the videos had to get more and more intense. We start with funny videos using shitty weapons, stupid playstyles, and serious commentaries on certain weapons and their merits. But slowly, the videos progressed towards being more challenge-oriented. First a video about 1,000 body shots in a row as Sniper, then one about getting 10,000 kills in a week, then to getting a 100 kill streak, then to his magnum opus of challenge videos, 100 Days of Spy. Truly a landmark video in the community, and one I actually enjoyed a lot when it came out because it finally showed everyone how fucking hard it is to play Spy.
It's not all good eyes and trick stabs over here, guys. I promise it's a hard class.
After that came one last monstrous challenge video, 100 Days of Sniper. After that, he quit. He had alluded to continuing the series during the video, but like a week after posting it, he announced he was just quitting forever. No goodbye video on his main release, no real farewell, just nothing. He noted that he got so ridiculously burnt out and just couldn't stomach playing the game anymore. This is a
just find it genuinely challenging to sit down and play a video game by myself these days. Yeah.
Movie replayed time and time again by many other YouTubers on the platform. The expectations.
Yeah, El Maxo's challenge video set the precedent, and literally everyone copied him.
Yep. There was one person. I think Xeon was doing it before.
He was doing it for Minecraft, right?
Yeah, he switched up now. I actually briefly mentioned him, and he's also I'm the reason he titled one of his videos that way. If you're watching this, bro, you're welcome. But the casual gas leak lobby video, if anybody knows that, that's all me. But because I randomly met him in a game of Phoenix. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, he did like the 30 days of engineer videos, and I think that was like a good year or so before El Maxo did it.
Yeah, and yeah, El Maxo saw what was successful in Minecraft and then applied that to TF2, and it was super massively successful. And to be fair, because with the type of game Team Fortress 2 is, there's just an inevitable end to it. Like you can't keep milking and riding that train forever, and so it's got to stop at some point. But it's just unfortunate because there's so many more things you could still do to make content for this game, and to have himself burnt out on something like a challenge video, it's like, dude, there's a lot more to do. I don't blame him because burnout sucks. I've been there, but
and I understand too, because you always want to like outdo yourself, do something bigger.
Yeah.
For me, I think his big blunder was assuming that the actual video concept of the 100 days was what made it appealing. It wasn't. It was the class. So him choosing Sniper, which is a pretty cut and dry class compared to Spy, which has a million different play styles and ways of going about things, it was just a bad move in my opinion. Had he done like Pyro or something, it might have been a little bit better.
Maybe. But even then, like we're talking about a difference of like these videos both hit millions of views. Like that's massively successful.
But one went from like 11 million to 2 million. That's like pretty stark.
Like it's like having a steak that's too buttery to a steak that just has enough butter. Like it's like it's like you're still served two amazing meals.
Oh, for sure. No, he made a lot of money off that. For those in the audience, I would estimate his Spy video probably made somewhere in the 6-figure range.
Yeah, and because he had a sponsor on it, right?
I don't even know, but even that's on ad rev alone. The sponsor probably added.
Oh, definitely. That video made him a lot of money, 100%, just from the views alone. But but when you push yourself to these insane limits, you're gonna get burnt out super hard. And so 100%. I don't blame him for departing and not wanting to do TF2 anymore, because that's too much for anybody unless you happen to be a special breed, like Banny for example. Banny, love you, Grant. He can play this game forever. I don't know how he does it.
It's his thing. I will say though, in my heart of hearts, I think he's back. After his failed BreadTuber stint, I think in like a year he'll be like, man, I kind of miss TF2, and he'll come back. I feel like he will.
No, Richter's saying not 6 figures, but it was still a lot of money.
I don't know. I've made almost 5 figures on a video that has a tenth of the views of that one and are like 5 times shorter, or actually more like almost like 10 times shorter. It's just an estimation based on watch time estimates, but I don't know, just a rough guess.
Mm-hmm. Since people keep saying it in chat, El Maxo moved on to be a BreadTuber. We'll finish out this section and then we'll mention that.
Community places on them really kills any enjoyment they had in the game. Most TF2 YouTubers don't full on quit the game, to be fair, but many make pivots as soon as they see greener pastures. RT Game, Hamaji Neo, Funk, Muzo, and Zenith. You're welcome.
Pretty much every TF2 YouTuber is doing that now. They're starting to branch away from TF2 more frequently.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it sucks. I mentioned this on like a second channel commentary about how there's no new up and coming TF2 YouTubers. It's just the situation the game is in. There's like less and less to make content about. There's not to say that there isn't things you can still make videos about that aren't related to the vanilla game. You absolutely can. Like I have 3 different ideas that are like in the works right now, but it's just like, hey, that's just so much shit I have to do to finish them. But yeah, I mean, I don't. A lot of people use TF2 as like a stepping stone into a larger YouTube career. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Zenith is he hasn't made a TF2 video in a very long time. So
Zenith is what I meant, not Xenon. Apologies to the audience. I meant Zenith, but yeah.
Yeah, still. So yeah, and so what happened to El Maxo is he started a new channel called Max Morrow, where he basically is a flavor of BreadTuber. You know, it's like the politics, economy videos, that kind of thing. And the videos are not as successful as his TF2 content. Let's just put it that way.
Yep.
I mean, if it's what he wants to make, yeah, then go for it. Have your fun. But it's quite the transition. I find it strange.
Definitely.
For the video title, by the way. It signals that something is deeply, deeply wrong with the game and the community, even if it's not something malicious. That part we'll get to later. I did, however, omit 2 major original players in the TF2 scene that—
Yeah, like, gee, I wonder what's wrong with the game. And here I have to beat my drum for a moment, pardon me, because I do this because I have to maintain this shit, because people need to keep talking about it. You know, gee, I wonder what's wrong with the game. And totally not Valve neglecting it for the greater part of the past 10 years and doing absolutely nothing with it.
No, never,
No,
never.
Once again, it's this fucking Gordian knot. We'll never know what's wrong. We'll just
Yeah,
never know.
Yeah, and guess what? Just for saying that, I'm gonna dox you and swat you. Yeah.
Oh Lord, thank God I've not been swatted before. Holy shit. Thank God. And now we're gonna get to the Star and Germa dichotomy here.
Are the clearest examples of how this community utterly kills the creators that partake in it. Let's start with someone everyone does or should know.
No way!
Germa985, one of 2 streamers I ever actually watch with any seriousness. Something a lot of his regular fans don't know is that, yes, your favorite streamer who makes Sims kill each other for sport and laughs at horrific car accidents used to play TF2. A lot of it. Actually, he was originally propped up by a good friend of his, being Star. These 2 creators were once joined.
Yeah, he was definitely one of the first biggest TF2 centered YouTubers, and he maintained that for quite some time. Like one of the big ones very, very early on in the game. And Star as well.
At the hip, appearing in each other's videos, doing basic shit on TF2, and just having an assload of fun pissing each other off. Then, something changed, and they took radically different paths. Despite this happening at a time when TF2 was still receiving regular support, both pretty much abandoned the game. Let's start with Germa, since everybody already knows where he went. His love for TF2, while admittedly still there, has taken a major backseat compared to his modern content. Whether, again, that be killing Sims in car accidents, killing Santa Claus in a sleigh accident, or killing innocent people in highway accidents, or killing himself. Germa successfully found a new niche and quietly distanced himself from TF2 and its community and has done all the better for it. However, Star...
Yeah, Germa saw the writing on the wall with how Valve was kind of treating TF2 leading up to Meet Your Match. He said this in one of his videos, that he was initially very excited about Meet Your Match and whatnot, and the direction the game was going to go. And then after that all kind of crash and burn, he was already becoming so successful outside of TF2, playing other games and streaming, and that it was just the natural path out, because like there was nothing left at that point for a lot of these big guys. And he was he already got so much momentum, he just wrote it out of here.
And somebody said that Germa didn't find a new niche, that people were just interested in him. I'm like, yeah, he was the new niche. He's one of the few people that his force of personality was so like high that he could do anything and actually just be successful, because everybody just loves him.
Yep, like his old GTA 4 videos are still things I go back to and crack up at all the time.
He learned that he was like a really funny and charismatic guy on camera. So he's like, I can just do anything now. People will follow me.
Yep. Yeah, Star's story is interesting. Ignore this, read whatever message is above. The message above it says yes. So you timed that poorly. Oh, Lord. Yeah, Star's story is a bit more nuanced, so we'll play the section, and I think there might be a few comments worth sharing.
Had a much different exit from the community. Despite being one of its biggest figures during the peak of the game's relevancy on the internet, he had a hard crash from playing the game. He slowly became more and more toxic as he found the game more and more boring and his fan base more and more hostile. Eventually, it just destroyed his psyche. The pressures of burnout and the need for constant creativity and innovation got to him, and he started outwardly voicing his frustrations with the game. While he was pretty abrasive about it, admittedly, his thoughts about casual and competitive being a shit show are perfectly reasonable.
But I started off by saying, the updates coming out aren't good. I don't like the direction this is going.
Yep.
The developers don't really know what's going on in TF2, and it's...
Yep. Like a lot of people forgot that Star was one of the largest critical voices of the direction Valve was taking the game in as early as 2014. 2013, 2014, Star started seeing the writing on the wall with shit like fucking Pastime, Manpower, what they were doing with End of the Line, moving into Tough Break and Gunmetal and whatnot. And so it to him kind of like, and this is kind of, I agree with Richter. I don't quite agree with the characterization of the story. The game was changing a lot more than Star did, and it was changing in a way that he knew shit was going south, and he was being critical of that. And I can't really blame him for being upset with it. So, yeah, he was right about a hell of a lot more than just, he was right about a lot more than just matchmaking 100%, but it's not quite my place to say. Hold on, Jax's mic broke. We'll give him a second to come back.
You guys able to hear me now? Okay, something I think happened where it got like unplugged. Okay, we're back. Sorry.
Welcome back. Yeah, did you hear any of that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay, cool. But yeah, so I can't blame Star at all for getting, I mean, look at the situation I'm in. I can't blame him at all for getting bitter and jaded with how Valve was treating this game, even back then. Like, even though it had more consistent support, as early as 2014, 2015, really around there is when Valve just genuinely stopped giving a shit. And they were just pumping the game with more shit to buy and taking it in the direction of Counter-Strike, trying to make it a big esport, trying to make it a big, modern shooter game. And he saw all of that. He's like, fuck this, I'm out of here. And as a result of that, his audience got incredibly bitter towards him. And we're like, oh my God, where are you going? The game is fine. Right? You can't.
And Richter, I totally agree with you. Yeah, I wasn't trying to insinuate that his only problem is with competitive or matchmaking. It was so much more than that. But I'm kind of just kind of like zeroing in on this because the video he was kind of talking about the updates and how it wasn't very good. Yeah, but I totally agree with you. It was a very broad kind of distaste.
It's funny how Zesty has many German mannerisms, but Star's jaded in critical commentary. You could call me the best of both worlds, maybe.
Oh my God, that means you have like 1.4 million subscribers.
Jesus, I'll be shocked if I ever make it past 200K. He switched to Overwatch. I mean, and yeah, when the thing is, but I cannot blame Star for going to Overwatch. He went to the greener pasture. Like, they reached out to him and said, hey, here's this new game that we're actively developing and taking care of, unlike what Valve was doing. He went for it. Like, obviously, like, who wouldn't go that way? What?
I would have went for it.
So,
like, I remember,
dude, Muselk did. So many competitive players did, and because the game was just the game was slowly kind of dipping, like in a downhill decline, leading up to Meet Your Match. And so it's like I don't blame any of these guys for jumping ship. I really don't. I don't.
And I mean, guess what? If you were like a professional player or a high level player and you went to Overwatch, you were gonna make so much more money. Like I talk about later with Banny.
Yeah.
Banny makes like poverty level. He makes like $2,000 a year from competitive.
Yeah.
If you play like Overwatch back in its prime, or like Counter-Strike or Valorant had those skills there, he'd be like a multi-millionaire.
Oh, he could retire.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could have retired back when the money was big in Overwatch. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Star and Germa had this baby and left it in the dumpster a long time ago. Now it's a fully grown man causing trouble. Oh my God. Yeah, this dumpster baby raising hell in the TF2 sphere.
Starting to feel abandoned. But that is insulting the game that everyone here worshipped. If I can, like, just bring up problems.
I hate it's insulting the game that everyone worships. Like, people could not, and they still can. They're not as bad as they used to be. People still cannot handle when people are critical of Valve and what they do. They still cannot take it.
It's like Nintendo people.
Yes.
It's like Nintendo people. Same thing. But they're like, oh no, but like Nintendo, like they're like weird. Valve is like cool.
Valve is like, they're so great. They're so good. Like, just trust them. Everything's going to be fine. And it's like, ugh.
The same thing as someone saying, well, I mean, Nintendo saying that Super Smash Bros. Charity tournament was actually against the rules is technically okay because they gave us a lot of, they were the ones who made Smash Bros. So technically it's like fine.
Or actually Smash Bros. and Nintendo, it's okay. They can totally do this with their IPs because they broke the rules. I envision this is how these people talk, right?
Dude, yeah.
Yeah, no corporation is your friend. Absolutely.
Definitely not.
Drones, indeed. Yeah, so I'm here with Jax right now. Right? We're enjoying his video.
What's up, cool sniper 17?
Cool sniper.
Hell
yeah. Keep it going.
Has from the beginning, maybe we won't see that happen again. Fucking wrong. Wrong, and it came at huge expense to myself.
Sorry, really quickly, I want to point out a comment in chat.
Yeah.
Gangnam Style saying Valve's enigma through secrecy makes many create their own idea of Valve. That is spot fucking on.
And that's deliberate. That's 100% intentional. 100%.
Regular people do it all the time, where they like create that they pose themselves as like a character, and they don't really ever show a deeper side of themselves. So people like create their own interpretation, an idealized version of.
Yep.
That's how like cult of personalities happen.
Yep. And Valve. I mean, why else does Valve hire behavioral psychologists when it comes to, for as a gaming company, right? Short of what they do for gambling, it's obviously, a lot of it goes towards maintaining their image and how they present themselves.
Yeah, I did not know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like on their website they were like searching for behavioral psychologists. I think they actually list the position is filled or something at some point. It's there. These people work for
That's crazy. That is crazy.
His YouTube story started to rear its head when he began playing Overwatch. He talks about how his own fans became incredibly toxic when he tried pivoting to other games he enjoyed more.
The last thing I'm gonna say is to all of the people that feel betrayed and will tell me things like Team Fortress 2 made you. The only reason you're popular is because of Team Fortress 2. So how could you turn your back on us? That is a super toxic relationship that I don't need to be in.
He says this has to do with this toxic positivity the community has embraced, and that criticizing TF2 is as dangerous as telling Christmas's strongest child soldier that Santa Claus isn't real. Especially around 2016, when Overwatch felt like an existential threat to TF2, many fans completely turned on their favorite creators who left for greener pastures. It's clear that, over time, he started to succumb to the negativity he was receiving for abandoning TF2 and for not putting on his usual cheerful and goofy character, and just lost his creative spirit entirely, at least for many years.
Yeah, it's definitely a side effect of him seeing the writing on the wall with the game, and then people becoming increasingly sour towards his departure, which is insane, right? And this is...
at all.
Yeah, no, I mean, me neither. And this is like the first pretty significant instance of TF2's community eating one of their own for wanting to do something different.
Yep.
Yeah, and
it's really sad, man.
It is sad. And, you know, he left, he put out that video that was, you know, very, you know, he was very embittered and you know, kind of chewed out people leaving these comments, but I can't blame the guy. I genuinely can't blame the guy. You know, and to like have people respond to you that were like, oh, the game made you. This game made you. It's like, bro, listen. He did fine. He moved on to Overwatch. People kept watching. He was probably doing better in the Overwatch era than he was doing in TF2 for a while there. He was doing pretty well for this streaming as well, and as a commentator too for competitive games and shit. So yeah, a lot of people liked him for him as well, and to just completely dismiss him as like, oh, you're only relevant because of TF2. It's like it's just not true. It's not. I hate that shit.
It's a really sad example of how vitriolic the TF2 community can be at times, and how resistant for many years it was to genuine criticism, as well as being the clearest example I can think of this community tearing apart its own best creations. For someone who finally breaks this mold though, let's talk about one final creator that is either a saint or the literal Antichrist, depending upon your views towards the game.
Oh dear.
Zesty Jesus. Is his channel mascot some muscle girl with massive boobs?
Yes.
Yes. Is he a bit of a pariah in the community?
Yes.
Does he make some of the most...
That tweet is so fucking stupid, man. So fucking dumb. Oh my god. Just what a fun time that was. That entire thing was a stupid bullshit. It's funny how Overwatch fans act bitter towards content creators moving on to Marvel Rivals. What is it? Horseshoe theory? We've circled all the way back around. Why even bother with Twitter? Twitter is a fucking cesspool, just like every other social media platform. Stay away from Twitter. Stay away from Reddit. Stay away from all these places where you have people that are, you know, well, it's mostly engagement farming. It's easy dunks, easy clicks, easy likes. At the end of the day, it all boils down to just noise. Just shut it off and ignore it. No, of course. Why would he ever acknowledge that this happened? He got what he wanted. It's stupid.
Genuinely sobering videos about the state of TF2. Unfortunately for some, and fortunately for most of us, yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to him here. I believe that Zesty is one of the most important TF2 creators on YouTube right now, and that's purely because he speaks his mind, even if a bit abrasively sometimes, and supports his ideas with extraordinarily extensive research and data.
I appreciate the compliments, by the way. And you know what? And like a lot of people bitch and moan when people like, oh my god, Zesty gets so much glaze for saying the obvious. Yeah, because no one else fucking says it, man. Like, why do you think so many people come to me? It's because I'm saying what everyone's already been thinking, you know? I'm pointing out the obvious and like saying, hey, this is bad because no one else does. And it's like, I've not monopolized this. Other people can do it too. Like, if they want the attention that I get just by speaking the obvious, it's right there for the taking. Just no one else does it. And that baffles me. Like, and to me, it's not like I'm doing that with like deliberately. I'm saying what I say because I love the game and I want what's best for it. And it's just stating the obvious is really all that needs to be done to address the game's problems, really, or at least get people talking about them. But no one else does. No one else does it. And so that's why I'm in the position that I'm in, you know. And also that's funny as well, because oftentimes like a big criticism that I receive is, oh my god, he just says things people already know and people already talk about. Not really. A lot of people don't talk about these things. A lot of people, like, this isn't like the things I point out and the problems that I highlight are rarely, if ever, mentioned in any social media sphere or in the TF2 sphere in general. If you go look on Twitter or Reddit or even like any other YouTube video or even inside of other Discords, no one talks about the shit that I talk about. No one ever seems to like have a focus on these very so clear and evident problems that everyone knows about. If this was something that was like at the forefront of discourse to where like my presence is apparently made irrelevant, then where is it? It's only coming from me. Anyway, rant over, moving on.
Data. While other creators have stuck to making lower stakes content that don't really question the integrity of Valve and the TF2 community very often.
And that's true. And you know what? It is lower stakes. It is lower stakes content. That is a very eloquent way of putting it. It's because there's no risk in it. You're not going to risk pissing someone off by making like a 2-fort challenge video. You're not going to risk pissing someone off by uploading an Engineer Frontier Justice 35 kill streak commentary. And that's fine. These people can run their channels however they so please. I don't blame them for it. They run their business. It's whatever. But now that I'm in this, it's not that high of a risk. No matter what you do, people are gonna get angry online no matter what you do. But your mic keeps shitting itself. I'm sorry. His mic will return in a moment. But yeah, it is a lower risk lower stakes, lower risk content to be uncritical of whatever it is you're engaging in. It is just true. And I guarantee you, if any of these guys said the same shit that I did, you would see an overnight shift to push for Valve to do more for this game. Guaranteed. You would see a massively overnight shift. The only reason why any of this stuff is remotely controversial is because it's coming from my mouth, which is immensely stupid. You're just pointing out the obvious is just a front argument for people who understand you are right and don't want to acknowledge or respect you for actually being correct. That's also true. They don't want to acknowledge that I'm right. They twist that to make it seem as if though I'm copying what other people are saying. When no, not really. No one else is saying these things. Like, point to any other critical voice over the years that has actually made, say, a video in the past decade, other than, say, Muselk a decade ago, and Xenomite a decade ago, and I think Mr. Paladin made a video about the bots before the first movement of Save TF2. It's like, okay, who else is doing this? No one. No one was until they banded together and we had Save TF2 and Fix TF2, which is insane how silent all of these people were until it's time for a movement. It's like, it took us that long? Really? Like, come on. Very few did, you know? Which is just fucking insane. Like, Wheezy, Lister, and Seriamon, these are all very recent examples, right? I'm talking, like, over the past decade. Not, like, over the past, you know, half a year or a year. But, like, mostly people were not saying much. Mostly. So, are you back? You there? Or is your mic still fucking up? Still gone? Shit. We got a pad for time here for a moment. We got a pad for time. Have I thought about making a video defending myself? It's a waste of time. It is 100% a waste of time. And I learned my lesson years ago. There's nothing I can say or do to sate the people that are my detractors. Because unless it's like a constant day-by-day self-flagellation ritual where I'm saying exactly what they want me to say, it's never going to be good enough. It doesn't matter. I've tried. It doesn't matter if you apologize. It doesn't matter if you say it doesn't matter if you like say exactly what they want you to say. They do not care. They don't care. So I don't bother. Yeah, the mistake is apologizing in the first place. Never fucking do it. Because I tried, didn't work. Never do it. Because they're not looking for an apology. They're looking for chum in the water. They're looking for blood. They want to fight. That's all they care about. Never apologize. And it doesn't matter if I debunk either, because they'll just throw it back in my face. Also tried that in the past. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's stupid, so I don't bother. It's a waste of time. At the end of the day, genuinely doesn't impact me that much. I do what I do. I make my videos, get my views, and move on. Just how it is.
I might be back. We'll
Hello.
see.
I hear you.
I had to try plugging it into like a different fucking USB port. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but let's hope this stays.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Are you good?
Yep, I think we're good.
Cool.
Keep going.
Yeah, it's not about forgiveness. They want to feel morally superior against anyone who is considered an easy target. Yeah, that's like the perfect summary. Yeah, they don't care about it. They just want to have a fight.
Zesty has continually ripped into both for their valid.
Was that a render error, by the way?
It was. So I have a bad habit of dragging things from like Firefox into Premiere Pro, which uses a temp file, and sometimes they get deleted. And usually I'm good at finding them, but I just like missed that. A repeat of that, and then like a picture of refined and reclaimed metal like at the end of the video, and I'm so mad about it.
Yeah, it's always fun to like render out a big video and find like one error, and you're like, fuck, I don't want to mess with it. I'm just gonna leave it in.
I had to get it out, so I'm like, people aren't gonna be that mad. One guy was like, this is really sloppy work. I'm like, dude, it happened like 3 times. You can chill out.
No, yeah, I always beat myself up over a typo or a small render error because because that's all like people focus on whenever you put out a video, you know.
I spelled harassment wrong one time, and I have never let myself live it down.
Dude, I used a font in one of my videos where, like, the H's looked like K's, and that's all people focused on in the so many comments on that video were about that font I used. Oh my god. So yeah, it was funny. Used to play TF2 years ago. Looking at the state of it now makes me almost emotional, and people going rabid over the one guy giving critique is actually wild, man. Yeah, welcome to the state of the game. It's insane.
Issues. It's somewhat similar to Rubinson, who, despite being a controversial character who generates a lot of outrage, makes extremely sobering points about his platform of choice and genuinely wants to see it get better. Unfortunately, though, that behavior and content have drawn these toxic parts of the community that killed Star's enjoyment of the game to Zesty as well.
It ain't killing mine.
Instead of backing down or bailing out, he's doubled down. Were it not for that, he never would have exposed the game's serious issues with botting, its shitty matchmaking system, and poor treatment from Valve, which we all kind of knew, but he really did a great job of putting it front and center. His video.
Yeah, and that's my point. It's like all of this shit just fell into the background, and I mentioned this. In a commentary I put on my second channel the other day, where Valve plays the time game, where they let time kind of push everyone into a sense of complacency, where all of the ongoing problems they just become numb to them. And people just stop talking about them. And so it's like, no, we should be focusing on these very severe problems. Like, that should be at the forefront of discourse all the time, so I make the videos that I do.
Which I highly recommend watching if you have a lot of free time, have slowly started shifting the opinion of players against blindly supporting Valve like Nintendo fanboy style. However, as a consequence of this, he's been doxxed, had child abuse material sent to his coworkers, has verbally fought many prominent YouTubers, and as a result has been...
This shit was so funny. Listen, El Maxo, buddy. You gotta chill. You gotta chill, man. This reply was a joke. This reply was a joke. You know, about his Bing soy video, and I said, yeah, I still don't think it's real. Are you still here? Are you good? Are you good, Jax? You there?
I think so. Yeah. Sorry, I'm
like
running around my computer trying to find working ports. It just keeps disconnecting itself. I don't know what's going on.
You're good. You're good.
It literally never happened before.
Timing is immaculate. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I don't know. Just I'm not reading that message.
Outcasts from many circles.
Got a lot of really nasty shit in a 48-hour period, man. Part of that was me getting doxxed and someone showing up to my parents' house threatening to kill my father and also rape my mother and sister and kill my pets. Yeah, it was a wild 48 hours.
Okay, to be totally fair, if he was this swell guy that everybody loved, would people be so toxic when he brought up issues with the game? Maybe not, but I find his points to be incredibly strong and his videos to be very, very high quality. So, in my opinion...
Let us not forget, so I have to bring this up, let us not forget that the shit that people get angry about with me is, one, quoting the Eric Andre show in 2017 in a tweet, therefore I'm racist, typing the dreaded T-slur a handful of times, like 5 or 6 years ago at this point, and that, and like, an unsavory point that I made on Twitter. And also, apparently, me saying the Bing soy video is not real. Like, it's a bit, but who gives a shit? The video was successful. It made him a lot of money. It was successful. Who gives a fuck, right?
Yeah, never really successful.
Like, just like, goddamn. And in reaction, you know, in response, it's like, okay, now, there's a lovely website. It's a lovely website, right? A lovely website by the name of slurs.tf.
Oh, God.
That may or may not have shown all these other guys saying the same things, if not worse, a similar amount of time ago. And do you think they get shit? No, of course not. Well, they changed. It's been so long. They changed. You know, they won't grant me the same courtesy because I'm the easy target.
But, yeah, you criticized the game. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, it's so fucking dumb. But I'm the bad one, despite several people, including Shonik. Whew, Shonik, buddy, that fucking that message history still makes me blush. Goddamn. They give him the pass. That was such a long time ago. But when the shit I've said is such a long time ago, well, it's like I might as well have said it yesterday. It's so dumb.
Like you said, people aren't looking to be they're looking to be appeased. They're not looking to actually be proven wrong.
Oh,
they
yeah,
just
absolutely.
Want to be mad at something.
Yeah, they want to be right and they want to be angry when the person does not word for word repeat and support what they say.
Yep.
Yeah. Do I need to bring up the slurs.tf website again? The VOD is there. The VOD and the highlight is still on YouTube. People can seek that out. Just look up Zesty Jesus slurs.tf. You'll see it. Someone made a clip of it. You need to apologize to the straight community for being too zesty as well. I demand an hour-long video apology on Twitter, and I'm thinking no.
And even in spite of his abrasive character, he deserves much more than just the time of day for his efforts. And unfortunately, in spite of people
they demand submission, not accountability, true.
Being very aware of how good his content is, he is still consistently harassed for his genuinely solid takes because people just don't like to hear it. I think it's clear that there is something fundamentally wrong in the TF2 community, and this is shown by how its content creators exist in the community. Now, sure, if you want to make video number 3.2 trillion called Ranking All of Demoman's Secondaries or Heavy's Fists Are Broken, let's fix them.
And these videos still do so fucking well. Videos like this do so well. It's nuts.
They do. It's crazy to me. And it's like a lot of times they're just rehashing just like a different voice or a different like class or something. It's all kind of the same though.
Dude, I have an obligation where I have to make a video about the shortstop. I have been racking my brain on how to make it just not another one of these videos. And it's like, I want it to be exclusively about the gameplay, but I am stuck. Like I had I shit you not. And this is entirely true, and this is why I have so many videos that are like all being made in parallel. I needed to make a video about the shortstop, and I came up with like 3 other really good ideas, and then I realized, shit, these are all really good ideas for just separate videos, and it would be terrible if I wasted any of these premises on making it a video about the shortstop. So those are all cooking in the background, and I still have to figure out what I'm gonna do for a shortstop video.
I empathize. I've been wanting to make a video on kind of why Roblox has been just completely falling apart over the past many years.
Yeah.
But it's been done to death. I need to find a way to do something different. But I've been stuck on that for like years.
Yeah, because like I would like to talk about like TF2's vanilla gameplay again, because I still love playing the game, and I'd like to make more videos about it, but it's like, what the fuck do you do? Like, okay, we'll make a challenge video or like a commentary. It's like it's all been exhausted. And so unless you're rehashing it with some flashy editing, that's about all you can do.
Dusty Jesus, 300 days is heavy.
Oh, fuck me, dude. I could do it. The most effective way to use a workshop, any weird quirks of the shortstop 3, how it stacks up against scouts, other primaries 4, good and bad scenarios to use it in IDK. Like, yeah, none of it's good, right? It's like, it's the weapon is quirky and funny. The game design is weird. Here's how good it is compared to scouts, other primaries, and then how to use it. Like, that's like every weapon video. I mean, I used to make videos like that. It's like I don't want to make that kind of video anymore. It's
honestly, bro, as a thought, what actually makes, I've been learning this, what makes a video feel really different is not even the content, it's the editing. How you physically present it.
That's true.
That will make a huge difference.
Yeah, I've also, I wrote an entire script, like I have a script ready for the shortstop video where it's just like a weapon review, and then I'm like figuring, okay, how can I edit this to make it like not the same, like a not stagnant, you know? So maybe I could just take that route, I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see. And yes, I have the Emporium video to make as well, and that is still this gargantuan monster that I have to tackle.
Dude.
It's so much, man. Can you give me like 2 seconds? I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Me too, actually, yeah.
All right, quick pause. We'll be right back. Hold on, one sec. Okay. All right. I am back. Hello. Hello, hello. Ugh.
You can still.
What's up?
Oh, we're back.
We're back.
My mic
hello.
was. It was like so. It like keeps disconnecting me. It stayed connected, but it wasn't showing anything. So let's.
Is it
let's hope
the USB end or the part that actually connects
so.
into the mic itself?
The wire fell into some condensation from like an AC unit, and it didn't like fry it or anything like that, but it's kind of been behaving weirdly. So I imagine that might be why. I tried blowing out all the water, and it seems like it's okay, but I don't know.
Well, shit. Hopefully it's fine.
Yeah.
Zesty.
This mic's 12 years old anyways. I can get a new one, but
Dude, I'm in the same boat. This mic's like 7. I really have to get a better one for streaming.
I got this. This is why I consider this my best Christmas gift ever, because I've used this mic for every video I've ever made for the most part.
Hell yeah. Someone said we're all Gregnant now. You're the father. I don't take it. Listen, I am not the father. Get me on fucking Jerry Springer. Not the father. Okay. Let's continue.
Or even top 10 times scout past a kidney stone. You'll probably be fine. You're not going to experience the horrific levels of toxicity this community can impart on its creators. And to be fair, many great YouTubers in the community have built their careers off of this, largely speaking. But if you decide to either go down the pipeline of ever harder challenges to constantly outdo yourself, or decide to go against the grain of the broader community without being super neutral and easygoing about it, you're going to succumb to your own voice very quickly. While some fandoms from movies or TVs do shit like this, TF2 is just about the only video game community I can think of that behaves this way. It's really something horrifying. Speaking of horrifying,
yeah,
you know TF2 has a competitive scene?
Yeah, TF2 is definitely... Oh, his mic's fucking up again. Do you have another one? You like a shitty headset mic you can use? He's trying to hook up another one. No, I think there's definitely other communities that also behave this way to people that go against the grain or become openly critical of how things are going, you know? TF2, I think, is definitely one of the most extreme of those types of communities, for sure. Like, it's definitely, like, the most extreme in terms of how they become very antagonistic towards people that are critical about the state of the game and whatnot. So, yeah. For sure. Wasn't even connecting? Uh-oh. Maybe use Discord with your phone. Oh yeah, you could hop on the call with your phone. That's also true. Yeah, you can hop in with your phone and then see if that works. Yeah, the Minecraft community definitely has a lot of those people that will go rabid if you're like the least bit critical of what Microsoft is doing with the game. Like, if you're critical about the update model, if you're critical about what they're doing, the people lose their shit. Yeah, people, it's a combination of people are too complacent because they've been gradually trained to not have any standards. Like, we have an entire generation of gamers that have absolutely zero standards when it comes to what they consume. Whatever's presented to them, they eat it up. And because it makes them happy, because it gives them dopamine, and because very often people identify with products as part of their person, when you become openly critical of those things, they get extremely defensive. And then they hate it when people say, well, this is not a good thing. Well, I think good thing is good. Therefore, you must die. That's a lot of people.
How do I sound right now, by the way? Do I sound like shit or do I sound like okay?
Oh, no, you sound fine.
Okay, good. I'm just on my phone now.
Yeah, you sound A-okay. Yeah, you're great.
Okay, cool.
Are you good to continue? We're on the competitive scene now.
Yep, let's do it. Yep.
We're on to the competitive scene. There are so many small little stories that have come out from TF2's competitive scene over the years. Lots of drama, lots of degenerates, lots of very, very weird people. So let's get into this very narrow vertical slice of all the shit that has happened since like 2008.
Dude, it's just the start, bro. The one anecdote in here is just the start.
There are literally novels to be written about the shit that's happened inside of TF2's competitive scene. It's crazy.
You know, in every game, like ever, the competitive scene is pretty toxic.
We don't care about your girlfriend.
Oh my god! This is news to literally
Brutal.
nobody. What differentiates TF2 though is the fact that it's entirely community run. While this isn't a new thing or a very rare thing by any means, TF2 is unique in this way because instead of it being a bunch of 40-year-old Iraq war vets holding little competitive games on day of defeat source, we see a vibrant yet balls to the wall.
There it is. There it is.
I
There it
told
is,
you, I got
baby.
it a couple times in here.
There it is, baby. That's the TF2 community in a nutshell right here, baby. Which one am I?
Yeah.
I choose Hitler.
My assistant editor put this one in there, and I was like, I forgot about this image. I started using it after this point.
Yep.
It's such a good image.
It
It's
is.
such a good image.
It's just true.
Most toxic people imaginable. Like, we're talking the most disgustingly chronically online people slinging slurs like we're in the 60s, mixed with 30-year-old men who are incapable of de-escalating. Why might this be? Well, competitive TF2 is not like competitive in, say, Counter-Strike and Valorant. Those games are built from the ground up to be competitive. Every weapon,
They are.
power-up, even an easily accessible mute button for when your teammates are having a little too much fun.
Shut up.
TF2, on the other hand, was not built this way. The game was built in an era, like I talked about earlier, when games were mostly community ran. Valve-owned servers were a later invention. Naturally, this more casual framework has resulted in there being a few different interpretations of how competitive should work. For one,
Yeah, for the main point to note is that TF2's competitive scene is entirely grassroots. It's entirely community built. The formats are entirely community built. The tournaments are entirely community built and operated. Everything is done by the players, and therefore the result of that is that it's incredibly insular and incredibly, I don't want to say gatekeepy, but you got to know people to kind of like really get involved in it.
Definitely.
And so as a result, you end up with a lot of crazy cracked out people over the years.
there are two main divisions, being Highlander, which is 9v9, one person per class, and usually a bit more casual, and Sixes, which is 6v6, go figure, and is extremely serious with a rigidly defined meta. On top of this, unlike other larger competitive communities that have a more fluid ranking system like ELO or those ranking points or whatever in Counter-Strike, TF2 works similar to soccer. Actually, it's football. Excuse me. TF2
it's actually a
works
good
similar
comparison.
to soccer with how there's a promotion system, at least for RGL, which is the most prominent league right now. Teams can largely move up the ranks from newcomer to amateur to intermediate, main, advanced, and all the way to invite. This means that seasons become this all-or-nothing brawl to try and move up the ranks for the chance to win more money and more prestige
and
from...
it's kind of entirely dictated by specific people as to who can play in what thing. You know, and they have to get like and they have to get recommended to move up a rank, or they have to be like demoted depending on like what they're playing and how good they are, which is like
that's the problem. There's no objectivity to it. There's like every other league, there's at least like, oh, you performed really, really well. There's like 1,000 people running the whole league, so it's pretty democratized. Yeah, you can move up or be relegated or whatever, but like if there's like 3 people and 2 of them are fucking bipolar as shit, and you happen to say like fucking like dingleberry, and one of them that they just hate that word, then you're never gonna fucking go anywhere.
Yeah, that's definitely happened on multiple occasions where the people that are in part of these leagues, they dislike someone for one reason or another. Either they're just not allowed to play in the league, or they're stuck and they're kind of they are discriminated against, and it's stupid.
100%.
Yeah.
Playing competitively. Because of this poor centralization, there have been a few highly concentrated and splintered communities that use different rule sets for competitive TF2. Much like the servers I talked about earlier, this splintering leads to small, highly protective, and highly aggressive communities that regularly lash out when things go wrong, because if something does go wrong, it can screw up the entire game or their entire season, and without that, there's no feeling of progression, which...
Why does TF2 have the highest concentration of immature adults? I think the big... I don't think it's that... Okay, so to answer that, I don't think it has a higher concentration. It's just that it's one of the last games that has more open communication features than anything else on the market right now. Because what do so many other games... What do many other modern games not have? They don't have voice chat, text chat, community servers, sprays, decals, all of that shit, right? And so because we have so many channels open for people to interact and communicate, we see way more of the immaturity and the toxicity, whereas in a lot of other games where you just don't have these features, or they're very heavily moderated or heavily diluted, you don't get nearly as much of it. So
not at all. No, and like I said earlier in the video, a lot of modern games have these really centralized structures to prevent, because especially during like peak woke from like 2016 to 2020, if like Valve, or like let's say like I don't know, Blizzard had a game where like there was like a video of someone just saying the N-word one time and not getting raptured, the media would just go batshit crazy. Yep. So all these companies got super reactive and now like try to micromanage their entire matchmaking system, and that's why all of this kind of died.
Yep, because companies got too scared about their public image and wanting to appeal to as many people as possible, because that means more money. And when all it took from, and this has to be acknowledged, this cannot be ignored, there was about a 4 to 6 year period where all it took was one viral post, one article about you or your product or your company, and you were fucking done. Didn't matter if it was true, didn't matter if it was accurate, but if they showed that you went against, let's say, the established narrative at that point in time, your life was over, and every company got fucking petrified of losing money as a result of people trying to cancel them, right? Cancel culture and all that shit. Why do you think? And now it's gone. No one gives a shit. No one gives a shit anymore. Thankfully, we're out of that era. Why do you think these companies don't have Pride Month profile pictures anymore? Right? It's over. They don't care.
Really, it's crazy how quickly everything's kind of changed from that era.
Mm-hmm. Because now it's not now they don't have to worry about it hurting their profit margins, because they don't have to do it. They don't care.
Yep, exactly. It was all about profits. I don't know why nobody ever realized that. So like everyone's like, make these companies do it because we'll actually like them, and it's just so stupid, bro.
They actually care about me. Oh my god, they care about my identity. No, they don't. They care about your fucking money.
I'm so glad we've grown beyond that whole era. That was just so stupid, man. Everybody was so naive.
The world was going insane for a solid 4 years there. It was pretty bad for a while. Thank God it's over. Well, we're kind of slowly getting out of it, but still. True point, I guess. At what point is moderation valid and necessary within a game is a real question. I think I take TF2's open communication lines for granted because of how it's used. I think, short of it being criminal activity, it should be allowed. But as soon as you go into criminal activity and it becomes illegal, obviously remove it immediately. If you start getting into, cheese pizza and shit with sprays and decals and whatnot, nuke those people from orbit, short of locking them in a gulag in Siberia, remove them immediately. But when it comes to things that aren't illegal communication, if you have block and mute features, you can tailor your experience exactly to how you want it to be, then I think open communication features are fine. Played a bit of competitive in college 10 years ago. Highlight of my TF2 play is getting complimented by Banny for my medic play in a scrim. I feel old. Dude, 10 years ago is a long time ago. Long time ago. And 2016 was kind of like, I think like the last big year for, maybe it was 2017 for competitive TF2. In terms of like, I'm trying to remember the size of the prize pools for like for I-Series or something. They were like, I think that they peaked at around 2016, 2017, and then it just declined ever since that point. Which is kind of sad because like you can't ignore it either. Competitive TF2 is a pillar of this community, whether we like it or not, because of the people that stay here the longest, right?
It's also fun. It can also be really fun too to watch. It's just a shame that like Valve mistreated it so badly, and now they've just kind of ruined any chance for the game to ever have like a popular competitive scene.
Yep, they Valve royally fucked it up, and really all it needed was money. That's all Valve needed to do was just throw some money towards the established competitive sphere, and it would have grown like a fucking wildfire in summer. But they just didn't do it because they had other plans. And yeah, it's stupid. Such a shame. 2018 ESA Rewind. Okay, that's the one I'm referring to. If that is the one that had the big prize pool before things started kind of tapering off since then. Onwards.
Anger, etc. Like here, take a look at this wonderful exchange between two teams in 2021 that a member of the competitive scene pointed me towards. Here we see the in-game match between Cool Kids Club, off to a great start, and Ryza, I think. Initially, it starts
not spelled that way, by the way.
Discussing an issue with Team Ryza telling the server who their ringer is, which is like a substitute.
This is
when
a classic.
Player can't make it. Eventually, for some reason, at 10:45 p.m., Ryza was unable to be ready in time for the game to start, so the Cool Kids Club, which I'll be calling Triple C from now on because I don't really want to have to keep saying that, claims victory by forfeit. But eventually, an admin intervenes and says they won't accept the forfeit and they're just going to reschedule the match. When the rescheduled match date arrives, a member of the Triple C says that the other team blocked them and that the competitive league banned one of their players. How did all of that happen in about 2 weeks? I don't fucking know. So in lieu of this, Triple C tries to set up a new match a couple weeks later, but this is denied by the other team, who, you know, by the way, had an issue in the last game and was thrown a bone by the admins to have a rescheduled match. So, you know, it's kind of
it's such a shit show, man.
Now. At this point, Ryza is telling Triple C that they need to find a replacement.
Sorry, really quickly. I think I have a working mic now, but I'm trying to like rejoin. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay, I'm back on. I got to fix my audio real quick. It's like geeking. Let me see if the mic is working now.
Okay.
Hello? Oh my God. Okay.
We still hear you.
Hang on. I'm getting closer. Yeah, I'm on my phone. I'm getting closer to fixing it and being back on my computer.
Hell yeah.
I just had to like fix the video playback real quick.
Okay.
I think it like might have fucked up my audio drivers or something like that. Wait, are we back? Hang on.
All right.
Dude, my computer's like freaking out right now.
Inopportune. Technical difficulties.
I know.
Of all times, too, right? Of all
like,
the times for it to fuck up.
Oh.
We're having a good time, don't worry.
I think
all is well and good.
Yeah.
But there's been many instances of very silly back and forths between competitive teams for dumb, silly bullshit reasons or another. It's funny.
Yeah, definitely.
It's funny. Are
Dude,
we good?
Okay, real quickly. I think I got it now.
I hear you.
I don't know what happened. You can hear me, right? It's on my phone real quick. Dude, you know whenever you press the volume button and it has like a little slider and everything right above the volume button?
Yeah.
It's in the top left corner of my screen now.
The fuck?
I don't know how that happened.
Dude.
I'll send you a screenshot real quickly just to catalog this.
That's fucking weird, man.
I've never seen that in my life.
Wait,
okay, hang on. Let me try rejoining on the...
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that mine pops up there for Windows. Yeah, I hear you.
Do I sound good?
Oh, you sound great. Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, all right, cool.
Fantastic.
All right, I think we're back now.
Right.
We're good.
His mic is good. We're good. Okay. Continue.
So Triple C finds a ringer just barely too late, and the match is forfeited in favor of Ryza. Yeah, bummer, whatever. A little argument breaks out over how this technically isn't allowed because Ryza never sent Triple C an IP to connect to. After this, all holy hell breaks loose, with a member of the Triple C coming out swinging saying, well, GG, oh my god.
I said GG 5 times, and now I'm banned from playing this stupid game.
And then he continues talking about how this is gonna kill TF2, which sounds eerily familiar to this sort of gloomy attitude much of the community has deep down.
Lose their shit all the time. Just that's so not all competitive players are like this, but there's quite a few like Looney Tunes people in these groups.
Honestly,
man.
bro, I feel like a good analogy is like people who are a lot of times like deep down like really like depressed or something like that, and they always put on this kind of cheery personality outwardly. Whenever that gets shattered for some reason, they just fucking lose it.
Yeah,
in whatever way,
snap.
like anger. It's what the entire TF2's community is like that. They're like secretly depressed. Everybody's like, no, guys, look. We have Tropic Crisis. We love all these new maps. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
and then like you say, well, Tropic Crisis was shit, and you know, they're like, no,
it
wasn't.
And they scream at you, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And doctors watch you and everything.
Did I see the head admin team at ETF2 got permabanned earlier this year for being pedos? Yeah, I saw there's been so many controversies with competitive players or people within the administration of these competitive leagues engaging in not inappropriate contact with minors. That has happened many a time over the years. I don't recall. Is the Nursey story in here?
Oh, I don't think so. No.
Oh, okay. Lest we remember the Nursey incident with the #1 invite med getting ousted as a pedophile in the craziest way possible. Through a
I should have talked about that.
Dude,
I don't know why I didn't.
That shit was dude, I still vividly remember this because I was there on the day, okay? So, for those who don't know, there was a medic main by the name of Nursey that would play with Banny on Froyotech, and it was and he was one of the best medics. And he got ousted for engaging in inappropriate content with a minor, including but not limited to sending nude photos of himself to said minors. And all of this got ousted in a TFTV thread, and it's all there. Like the threads are still there, but I think all of like the sources and all those links, like the media is not there anymore. And in one of these threads, this shit was so vile, it was burned into my brain, where there was a photo of, I shit you not, him bending over and showing everything down there. Butt ass naked. Someone posted that picture in that thread, and that shit has scarred me for life. It
God,
scarred me for life. And needless to say, and then after all that shit, they were naturally banned from playing competitive TF2 in these leagues anymore. And it was crazy. Like, people came out defending this guy. People were defending this dude. It was insane. And, like, the evidence was there. It's like, dude, this guy was sending these pictures to kids. What the fuck?
He'll quicker defend you for sending nude photos to children than if you criticize this game, dude.
Oh my, it was bad. It was really, really bad. I think that's probably the most high-profile incident of engaging in inappropriate activity with minors in the TF2 competitive sphere. It's definitely the biggest high-profile case. I mean, I think all you have to do is Google, like, TFTV Nursey, and it's going to be one of the first things that pops up. Those threads are still there. It's really bad. Ugh.
Yeah, I think one of my competitive buddies have talked about it before, but I'm surprised I didn't think about that. I'm surprised it didn't remind me of it either, because I definitely would have, like, dug into that and included that in this segment, or maybe in the last segment.
Yeah, that was
crazy.
And that was one of the things I wanted to bring up, because I know you talked about the competitive stuff. It's like that's something that people need to, like, remember. Like, this is not something that should be forgotten.
Definitely not.
Some crazy shit. Okay, we continue.
Regarding the game, he then immediately follows up with, I love T-slurs, I love T-slurs, I love T-slurs. Jesus Christ. This then continues with Hubada, I think is how you say it, asking a trans member of the other team, quote, aren't you role-playing as a woman? With that person replying, yes. Our protagonist then tells the admin to ban a bunch of random people and then breaks into an anti-trans tirade about how if the admins were put in charge of the government, he would be in prison for being transphobic.
People have to take drugs, man.
Crash out by questioning if RGL is really worth his time and money. Yeah, I'm not reading all that. His message continues 30 minutes after supposedly signing out by complaining about how his team is going under and proceeds to rip into all of his teammates for being flaky and being too important to spend.
Dude, this guy has a life, a sex life, a girlfriend, and still wants to show up for practice, but gets really angry when anyone says anything that he doesn't like and stops playing. Like, yeah, I have a life, I have sex. This guy has sex. And then
to a TF2 player, that's, like, insurmountable.
That's so true. Anyone that plays Team Fortress 2 does not have sex. It's just true. It's completely true. John's life is just too important to play this game. He would rather drink a gallon of maple syrup live in an igloo and fuck a pair of ice skates and
just get ready. I read over all of these, like, in the next 5 seconds. Like, actually, just let him play out.
These are insane.
He rips into Asterisk for lying about having a job.
These are
He's
insane.
pissed at Dave for bailing out of a game when someone said something he doesn't like. He says DB always lies about getting new internet and is never able to play because of his super high ping. And to save the best for last, he's mad at John because he'd, quote, rather drink a gallon of maple syrup, live in an
Someone's
igloo,
Canadian.
fuck a pair of ice skates, and beat off to a Red Wings hockey shirt. That, my friends, might be one of the greatest series of written words ever placed together in the history of the English language. At least there's some light at the end of the tunnel, as even though Danny 1 is, quote, terrible at the game, he has a job, a girlfriend, friends over at his house every day,
sex.
and is addicted to Oxycontin.
I'm so mad. I'm gonna go. It's like that Sonic meme. I'm so mad. I'm gonna go have sex with my girlfriend, so I'm not mad anymore. That's literally what that is. It's the fucking Sonic meme.
And despite all that, he still shows up to play the game. He ends his final message with, quote, you were all weak. Thanks for wasting everyone's time and money. Congratulations on being the biggest pricks of the year. Following this, others just reply with, okay, and sorry you feel this way. Only for Hubba to sign off with, all lives matter, sending this video.
What does the fuck say? I hate.
And then leaving.
Chat, was the crash out valid? Was the crash out valid? Oh, God. That's fucking insane, by the way. Dude, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say there's also that that infamous video of that chick getting cut from her competitive team with that insane crash out. Have you seen that?
I don't think so.
Oh, dude. Jan, can you send me the link to that if you're watching right now? I'll quickly put that in the watch together. This is required viewing material. This is required viewing material for anyone that plays Team Fortress 2. Okay. I'm gonna have my mod send it to me, because I guarantee you, a lot of people watching right now have not seen this, because this is just another beautiful example of the shenanigans that get up in the TF2's competitive sphere. It's fucking beautiful. There it is. Hold on. Oh, it's just the WebM. Okay, hold on. Let me open this. I have to download it. Hold on. I gotta download it. Can I? Oh, wait, can I share my screen with you while I'm streaming? I don't know. I think I can. Hold on, because you have to see this.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Hold on. Let me share my screen, entire screen. There we go. And now if I open this, here we go. This is required viewing material for everyone. Okay. Your profile picture's not showing up right now, but that's okay. But this is required viewing material for all.
Yeah, I'm in. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Ready?
DW, you're gonna leave just like that?
Yeah, I'm fucking mad right now. What the fuck?
Why are you so mad?
Because he's cutting me for a day. What the fuck?
Wait, is he actually cutting you?
Yes!
Oh.
Oh my god.
God. Wait, for real? No, he's not.
Yes, he is! It's a nice day. I'm sorry. I'm going to cut you. I don't think the way you play because you're the best of the fucking.
This is a human being.
I'm at a loss for words, dude.
It's so it gets better.
DW,
it gets better.
DW, it's okay. It's okay. Are you okay?
Remove me from the fucking Discord.
I can hear this guy smiling as he's talking.
I know, right? He's trying not to lose his shit. He's trying not to lose his shit.
Okay. He just screamed.
This is insane, man.
Dude, it's really a cartoon, bro.
Required viewing material.
Bro. Oh my god.
Iconic competitive TF2 crash out right there.
I think since it's on stream, at the end of the stream, I should show everybody the clip that I showed you a while ago. One guy just get at me.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Fucking
yeah,
hell,
I'll debate on doing that because I'm not sure if I want that guy to know who I am.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, that's the only caveat.
Yeah, maybe deliberate on that. Yeah, so lesson for that, ladies and gentlemen, is go outside, touch some grass, breathe some air. Life is there's a lot more life to live outside of Discord. That's not a woman, you dumbasses. It's a kid. Whatever it was. It didn't sound human for a majority of that
Equally
clip.
funny either way.
Equally funny either way. If that was a child or a woman, equally funny. Equally hilarious. Also, go outside. Okay, we continue. Where's my audio?
Wow.
Oh no, it's just quiet.
Lost for words, man. I don't know what to say. You know, you'd be forgiven for thinking, Jax, this is pretty serious. There must be a lot at stake, and these are probably the best players or team the scene has to offer, right? Nobody would be this toxic if there wasn't a good reason. Well, what if I told you this isn't for invite level, or hell, even for the advanced level? This is
lowest level shit.
Main!
Low level shit is crazier.
Level. But the top prize must be worth it, right?
Because, like, invite level has the same 12 people, whereas in the lower ranks, you have way more people, so you get, like, way more crazy shenanigans.
Yeah, it's like college football. It's just like it's just so much bullshit, or even high school football, really.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
$100,000, $10,000, $1,000. Try $243.
Yeah, TF2's prize pools.
Top level invite, the max prize hovers at around a measly $1,500. The game's top team, Froyotech, who is the TF2 equivalent of the 2008 Florida Gators, but literally for almost every single season they've played, has made a total of $184,000. The greatest
over the entire
ever
career,
Gators, by the way,
which is insane to think about because in one competitive tournament for Counter-Strike, top winning team wins like twice that much, if not more. Right, and that's just like the raw prize pool, not to mention like all the sponsors and all the other money they get. Like, there's never been money in TF2's competitive scene.
And I think the players, especially with more modern groups, are also getting paid like a salary of sorts as well.
Yeah, they absolutely get salaries too. Yes, they get a lot of money. Which is why I have the utmost respect for Banny, because this guy still sticks with TF2.
I say those exact words about a minute from now.
Yep.
Being Banny, who is like
there
the
he
Tim
is.
Tebow of this entire game.
We love Banny. We do.
Has made over the course of his 17-year competitive career $37,000. That's
crazy to think about.
$2,100 a year. That's like 6 times less than poverty level in America. This guy, who would easily make a 6-figure yearly salary and be worth millions if he had the equivalent skills in Counter-Strike or Valorant or any other big-time competitive game, is stuck playing a 19-year-old game that doesn't even get any actual updates anymore. The dedication is truly insane.
It is.
It's something I can personally respect heavily, but I think that kind of goes to show the futility of this whole thing. A subsection of the community...
Like, massive respect to Banny. I shudder. I quiver at the thought of how much money he was offered to go play for Overwatch competitive teams.
Oh, dude, yeah, 100%.
He must have been offered insane amounts of money, and he refused it. Which is why I respect the guy. He's stuck with the game he loves.
Glorious, dude. Yeah, we should build a statue of that guy.
I will always respect him for that. You know, call him what you want. He has his meltdown sometimes. He has his crash out sometimes. He can get toxic. What TF2 player doesn't get toxic? But that fact alone, the man is a pillar. And when Banny goes, that's when you know the game is done. When Banny goes, the game is done.
I was in a lobby with him one time and started fucking with him, and then he just instantly muted. He did not want to deal with me.
Yeah, because he still streams this game.
Yeah,
still
respect though, man. I got nothing but respect for that guy.
Yeah, so he's probably had to deal with a lot of shit. So he just like auto mutes people.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
Totally. I was never trying to be mean spirited. I was like trying to just chat him up and have some fun with him.
Yeah, but he probably doesn't even want to like take the risk. He's like, oh shit, what's this guy gonna say? It's like, oh,
exactly, yeah. I don't blame him at all.
Noping the fuck out.
Dedicated to pouring thousands and thousands of hours into an obscure, largely unpopular competitive format for an old, largely casual game that makes basically zero real money for those who pour said time into it. Is that an explanation for the toxicity? This constant air of pointlessness? Maybe. Who really knows for sure, but it wouldn't surprise me. Unfortunately, the stuff I've been talking about is a common thing in TF2 competitive. The ridiculous toxicity, the nitpicky but annoyingly flexible rules, people who say GG too many times, if you know what I mean, and everything else in between. As I said before, it's a competitive scene, unlike anything else I've ever seen given the stakes at play. The money is not remotely life-changing, and the prestige only matters to a tiny fraction of the community. Most casual TF2 players...
Though I will say that there are a lot of competitive players out there that did it for so many years just out of love for the game, because
which I love.
Yeah, they wanted to get into that upper echelon of play, to get into like the actual like the truly more genuine competitive sides of it. A lot of Highlander players do, because there's because that's just kind of focusing on sixes. There's even less money in Highlander. So like the really dedicated Highlander players, they really just do it because they love the game.
Yeah, one of my buddies played sixes because he just loves the game, which I totally respect.
Yeah.
Like I wonder if if they were to ever like in a magical fantasy world make another Team Fortress, if they were to build it from the ground up to have a competitive aspect, if they would go with like sixes or Highlander. I think Highlander would be a really interesting format because everybody gets one class, and Highlander I think is just more fun. It's not super fucking like competitive and like forced down a straight alley. It's not like 5v5 or 6v6.
Yeah, it's always
It still is a little bit chaotic, but I think like it would still be a lot of fun. And like if there was a big Highlander scene, like if TF2 was like a really big game still, and there was a big Highlander scene, I would still play. I would definitely play Highlander. I think it'd just be fun to play Spy on Highlander.
Yeah, and you know. It's that's the reason why a lot of Highlander players call Highlander glorified pubs. It's just glorified casual mode because of how chaotic
and it seems like they have so much fun.
And they
have
fun.
None of this shit from Highlander. They're just having fun.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, and this is just my technical brain going off because this is something I've spoken about a lot. You know, Valve was going to push a 9v9 format for the Meet Your Match update, but it's it's because it's a matchmaking nightmare, right? Not only is it like 9v9 of people with similar skill, which is 18 people, which is already a lot to coordinate, then you have to have one of each class, and it faces the Overwatch problem where you have to queue for specific classes or specific roles, and not all of them are evenly distributed with also a similar skill rank, and so it becomes a matchmaking nightmare, so they're just never going to mess with it.
Yeah, understandable for sure.
So it would be cool if there was a way to work around that, but it seems to only be very successful when things are community operated. And even then, organizing 18 people at one time is a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, I will say though, based on the way that Valve operates, even though we all kind of think we don't think very highly of them in many ways, the way they operate, if they were to ever make a game like TF2 or a sequel of some kind with Source 2, whatever, they would be probably the only group of people on Earth that could figure out how to make that work.
Oh, for sure.
And that's kind of it.
Oh,
that's the unfortunate reality. But yeah, that's just how it is.
The thing is, like, other companies could do it too. They just don't care to. Valve absolutely. Valve would, because that's,
their public shareholders are going to be like, well, if we don't see our profits return instantaneously, we're going to have to pull out. Okay, this can't work that way. It's just like it's so risk averse.
Yeah, this is why Valve can take like 6 years to do something. And then, then they're fine. Because like fucking Deadlock has at least 3 or 4 more years in development before it's done. Gary, like 100%. And but they don't care because there's no one holding them to it. There's no one holding a gun to their head saying you have to finish this in 2 years so we can like make our returns.
Yeah, crunch time. Finish this game in 6 months, like fucking Concord or whatever.
Yeah. Oh god, what a fucking awful game. All right, continue.
Hop on for just a few hours a week, love the game, and see it as their favorite, and will continue to play for many years to come, including me pretty much, have no idea who people like Banny even are. And even if they know Banny, that's pretty much all they know. It's like asking a divorced mom in their midlife crisis what their favorite car is, and it's either, I don't really know, or a pink Jeep Wrangler with a Salt Life sticker on the rear window. All of this combined has resulted in one of the most uniquely horrifying competitive communities I've ever seen, as other communities like this are usually much smaller or only toxic on a more individual basis, unlike this systemic toxicity that seems to exist throughout TF2 competitive. And, unfortunately for us, this behavior continues as we go further down the rabbit hole. Let me ask you this. Have you ever heard of a community whose only gateway to seeing its own members' hard work being featured in-game is controlled by a monopolistic, vindictive, and big shocker,
oh boy, here we go,
toxic organization? No?
Oh boy, here we go.
I can smell my docs in the air already.
This
is the Patreon segment. If you want to, the audio got cut out because of a copyright thing, so...
we have to play. We have to play the patron second. So we have to play the Patreon.
Love you guys. If there's any of you in the chat, many kisses, much love.
Gotta have shout outs to the supporters, man.
I wanted to add some music. Sorry, guys.
Wait, did you cut the music out?
Yeah, because it got copyright. It was a manual copyright strike.
Really?
It was actually kind of scary.
That shit.
Yeah. And I'm wondering if somebody was role playing as like Warner or whoever owned the Duke Nukem music, and to try and dox me.
Yeah, that's happened to me before too, where people like send a claim on my video. To get my information.
You know what my favorite part about living in America during the 21st century is? Absolutely everything is owned or controlled by like 5 companies.
But come on, real life sucks, we know this. That's why we play video games to escape all that. I mean, I can make whatever I want and see fame, fortune, and glory from my carefully crafted skill set, right?
Nope. Not on TF2 at least. In this wonderful game, you can roleplay as a dumb, stupid, poor, tiny factory owner in the 1890s, where your only 2 options are to die out and go broke, or let Andrew Carnegie come and take the place off your hands. That's pretty much how it's been for the past decade or so for creators on TF2, and it's all being masterminded by the Emporium. Before we begin, let me reintroduce this guy for like the 18th time. Zesty Jesus.
Hello again.
I had a long interview with him basically going over his experience with the Emporium, as well as the ramifications he's faced for trying to call them out on their bullshit. For a quick backstory, the Emporium began as sort of a creators collective that flourished from the Face Punch forums, which was basically the bar in Vienna equivalent of the internet back in the day. The group quickly became a trusted place for Valve to go to when they were too lazy to make an update. All those fantastic, beautiful, and well-remembered updates such as Invasion and End of the Line and Robotic Boogaloo. Yeah, those were made by the Emporium. During this era,
mostly people that were associated with the Emporium, yes.
Was on Face Punch, their workings were much more visible and transparent.
Yeah, Face Punch. Yeah, because
this is where these groups largely resided and communicated. It's where a lot of their resources were posted. It was all very public and visible, and basically anyone could come in, interact, see what's going on, get in on it, what have you.
However,
yeah, and a main thing about this being public is that because anyone could come in and look at these things, it really kept a lot of this stuff in check. And so you didn't really get a lot of the heavy gatekeeping. You didn't get a lot of the heavy insular infighting and like ultra mega toxicity. This isn't to say there was a non-zero amount of it. I mean, there absolutely was a certain amount of it, but not nearly to the level that we see today as a result of what he's about to mention. So.
All of this was upended during the development of another one of these community updates, when 2 of the leaders of the Emporium decided that, despite the group being a collective, the leaders were more equal than everyone else, and all hell broke loose.
So what happened?
Yeah, there's a video by Orange Glazer that covers the entirety of the invasion fuck up really, really well.
Oh, I need to watch that. I've never like dove into that fully, so I'll give that a watch.
Yeah, Orange Glaze has made a very good video going over all the nitty gritty of what happened with the invasion update, but I give a summary right here.
And in that update is 2 people leading the update. When Valve accepted it, organized revenue splits where they would take the lion's share, where they each got like a huge percentage of the cut of the revenue, and basically gave pennies to all of the people that actually made the content. Once this got leaked out to the public, it was a shit show. Eventually, the people who worked on the cosmetics and content caught wind of this and reached out to Valve complaining like, hey, this isn't fair. So Valve stepped in and said, no, we're doing the revenue splits this way. And that basically ended community-oriented updates in that fashion.
Valve caught wind of.
Yeah, that was the first and last, like, fully organized community update. Like, you had Robotic Boogaloo, which was kind of loosey-goosey. Then you had End of the Line, which kind of fell through and got fucked up because Valve kind of cherry-picked things here and there. But then when it came to Invasion, that was everything encapsulated as like a fully fleshed out, here's this package, buy it from us. And Valve was going to do it. And then once the revenue splits got leaked by someone on the inside, like I just said a second ago in the video, it completely went to shit. And so from that point onward, Valve would no longer accept community projects from creator spheres, opting to put forth a theme themselves and have people make content for that theme. And they only ever did that once. They only did that for Jungle Inferno, and then they abandoned the game after that point. And so once these...
So sad.
I know, right? And then once these creator spheres figured out, oh shit, we can just do this again, the exact same way pretty much, except instead of Valve buying it directly from us, we're just going to upload everything on the workshop at the exact same time to maximize visibility and maximize retention on social media and getting attention for it. And that, of course, as a result, we get a bunch of shit put in the game from those content packs. We saw this with Tropic Crisis. We saw this with the fucking the offshore update as well. They figured out that next successful model, and that's why we're back to these community themes. So,
and it's so unfortunate because ironically, had Valve actually been like, okay, you guys fucked up once. Let's make sure this doesn't happen again. We're going to be a little bit more like just careful with working with other people, but keep the community update thing around. I bet the Emporium wouldn't be nearly like it is today because I guarantee you'd be a much more democratized scene.
If it had remained public, yes.
Yeah,
but
that's what I mean. It's like maybe when Face Punch is gone, Valve opens their own kind of like channel for it, and everybody can submit something that's part of a specific theme. And the Emporium is no longer just the only like kind of block where it happens, where it's kind of pretty much anybody can throw everything in. And it's actually like organized by Valve back when they used to care about the game.
Yeah, if Valve actually stepped in and acted as a moderating body, things would be so much better. But it makes them way more money to not do that. So they let people.
As you said, they're focused on nothing but profit. And one of your older videos, they literally just want to make profit. That's it.
Yep. And so they offload the work onto their customers and then make shitloads more money than they would having to pay full-time employees to make all that same material. So
yeah, and I can't be mad at them because if I was Valve, I'd do the same thing. Honestly, if I was really that focused on profit.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate, but that's the name of the game.
Yep.
This and flipped out, causing them to proverbially kick the Emporium out of the house. This killed any chance going forward for the community to be involved in the development of TF2 at any level deeper than, hey Valve, here's a new Christmas hat, please add it. Following this fiasco, Facepunch forums coincidentally shut down, which led most groups like the Emporium to existing in more private spaces such as Discord. What this resulted in was the classic formula that you're all very familiar with this deep into the video. A community isolates, turns into an echo chamber, and becomes incredibly self-serving and aggressive.
Yes.
Speaking of which, let's move into Zesty's story about how he discovered the Emporium and how they treated him.
I started making a few videos being very critical of the content being added into Team Fortress 2 as it just kept happening and just kept getting worse. I started doing some research on where the items were coming from, and it eventually led me to the TF2 Emporium. And I went into their Discord, and because I had been openly critical of what they were doing up until that point, they didn't give me access to all of these channels that otherwise would have been public. They immediately locked me out of all of their like discussion channels, and ultimately it came to my knowledge that they were using those other channels to speak ill of me, obviously where I can't see it, and things just went from there.
Well, I'm not.
Yeah, so that is the initial experience I had with the Emporium ever. Like, I didn't even know the Emporium was a thing until I started like being critical of the war paints that Valve was adding back in like 2020.
I remember that.
Yeah, that's when I first started. Yeah, that's when I first started digging into all that shit. And then I found out, oh shit, most of the items are coming from this group. What are these people about? And so then I started doing my research and seeing where they came from. Like, oh, that's what these guys are about. So I go in the Discord to like ask them, hey, like, what do y'all get up to? Like, what's the process here? And then naturally, they were very antagonistic towards my presence because up until that point, I think I had made 1 or 2 videos being critical of the content Valve was adding and therefore shitting on the items that they made, and they weren't very happy about that. And also, you know, pointing out that the Emporium, sorry, the Steam Community Workshop is a system that's very easily gamified for making money. You know, the Community Workshop is not a system that's made from, it's not a system for people making passionate content about Team Fortress 2. It's literally designed for people to make money from it and for Valve to like piecewise select content from it. Like that's not where you go to make the passionate well thought out content for the game. Like you do that to make money, right? And so calling them out on the angle of them making money from this shit and that being the primary incentive really pissed them off, because up until that point in time, no one had really been openly critical of where the items were coming from and who was making them. I was the first one to do it. Probably the first one with a large enough voice to kind of point those things out. Yeah. Naturally, they didn't like that. So I go into that Discord and I go like, hey, what the fuck's going on here? And because, you know, they didn't like me and my other past controversies, they lock me out of their discussion channels, and I'm only allowed into a small handful of their Discord channels, and I'm asking questions about, like, how they make shit, what's the thought process, what have you. And what's funny is some of the schizos in there, to this day, still maintain, but they'll never put forth the proof, is that I was an active Face Punch Forums user, like, back in 2014, 15, like they maintained that I was active on these forums. I never once posted there. It's fucking insane to see these schizos make up these cracked out stories, and then like
that's a really common thread.
Yeah,
in with even the Emporium especially, but like just in general with TF2, people love just like forming their own kind of universe of thought that's just so far outside of just reality. It's just crazy. It's so obnoxious.
Yeah. So Funk did it in regards to the art style. So he was the first one to bring up like, oh shit, the game's art style is being massively degraded. And then I picked up that torch after he walked it back to, you know, address the money angle and why it's actually happening, right? So not to acknowledge Funk, my bad. But yeah. So it's this whole there's so much to this that. There's so many stories and rabbit holes to go down with shit they've gotten up to over the years. It's bad.
Saying the Emporium necessarily has to talk to or even like Zesty Jesus, it's that type of closed off, we're gonna talk bad about you behind your back behavior that is usually a very sure sign of that toxicity I mentioned earlier. The Emporium immediately shut out someone who had genuine opinions about the state of the game, even if they weren't made with hatred or malintent.
They don't like criticism in these spaces. They don't. Just because I've had in the Emporium, I should say, I've had eyeballs in there ever since I was removed. And so like I keep tabs on what goes on in there. They just, criticism not allowed. If you're openly critical about anything they do, they not only will ban you, but they'll mock you, they'll make fun of you, or go to even more extreme lengths to make your life a living hell. Because
it's like, sorry.
No, I was going to say, a lot of the people that have the power because like, you know, there's TF2 Emporium, and then there's TF2 maps, of which there's a lot of crossover. Like, they like to like maintain like, oh, TF2 maps and these other groups don't have any involvement with the Emporium. It's all the same people. It's all very incestuous relationships between these spheres. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. But a lot of the people that are in these circles are genuinely mentally ill, like, and extremely terminally online, and these are the people that are leading these spaces, and it's like, is it really any wonder that they behave this way? It's like,
I've wanted to make a video for years called Internet Sociopathy, because a lot of people that get involved in these spaces, I don't know if it's like kind of how like borderline personality is like almost always like something that is from like environment, how you were raised, or the environment you were in growing up.
Yeah.
But it's like, I wonder if there is some sort of like, if this is like consistent enough of a thing between communities where people who have been involved in these chronicling online spaces and grow up on Discord, whatever, they just develop this like level of sociopathy where they are very impulsive, very irrational, very erratic, very aggressive, but also completely have like zero emotions towards outsiders, don't have an inner voice really.
I mean, you can say the same thing about all those fucking like neo-Nazi misanthropic like groups on Discord too.
Oh,
like
well, it's any very closed off echo chambery space harbors these kinds of people, regardless of what they're centered around, right? That's just
it's such a common thing, and it's like especially in like Gen Z on the internet and stuff. And I've wanted to make a video about it for a long time, but I still debate if it's like worth it.
I think you should. I think there's a lot to be said about that, and not a lot of people dive into those discussions. So I think it'd be worth doing at some point.
Yeah, I might look. It's that's like a huge video, and the upcoming semesters are not too fun for me. So I might have to put that in the back pocket for a little while longer.
I do not miss college. I don't miss it. It was a very stressful time of my life, and I do not miss it.
Oh yeah.
Oh Lord. But yeah, and not to belabor the point you just made, but a lot of the people inside the Emporium have either been there for a very long time. Like some of the larger figures in there have basically been there since day one. You know, they had some of the first items accepted into the game, and they're still there. But also, a lot of the younger people in there are the exact type of the individuals you've just described, where they grew up on the internet. They grew up in these social spaces, and as a result of that, they're not well socialized. And because of the immediacy and the dopamine-inducing nature of the internet's immediacy, and like what's the word I'm looking for? Fucking instant gratification of interactions online. They develop that impulsive behavior and the failure to like emotionally regulate, and they lash out and do this crazy shit. And the Emporium is full of those people, and also
I think a lot of it,
and also people that exploit those people because they know they can
100%.
because they know they can manipulate them.
And I think a lot of this comes back to as well is that the internet, a lot of younger people have grown up on it and know how to anonymize themselves, have relieved themselves of the consequences of what they do.
Yep.
Versus you're like a millennial in 2012 and you're posting on Instagram, you post the N-word, you got your name there, you got like everything. If people want to get mad at you, they can hold you accountable. But like these people, they're super anonymized. They can do whatever the fuck they want, or at least I think they can, and they think they'll never get caught. And it's so gratifying. There are these people that were doxing and like swatting repeatedly, like this YouTuber and a bunch of kids, and there's like some Roblox kids. There's a call with them and fucking 911 trying to call in a swatting. And the operator's like, I know this is not real. And he's like, we're gonna get you guys. I'm like, no, you're not. You're not gonna find us. And like 2 months later, they caught one of them. He's got like 15 years in prison now.
Good, fuck him.
It's so awesome. It sends tingles down my spine.
Yeah,
I love it, dude. I want to see these people burn, bro.
Yeah, they deserve a very high level of punishment. I completely agree. Fuck them. Felt like something you could see with impulsive gamblers and those aforementioned mentality. Yeah, so yeah, it's a lack of impulse control too. I got banned from TF2 maps for calling out some mods for openly using not safe for work for furry profile pictures. Well, yeah, that's gonna happen. They've banned people for less, 100%. Speaking of, there's a little story. Do I have these resources? Hold on, let me see if I have them saved on my desktop. I thought I did. 1 second. Let me check if I saved these images. Shoot, I didn't. Fuck. Hold on. I think I have them pinned in a channel somewhere. Hold on, because this is another funny recent development that kind of came across my desk that which is kind of the excuse I keep using for why the Emporium video like just keeps growing and getting crazier. Hold on, let me jump to this. I have to find it. Hold on, let's see. Has image. It's worth showing this. Hold on, trust me, it's worth showing this. Because it's really, really funny. Here it is. Okay, let me jump to this. Let me quickly save the images. Let me save the images. Because they need to be shown in order. There's number 1. There's number 2. Number 3. Let's see, number 4. 5. And then number 6. Let me jump to here real quick just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Da-da. Don't want to miss nothing. That's very important. Yep, and I have the profiles up here as well. Boom and boom. Because the names have been changed, but they're all still here, and the Steam IDs are the same. Yes, indeed. So, recently, another Emporium member was not only ousted as, doing the exact same shit that they complained about, but also got ousted as a scammer. They got banned from backpack.tf and their alt for being a scammer. Man, ain't that a pip? Ain't that fucking funny?
No, they're too nice. They would never do that. That's gotta be fake.
They're too nice. It's just not true. It's just not
gotta
true.
be fake.
It's just not true. So this is another semi-prominent figure in the Emporium spaces, and also I believe is a moderator for the low-profile update, and I think also had involvement in the the offshore update as well. And also I believe is a reason why several people were banned from those spaces for having not so nice things in their inventory. But wouldn't you know it? Here's the evidence right here that this user, this prominent member, was actually banned for scamming. And also, oh look, had funny little screenshots of very similar things. Oh.
Hey, I know that one.
So there's lots of funny shit here. So the hypocrisy is always funny. The hypocrisy is always funny. You know, the type of people that are in these circles, right? The type of people that are in these circles, right? It's poetry. Poetry every fucking time. It's really, and yet I'm the boogeyman, right? And yet I'm the bad guy. You're right. I'm sorry. He's Buddhist. I completely forgot he's Buddhist. I apologize. Yeah. So
dude, just people in my comments were calling my thumbnail clickbait, and I was like, dude, this is like a real thing that happens in this game. The racist soldier with the swastika on the conscientious objector. It's like literally like a common thing.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. So, hold on, let me go back to you. There you are. Beautiful. All right, we're good. So yeah, you know, another Emporium member who has items accepted into this game, by the way. Multiple pieces of content accepted into Team Fortress 2 is a scammer banned from backpack.tf. So, once again, lots of interesting characters that have their content actively accepted into the game. So, funny. Funny how that works.
That type of stuff has never sat right with me. Now, here's where things get pretty dark. Throughout this whole section, we've gone over some pretty petty shit. Like, oh, they talk behind people's backs, they're a monopoly, blah, 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 science, doxing and making someone homeless. Does it really surprise you that a group that is this closed off, elitist, and protectionist would have some of its members run a deliberate harassment campaign so bad that the target was doxed and literally made homeless because of it? Over fucking TF2. Though the story is quite in-depth, and if you want to know more, I highly recommend you go and watch Big Boy Games' video on the situation. But
there are a few notable inaccuracies in these videos, but by and large, it more or less gets the story correct. Vipes also put out his own video discussing this stuff.
I'll summarize the whole thing for you.
I did not know that. I'll have to go watch that.
Yeah, Vipes put out his own video discussing the shit he went through.
Some user named Vipes had uploaded a concept sketch for a pretty simple scout cosmetic. Then, a little bit later on, two creators from the Emporium, known as Drew and Metabolic, had uploaded some unrelated 3D cosmetic. Then, for some reason, the Emporium creators decided to say that Vipes had stolen their idea, and that's when this whole shit show got going. Now, I don't know if I'm tripping, maybe y'all can call me out. These two cosmetics don't even fucking look the same at all.
The crazy thing here is they made this already, and this was just his concept, and then they accused him of stealing this, amongst other items as well. The thing is, like, the whole Drew and Metabolic thing, it goes a lot deeper, because it's not just those two. They have, like, their little friend group that they kind of, and they they have their own little friend group, and they go around and they kind of coordinate little shitty, the little attacks on these people on the internet all the time.
I brushed on that a little bit, yeah.
And it didn't happen to just Vipes, it happened with other people too. Naturally, a lot of these old posts have long since been scrubbed from the internet. Thankfully, Wayback Machine exists. You know, because they like covering their tracks, you know, and a lot of the people that were involved in these things have been reconditioned, let's say, by the Emporium, and so naturally they have to go back and remove these things. But it's insane. Yeah, and the Emporium to this day still shit talks and makes fun of Vipes in their server. Like as recent as this year, they still make fun of this poor fucking guy. It's actually fun. And these guys to this day still schizo post on 4chan about this guy. And Drew and Metabolic, to this day, continue to get items accepted into Team Fortress 2. As recent as last year, they're still getting content put in the game. It's fucking insane.
Ridiculous. It pisses me off so much, dude.
It's fucking, and what makes matters worse is they out and said, oh no, we banned them from the Emporium. Nope, their accounts are still there. Their fucking accounts are still in the Emporium. It's fucking crazy. And they bring them back because they're guys that consistently get content accepted into the game. And therefore, they're valuable to have around because if you can latch onto their coattails, that increases the chances of getting your work accepted. And that's why
that's exactly what Roblox did do with all the predators that I've talked about on my channel. Other people, they would just keep them around. They made money.
They keep them around because they make the money. And if you can work with these guys because their content's basically guaranteed to get accepted because Valve always goes back and accepts content from the same people, guess what? Valuable to keep them around no matter what awful things they do. Even if they break the fucking law, which they did, nah, fuck it. They make us money, so we keep them around. It's insanity. It's insanity. And this just scratches the surface of the shit that gets up that these people get up to. Like, I want to give like a little flavor of this stuff on stream, but I'm afraid of saying too much because they're gonna really batten down the hatches if I say what I know about Drew Metabolic and a certain female individual they hang around. A lot of interesting things happening in these spaces.
Like,
your video is going to be fucking amazing. I'm excited for that.
It's so much.
The other stealing
it's
shit. It makes
so
no
much
fucking sense to me. My thing is, even if Vipes did steal this idea, which I don't think they did at all for the record, is what they're about to go through remotely worth it? Over the next few months, things begin spiraling out of control, with Drew and Metabolic running a targeted harassment campaign using Reddit alt accounts to make Vipes' life a living hell.
These guys are genuinely fucking insane. These guys are genuinely fucking insane.
Started getting in on this, and we're basically
like, it's no exaggeration when people say TF2 Mafia. Like, they kind of behave like one.
Losing their collective minds on every public forum imaginable, trying to turn public opinion against Vipes. Eventually, some hat that the Emporium was making that was basically some ripoff of a hat from JoJo had these little pieces right here removed upon being.
They were angry with him because they accused him of stealing concepts, which didn't happen. They just had this bizarre schizo fixation on this guy and wanted to ruin his life, largely because they do it for fun. They have a Discord group and they all hang out and they just do this shit for fun.
Internet sociopathy.
Yep.
Being added to the game. Somehow, Drew was convinced that this was Vipes' doing and proceeded to go absolutely ape shit on Reddit about all of this on another fucking alt account.
And again, they still post on 4chan about this shit to this day. They still do it. It's insane.
This somehow convinced the broader TF2 community that Vipes was some kind of evil mastermind, with some people in the community deciding to take matters into their own hands and be badass vigilantes by sending Vipes death threats and doxing them and making them homeless for a few months.
Yeah, so something that came into that, I believe what actually happened is that his personal information got leaked out, which led for his identity being stolen and his bank accounts drained, which then led him to be homeless for like a week or two because he couldn't pay rent.
Oh, dude, and like, look, if this was like over some like serious shit, like we're talking like tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars, I'd be like, look, it's terrible, but it's like the mafia, you know, like or like the cartels. You'd wrong the cartel or do some shit. Yeah, it sucks that the cartel has guns to come kill you, but like it's not a surprise. This is fucking TF2. It's literally a fucking video game.
Well,
like, it's not even that much money.
There's a lot of money to be made, even still, from TF2 items, man. If you get like one item, if you're okay, so one item accepted into Team Fortress 2, depending on the popularity of the crate, makes in the ballpark of like $10,000 roughly in the opening months of the case's release, and it tapers off over a period of time because it's an exponential decay of people opening the cases. So like in about a year's time, you're making, you know, tens of thousands on one item, and if you're getting multiple items accepted into the game each year, that's a livable amount of money, especially if you live in a country where the US dollar goes a lot further, right? So
that is true.
You have a lot of people that are non-American making items for TF2 because in their countries of residence, that's like living a life of luxury because of the money they're making, right? And so it's very, very competitive, super, super competitive. And as a result, you get insane cracked out shit like this.
It's like there's other situations that are like similarly or more even like important than these, like money making for some people, but like you never see this type of shit. It's because people have common decency and like are willing to like work things out, or at the very least go through professional channels to work things out and not just fucking schizo crack out like this.
Yeah, and because there are no official channels other than dumping things on the community workshop, then having Valve pick them, it's very easy to set up some kind of control over like the pipeline of creation. And like, and this is why I often sometimes say soft monopoly, because It's not like, and because the people inside the Emporium maintain, well, they don't have to come here. We don't actually control anyone, but they absolutely gatekeep resources, information, connections with people that would absolutely maximize the chances of content getting accepted into the game. If you don't go through the Emporium, your chances of having content accepted go way down. And so, as is shown by their history and track record, if you avoid their set up official channels and find some success and get your content accepted or make good content, they will go out of their way to make your life hell. They'll downvote your content, they'll harass you and do all manner of other shit because you're not playing their game. They want their slice of the pie.
Yep. I actually had this in the original script, but I cut it out because I didn't deem it fully necessary for like a survey of the community like this.
Yeah.
But I basically made an analogy between Valve and the consumers, where it's like, yeah, sure. If we want to exclude the fact that they're like harassing people or whatever, we can talk about, okay, well, Valve, they don't have to like force people. Valve doesn't have to choose the Emporium, like but they choose to because they make good shit. Well, I'm like, okay, so let's use Temu as an example. Temu deliberately undercuts foreign competitors to make money even at a loss. And the whole thing is that, okay, yeah, but just because, like, let's say I want to buy a phone case. Just because a phone case from Temu is cheaper than a phone case from, like, the phone case store up the street owned by Uncle Bob, who, like, everybody in the community knows, does that mean you're always going to buy your phone case from Temu? Or is there a reason to go support your local community? It's not that black and white. Just because something's cheaper doesn't mean that you're just going to go get the cheaper thing. There's other things involving that. And Valve's a great example of that, where Valve is the consumer, but they're just choosing the cheapest, easiest thing, and that's inexcusable. Because there are plenty of very talented individual creators that could make amazing or do make amazing things that Valve will just ignore because they're fucking lazy.
Well, it's because they're lazy, and it's in their best interest to keep accepting content from the same people because they know that content is going to work plug and play. They're not going to have to do any extra work.
Yep.
All these people are already on the payroll, so it's fewer people to manage, and so it's in their best interest to keep accepting content from those same people because, as you said, they're lazy. It reduces the amount of work they have to do to maximize the dollars.
Yep, exactly.
It's immense bullshit. Emporium will return in Avengers Doomsday. Oh, God. Yeah, I did. I think I watched Vipes' video on stream. I'm pretty sure I did. It was quite a while ago. If not, I should probably do that. I think I did. Okay, continue.
All of this over a fucking TF2 hat. And both of these guys are still active creators in the community.
Yep.
They fucking worked on this shitty-ass map, which we'll get to later. Like, how is that even okay? This type of shit boils my blood, man. This chronically online...
And Valve will do nothing about it until it blows up in their face. Until it becomes a PR problem for them, Valve will just continue to let this shit happen.
Just like Roblox.
Yep. Valve is just not that much better than any other game company, sorry.
And the big difference, too, is that Valve is a private company. They can just do whatever the fuck they want. They don't have to worry about outside investors, so they're even less accountable than fucking Roblox.
Yep, exactly. It's even worse.
Find petty bullshit that spirals so far out of control when literally none of this would have happened if Drew and Metabolic had anything going on in real life to check their flagging egos. This situation, I think, showcases better than any other we've talked about during this video how absolutely infested TF2 is with this kind of toxic behavior. Someone doesn't like you? Doxed. You say the game needs fixing in a critical yet fair way? Harassed. Doxed. You speak up about people lying, saying you stole their idea? Doxed and made homeless for a few months. Again, if you want to hear more stories about how the Emporium is genuinely filled with and run by some of the most narcissistic people I've ever seen from a major community, especially one that has been trusted for a decade by the developers of the fucking game, go check out Big Boy Games' video on it. Unfortunately,
and also Vibes.
This is not the only time members of the Emporium have gotten up to shenanigans like this. Other creators have been given similar treatment for
so the stories from these two have largely been scrubbed and can only be found on Wayback Machine now.
Wanting to put up with the Emporium's bullshit or trying to call them out for it. As I mentioned in my little rant earlier, all of the—
Bro, did you do this in one take? Your voice is getting
I did
tired.
not. Okay, everybody's commenting this. I'm going to tell you what happened.
What?
So every part was like voiced about like a week or so apart. But what had happened for this part, which is voiced around the same time as the last part, I had been doing this like dipping trucker voice for like a bunch, just like fucking around with friends.
Okay.
And I got way too into it, and it fucked up my voice for like a week straight, and it wasn't getting better fast enough. So I'm like, fuck it, people will still be able to hear me anyways.
That's
and I just
awesome.
In hindsight, I shouldn't have done that. I should have just waited.
But dude,
literally, because I was just doing this voice the whole fucking time.
Doing his voice, brother. Hulkamania, brother.
Yeah, I was just doing that too. I was like out bowling a bunch, and I was like fucking drinking a bunch of beer, just talking like this the whole time. Next morning, I woke up, I could barely speak, and I waited like 3 days, and I was like,
Fuck it. I'm just gonna voice it. I don't care.
It's fucking awesome. I love it.
This has been going on for such a long time, nearly a decade at this point, and the perpetrators of these attacks are still very much active in the Emporium. To me, the purest admission of guilt is that the Emporium regularly covers up these events and
yeah, it's you know, and they still here make fun of Vipes to this day. Still make fun of the fucking guy.
actively scrubs messages that
Yeah, and the Emporium has a lot of logs that are hidden away in channels and other crazy shit. So what was this one about? Full story, no includes right quote. Either way, nobody should have been a victim of mid-injury stuff. What they did, and it's like they acknowledge that this is bad. Also, Bonk here, also having to deal with toxic stuff, has long since rescinded what he said because he's been reconditioned amongst other people. So
incriminate their members. As shown in Big Boy Games' video, this has been proven to happen multiple times.
So this one's not in context with the drama. Do you know what this is?
I don't, and I apologize if that was out of context. It was hard for me to kind of find a lot of this information.
This is even crazier. So this quote, Neodemont is one of the OGs, one of the first people to have community-made content accepted into the game, and they've been here like the longest. This is a quote of them saying that if push comes to shove, he would step up and try to take the life of the U.S. president.
Oh my god!
He's also not even American.
What the fuck, bro? That fucking reminds me, dude. I was in Geneva like a few months ago, and I was at a bar with some of my friends, and this like Egyptian Swiss kid comes up and he's like, "Yo, you guys from America?" And we're like, "Yeah, what's up?" And he goes, "Oh my god, you should stop talking to us to unalive the president." And we looked at him. I was like, "What the? You live in the most peaceful country on earth, and you live in a country that has been rocked, or you were born in a country that's been rocked by political violence caused by us, and you're telling us to start our own political violence? Like, it's just ridiculous, man."
There's a lot of insane people. Also, this is the scammer, by the way. The person replying, this is the person I just showed a moment ago. This is the scammer.
Dude, what a wonderful bunch of people, bro.
Oh, it's a fucking Brady bunch of people. It's a great time. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Members also ruthlessly defend each other in spite of some of the overwhelming evidence against people like Drew and Metabolic literally committing crimes against people who haven't even done anything wrong. At a certain point, it shifts from gross incompetence to outright malice on the Emporium's part. Anyways, let's move on to something so much worse than this. The Emporium, well, their members have something to live for. Now take that talent and throw it down the drain and crank up this closed-minded and toxic environment to levels I don't think has ever been seen in a game before. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the
Nice shot, fine shot, nice shot, fine shot, nice shot.
Yeah, interestingly, you took a risk even mentioning these guys in a video because they're fucking insane. Like, you think Emporium people are insane? Like you just said, these guys are fucking lunatics. Genuinely.
Dude, yeah. No, after this part, I have a story I can share of one of these guys that I have B-roll from him, but I didn't feature him. Dude, I can just describe the shit he was talking about in chat, and
all right,
this was years ago, so I'm comfortable talking about it, but dude, it's insane.
Okay.
Bots in TF2 have two different definitions. On the one hand, it's these guys. You shoot them, fire rockets at them, set them on fire, zap them, air blast them into death pits, etc. At the end of all that, you have a tiny chance of receiving a weapon with a golden skin on it. Side note, do not hurt or kill my sweet, sweet summer child, Sir Nukes-a-Lot. He is precious and should be allowed to have fun shooting his bombs around during his tragically short time on this earth.
I feel so bad for Sir Nukes-a-Lot.
The least threatening MVM boss, man.
I love him, dude. Every time we play on the map and I'd see him, I'd be like, yes! I love him so much, dude, because he just is like the worst fucking bot.
He does like a fucking teddy bear.
30 seconds. It's so sad. I love him so much, dude. And like all his bombs just being nukes is just so awesome.
I know. And like one time I was playing with some friends, we got so bored. We someone equipped a scorch shot to see if they could bounce him into the pit.
Oh, poor guy.
It was really funny.
Poor guy. Knock that off, bro. You're starting to piss me off already. All right, leave him alone.
I want
pick up someone your own size,
dude. I want MVM bosses that are actually terrifying and not just giant crit heavies.
Dude, hopefully with the mythical MVM update, we'll get some of that. That'd be cool.
Oh man, I hope so.
On the other hand, you have the absolute bane of every TF2 player's existence on and off for like 7 years straight from 2017 until 2024. These fuckers ran rampant on Valve-owned TF2 servers, aka the ones with zero community moderation, which we touched on earlier. All of this was going on while Valve did absolutely nothing. And by absolutely nothing, I mean actively making the game worse with short-sighted band-aid fixes, like banning free-to-plays from talking. I wonder where I've heard that tactic before.
So
Anyways,
fucking
this
insane.
period of time left a deep...
And like, let me remind everyone again, I know I've said this multiple times, Valve was perfectly content on doing fucking nothing about the bots, and they were doing nothing about the bots the entire time until the contractor approached them, Joshi, and asked if he could work on the problem. That is the only reason why bots got fixed. Not save TF2, not fix TF2. The only reason why that shit happened in the first place is because the contractor asked them. And if that contractor wasn't there, if that contractor wasn't involved at Valve, the bots would still be here.
Dude, Joshi needs a fucking statue on the main menu too, bro. Give that guy something.
Massive respect to Joshi to doing that shit, man. Because Valve was just not doing fucking anything. I mean, he's a paid contractor. He's a paid contractor, but I don't know if he got paid specifically to deal with the bot issue. I don't think so. But it's pretty bad when you have not even a Valve employee, but a fucking contractor cleaning up Valve's mess. And that just shows where Valve's priorities are. If the item servers are fine, everything's okay. The game's still making money, but if the game servers are fucked, well, people can still connect. It's okay, so long as they're not being crashed by bots as well. Yeah, pretty fucking bad. Which is why Valve was able to put out that tweet saying, "Don't worry, TF2 community, we hear you," because they were already working on the problem. Well, Joshi was. So it's pretty bad. Just this should again be a permanent stain on Valve's reputation. This should never ever let them live this shit down. It is pathetic.
I heard from someone pretty familiar. They used to run bots like back before as a thing. Like they would run like bots while they were playing themselves, like lobbies, something like that. Basically, his theory as to what they did is that they basically log if an account is kicked too many times, and then they basically gets put into a database, and then they can basically see watch their behavior, and then just carte blanche ban every account associated with anything linked to any other account. If the same client was logged on a different account, so just fucking ban everything.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they did.
It's still technically treadmill work, but it's like really effective treadmill work. So it takes much less energy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they did, but whatever solution they implemented is pretty pervasive because even bots that are made like within 24 hours, a lot of them get banned. So it's pretty effective. I don't know what they did, but it's working still mostly, thank God. Like bots still appear sometimes in casual mode, but they don't last more than a day or two and they get banned.
Yep.
Scar on the game's community, spurring a new wave of independently owned community servers such as Uncletopia
to help stop
the onslaught of bots.
Fucking snorting spy bots.
Like the East Coast of the US, where I normally play, bots were an issue, sure, but you could often find games that weren't infested because so many people were just playing in that part of the world. However, in less populated regions like Oceania,
you just could not play the game.
No, this place right here. Bots were a much larger problem. But instead of talking about how horrible everything was with no context like I'm a shorts creator, let me give y'all a brief timeline of events that transpired throughout the TF2 bot crisis. Keep in mind, I'm getting a lot of this information from mongrel_TF's video on the timeline of the bot crisis, so go check out their channel for a more complete picture of everything. Remember that whole shitty meet your match update and the total destruction of independent community servers because of Valve's casual system? This was pretty much the prerequisite for the TF2 bot crisis. Like yeah, there's always been cheaters on TF2, and bot style hacks where a player would have bot medics or other classes follow them around and heal them all the time, and those were already being experimented with well before 2017. But in that fateful year, a new challenger entered the scene, Cathook. Long story short, it was a publicly available script that anyone could download from GitHub and run on their computer.
That is the most insane thing. All of this was publicly available. Valve could have stepped in and nuked these guys from fucking orbit whenever they wanted to, and they just didn't. It's
because
not
it started. Good.
I was gonna say it's not like Valve wasn't unaware of these guys. It's not like Valve didn't know these things existed. You know, they just didn't do anything.
Yeah, and it's funny because that's why I bring this up later, that it's basically a bunch of like script kiddies, because at the beginning, when like 2017, the knowledge of like usage of GitHub and all of those things were much less pervasive than they are now. There's less tutorials and shit where you could find them, but they were more so restricted to like smaller circles. But dude, once the actual like regular kind of like the more modern aimbot sort of stuff came out, they were like, it was just basically like fucking idiots. Like people who literally are like dungeon dwellers would be fucking doing this shit because it was so easy.
Oh yeah.
As long as they had a computer that was strong enough to run or powerful enough to run like a Linux virtual machine, they could just do whatever the fuck they wanted.
People were running bots on Raspberry Pis. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Like
that's the problem. Is it got so democratized. And that's like where it kind of differs from many other games, is that usually they kind of lie in sort of a like a separate sort of group or a more closed off, gate kept sort of community. But this was so public, and it just got out of control after that because it was just really easy to fucking do. And everybody who just wanted to say something or do or run bots or whatever would just fucking do it.
Yep, and it resulted in like all the different forks and shit, which I'm sure you get to in a moment. So yep.
Since it was Linux-based, later on they figured out how to run these bots via a command prompt version of TF2 inside of a virtual machine, which is currently online computer science major speak for open a fake computer inside of your computer and use this black box with scary white text that has a lot of slashes and colons in it to make aimbot guys run around the map and kill you. Through 2020, this problem began to peak, and for a few years after as well. There were bots of pretty much every type. Obviously there were sniper bots, but over my time playing during the bot crisis, I encountered scout bots, engineer bots, medic bots, and even gun spy bots.
And don't forget crash bots using crash exploits, just crashing official Valve servers, making official Valve servers fucking unplayable for years. And again, Valve did nothing. They didn't do shit.
Oh dear.
The server network at the time, and the bot hosters, who we'll get to in a minute, were absolutely dominating the community. Some would even DDoS servers, target streamers, and YouTube.
And then Reddit's genius idea is let's draw porn of the guy. Let's give him more attention.
Well, I mean, you think that's probably going to make him embarrassed because the people who run bots are not chronically online or anything like that, but it's going to work. This will work great.
Yeah, absolutely. They're totally well-rounded, socialized, and reasonable people where these kinds of things would upset them. Oh, yeah, it would totally work.
They're drawing porn of me. I can't keep doing this. I'm shutting the bots down. Come on, dude.
Oh, no, I can't handle it. Oh, I'm scared now. I don't want to go anymore.
This is indubitably the most horrendous breach of conduct I've ever witnessed from the bot community. I'm going to step back now. Thank you very much. Like, come on.
You've scared me off. You've terrified me.
And genuinely make anyone who ever
so
logged them
fucking
have an
stupid.
utterly miserable experience on the game. It wasn't until grassroots movements such as Save TF2 in 2022 that a lot of external attention was finally brought to the matter. Valve made some minor fixes, left for 2 years, and the problem of course came back. It wasn't until after another movement, Fix TF2, that Valve actually acted on the needs of the community, because 7 years is the right amount of time to wait for help, I've been told. Speaking of which, can someone help me with my pre-calc homework? Like, what the fuck even are limits?
And even though I'm sure you know this, it was 10 years because bot lobbies started appearing literally the same week when Meet Your Match dropped. Like, there's video evidence of this when bot lobbies were
I've been shown immediately. Someone showed me that, and it kind of surprised me. I forgot about that when I was making the video, but I do remember that it was like literally the day of. It might have been your video, actually. I don't know if you talked about it.
It was. I did my 4-hour-long video, and
that's probably yep.
Yeah, and the problem just gradually got worse from there, and Valve just didn't do shit, just did nothing, just fuck.
I don't even get that. Anyways, after this, the bots, who, while still appearing from time to time, have been absolutely decimated in the modern era.
Let's rewind here. This is something I want to point out again because I mentioned this on my podcast.
I don't even get that. Anyways, after this, the bots.
This image right here perfectly encapsulates what the fuck was wrong with the TF2 community at the time of like peak bot crisis, where all Valve was willing to do was like, okay, yeah, we'll put this statue of Rick May, statue of soldier, like to acknowledge Rick May's passing, put this in the game. And everyone was like singing the praises of this, like, oh my God, Valve is acknowledging one of the voice actors. It's such a sweet thing. And then at the exact same time, you could not play the fucking game. All of the servers were inundated with bots and being crashed, right? Like these two things were happening at the exact same fucking time. And like people were heralding Valve for doing this all the while you could not get into a fucking game that didn't have bots in it.
Dude, it's funny too that if this was like 10 years ago, like if he died like in 2010 or 2011 when Valve cared, they would have probably done like a whole fucking update. They would have like went carte blanche, bro. They would have done everything for this guy. And the most they gave him was a fucking statue. Everybody's like, hooray, you get a statue. There's new music.
And moreover, like bots were saying Rick May is a pedophile. Like that was all happening at the same time. And that still was not enough to have something that resembled a movement kick off. Like that still was not enough. People just remained complacent and just kept stomaching this shit for like 2 more years. What the fuck is wrong with the people that play this game? Yeah, it's maddening.
Who, while still appearing from time to time, have been absolutely decimated in the modern era. Bot hosters were having all of their bots and their main accounts permanently banned, and their sweet, sweet tears were cherished by the
Oh, it was so
community.
fun watching these guys
Since
melt
then,
down.
there haven't been a ton of issues. You might be, again, upset with me for not talking about the scary, evil people behind these bots. The dangerous, intimidating, oh so very bad souls that ran these networks. Well, it might not surprise you that these people weren't exactly the most fun or chill bunch. For years, the TF2 botting community has shown 2 sides, which I'll call the quote neo-Nazi LARPers who groom kids and quote dark woke / sometimes also racist chronically online trans girl furries who also groom kids. And no, I don't mean a politically charged version of grooming kids. I mean literally grooming and extorting children. Isn't humanity amazing, you guys? I love being alive. Anyways, this community wasn't some organized nefarious group or anything, but rather it was a lot of individuals with different backgrounds and motivations all dedicated to doing one thing. Wasting their Tuesday afternoons alone in their room, the same one they've lived in since 2014.
Dude, have you seen some of the pictures?
Of the bot hoster rooms?
Yeah.
I have not.
Oh, dude, I got sent to, there's one picture that was sent to me of a dude running bots on a laptop on like a crumb-filled toaster and trash surrounding his desk.
Dude, that reminds me of this fucking video. So the equivalent in like Roblox, which if you guys are aware of that at all, is like the condo community and shit, where they like have like Roblox sex games pretty much. There's a video that was sent to me years ago before it was like public, and it's like a video of this guy on Discord talking to somebody with his face cam on saying, "I'm a goddamn functioning member of the goddamn condo community." And then his dad standing by him with a belt, and his dad goes, "Anybody that shows your dick online has got something wrong with him." About to beat his son because his son was fucking running these networks, dude.
Oh my god, that's insane.
It was one of the greatest videos ever fucking posted.
Dude, send that shit to me. I have to see it. That sounds so
I will,
fucking funny.
while we're watching, I'll find it real quick because it's fucking hilarious. I might just have it like, I have it right here actually. I'll send it to you on Discord.
Oh fuck yeah, man.
It is, dude. It is so funny.
Hold on, I have to download it. 1 sec. Can I show this on stream, or is it gonna have like?
Yeah. It's safe for work.
There's no cock and balls. Okay, we're good.
No. Unless there's like a frame it pops up that I missed or something like that. No, it's
right.
fine.
Look, my dad's literally gonna fucking belt me because of your bullshit.
That's insane. Oh my god.
I don't have problems. I'm a fully functioning member of the goddamn condo community.
And his dad's gonna beat his ass.
On the internet, it's a problem.
And his dad's gonna beat his ass. Yes, fully functioning member of society, and his dad's gonna beat his ass. Holy dude. I don't know that much about the Roblox scene and the crazy shit they get up to, but it seems like TF2 doesn't even hold a candle to the insanity.
It does not at all.
Doesn't even hold a candle.
There are Roblox groups that groom kids into shooting up schools.
That's what? Really?
Yeah. It's happened. One of the kids I think that shot up a school recently was in like that neo-Nazi like 764 Discord group, but was like having like Roblox school shooting games and shit. And they have like a little group there.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, dude. It's so bad. It is like TF2 doesn't hold a candle to it, but it would if it was a platform like Roblox.
Yeah. God. And to think people want TF2 to be more like Roblox or Fortnite with additional platforms for more games.
Oh my god, dude, it's so bad. It is actually like, it's just miserable.
Fuck. God. Okay, quick piss break again.
Yeah, me too.
Yep, quick piss break. We'll be right back. Okay. Oh, much better. We can continue. Are you there?
I am now, yes.
All right, awesome, fantastic. Okay. Oh, I'm excited about this last section because there's some other things I want to like cover more. We'll keep going.
Pumping the game full of bots. An example of the variety of their motivations basically range from, I hate this game and want to see it burn, to, I want to make people mad and get attention. All the way back around the horseshoe to, I want Valve to pay attention to the game, so I'm going to run bots and see it burn. Naturally, people with worldviews like this often aren't the nicest individuals, so let's dive into some of the things they've done to make themselves notorious beyond just running a free bot software in their computers. A great place to start is the story of Mega Scatterbomb. He's basically the antithesis of bot hosters. Actually smart, knows what he's doing, isn't a neat, wants to see the game thrive in its twilight years, and has the best interests of the community at heart. Throughout the era between #SaveTF2 and #FixTF2, aka when Valve was sitting around just doing fuck all, Mega Scatterbomb, who I'll just refer to as Mega from now on, was devising a solution for TF2 players that would help kill the bot problem from the ground up. Essentially, he was working on cataloging the entire bot network in order to create a program users could run that would auto-kick any registered bots who joined a game. It's a grassroots, individually owned anti-cheat, and it's a genuinely inventive, if flawed, solution to a problem that the people at the top refuse to fix. Of course, to no one's surprise, the bot hosters weren't very happy about this.
TF2's community has developed better anti-cheat than Valve has for TF2.
It's ridiculous.
Like I run Steph's anti-cheat. I run Steph's anti-cheat on my server, which is another anti-cheat that actually like you can use as a plugin for your servers, and that works.
I didn't even know that was possible.
Yeah, and that works better than back. Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah, it's insane.
Naturally, as is always the case with people such as these, they, say it with me, harassed, doxed, extorted, and swatted him. How did they slander him, you might ask? They created fake screenshots trying to frame him as a pedophile, faked accounts claiming to be his ex-girlfriend, who then spread more fake shit about him, and used AI voice models to clone his voice in order to have bots say slurs on voice chat in-game.
He could drink my medicine of evil, or he could release the massive fart, blow in her face until Wendy melted, or...
He had his website in TF...
It's funny because you can still hear, like a lot of like the default AI voice in there too.
I was thinking the same thing. It sounds like Microsoft Dave or whatever.
Yeah, you still hear like the default voice in there. It's like got like a light flavor of a Kiwi accent, which is really funny.
Server regularly DDoSed, some of the attacks being genuinely massive. Someone also called in a fucking bomb threat to Mega's university, claiming to be him,
he told me
causing
about
a
that.
visit from the police.
Fucking insane.
This type of behavior was not uncommon for bot hosters. This happened to a variety of other TF2 YouTubers, such as Spiky Mikey, who had the whole bots and AI voice routine run on him too. All of this because a bunch of calm community skids who want to LARP as real.
Yeah, I think at one point in time, pretty much every YouTuber had like a wave of bots named after them because you know, just for trolling people.
I definitely remember more than just Mega and Spiky Mikey. There was definitely a bunch of others I can't remember right now. But yeah,
they did me. I think they did Wheezy as well. They did Vidi Vine Sauce was one they did as well. They're Vine Sauce bots for a while. Yeah, fucking insane.
Hackers were gonna have their not really that fun ruined by someone actually intelligent. Some of these bots were also trying to cause even more chaos by inviting people to follow a link for child abuse material in public chat. All of these things combined to make the bot crisis era one of the most tumultuous and genuine.
And let's not forget paying for bot immunity, which didn't work.
Yeah,
they just took your money.
Complete scam. Yeah.
I wonder how many people actually fell for that. A lot, probably.
Probably just, probably shocking him out.
A lot of dumb kids, I'm sure.
The embarrassing times of any game's life cycle ever. The only game that rivals this is the original Titanfall, which also has the acronym TF.
Yeah, they had some serious shit.
Who has been experiencing a similar crisis for similarly bullshit reasons, such as retribution against the devs for abandoning the game. The fact that Valve let this go on for as long as it did is genuinely baffling, and the scar it has left on the community is undoubtedly huge. While it has settled down,
it is one of the most pathetic displays ever committed by a multi-billion-dollar gaming company. Not only did they continue to let bots persist in this game for almost a decade, but they happily kept taking all the players' money. They were still making tens of millions of dollars a year off of Team Fortress 2, while it was quite literally unfucking playable, and they would have happily let that shit keep going for until today, had there not been a contractor asking them to actually work on this shit. That is a fucking dark, deep stain that should never be forgotten. It's fucking stupid. Also, yeah, and the bot hosters are still around. There's a guy that does a channel called PLR Pipeline where he only queues for Pipeline to show how awful the matchmaking system is because it takes forever to get into a game on that map. He got doxed too by bot hosters, like very recently.
Dude.
Yeah. Stupid.
Down a ton since
2024.
This type of behavior still exists on TF2. Just like privateers turned pirates during the early 18th century, many of these chronically online personalities that gained clout during the bot crisis era have continued this behavior into the modern era, and that's what we're about to explore. What happens when you combine everything we've talked about, from the weird, splintered servers, to the toxically positive community that actively harass content creators, to the competitive community that has no limits on its rage, and to the lack of developer care that allowed things like the Emporium and the botting crisis to get way out of hand? You get the deepest level of hell, involving some of the most disgusting personalities I've ever heard about.
Here's the real fun stuff.
Really quickly, I want to share that story about the bot hosters.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, the background footage that you just saw was actually when I was in game with a bot hoster. And so one of my favorite things to do, this is like family tradition, bro. I just love fucking with people. Not being an asshole, not like trolling. I just like playing a character and just fuck with people.
Okay.
There was a guy, this drunk guy, who, by the way, almost doxed himself, by the way, who was like a bot hoster. He was saying, I think he was saying he lived like 25 miles outside of like Montgomery, Alabama or some shit.
Yeah.
Dude, oh my God. This guy started going on. If you remember from the very beginning of the video, there's that guy that said the N-word like 4 times in a row.
Yep.
And in the very intro, it was this guy.
Oh, okay.
He was saying shit like, I'm gonna mince my words here because it's pretty aggressive shit. He's like, if I ever had a black baby and I had a black wife, I would put the wife in shackles to say so and kill the child.
Jesus
is what he was
Christ.
saying. He was saying basically that African Americans should be returned to living in shackles, and that he would gladly do it himself. I have this entire exchange too. I just didn't want to put all of it in because I'm not trying to make this guy aware that I was in his game. I'd rather talk about it here where it's probably not going to reach. And if you're in chat, what's up, bro? But he was saying all kinds of just psychotic shit, dude. About how he believes that African Americans aren't people, and it's just like it was like an act. But he was like just drunk and slurring his words, and I got him like so fucking mad. He was so fucking pissed off at me the whole game.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, dude. It was fucking insane. That's the second most crazy thing, other than the one clip I showed you of the one guy during the P-ball match. That's a whole different thing. I think I decided I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
But it was there's more that I'm forgetting. He was just so fucking insane.
Yeah, these people are crazy. They're all and many of them are genuinely mentally ill or schizophrenic, medicated, terminally online. Just the worst kinds of people you don't want to be around. They're horrible people.
Oh, whatever.
And I've seen photos of a couple of them. They look exactly what how they think you do. Yeah, they look exactly like how you think they do.
That's awesome. I'm picturing it now.
They're either like that Roblox guy you just saw who's saying he was an integral part of that community, or they're these heavily emaciated, unwashed skeletons.
Yep.
It's exactly what you think
Makes
they look
sense.
like.
Really fucking sad. The death of community around the world, especially in America. I could talk about that forever, but I feel like it's part of the reason too is nobody's got community.
Oh, 100%.
Shame.
Yeah, that's also completely true. And so it births sociopaths.
Yep.
And then they flock together and it all goes to shit.
Yep.
Now for the really fun stuff, the dark stuff. Creepy as fuck.
Would it be a true Fallen Phantoms entry if I didn't talk about pedophiles? TF2 has its fair share of them. I mean, where on the internet doesn't these days? The difference with these people on TF2 is that they operate in a largely child-free space. I mean, yeah, there are still some squeakers that play this game.
Name 5 characters from the Bible now.
There are a lot of children that still play TF2. A lot. It's not like a statistical majority, but there are a lot of kids that play TF2.
My point saying that is that there is an argument to be made that technically kids aren't supposed to be playing it, and I'm kind of just I'm just kind of like prefacing it with that. It's like, yeah, kids still play, but it's different than like my previous videos that have been talking about this,
where it was very child-centric or geared shows or games where it's like probably a definite statistical majority of like minors and children. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
Yep.
God, Jesus.
But this ain't Roblox or the Loud House community or something.
Yeah.
This is what makes the TF2 community's darkest side so interesting. This horrific blend of toxic people with chronically online, egomaniacal personalities lends itself to some of the most
haven't seen those profile pictures in a while.
Involving groomers and pedophiles in the community. So without further ado, let's just jump straight into some examples of groomers in the community that have gotten out of control in the past decade or so. First, let's talk about Mecha Wreck. If you know the name, your face almost immediately turned to a dismal frown. For the super OG Jax
Those
bros,
who remember.
if you remember Alex Fenrir from like 4 years ago, this guy echoes similar vibes of groomer who is as stupid as he is disgusting. To show you how crazy this all is,
Yeah.
let's dive into the evidence surrounding his first victim, who, mind you, was 12 fucking years old. By the way, all of this info is sourced from Darty's expose on Mecharack, so go check that out. for the
Another
full
name
story.
I've not heard in a very long
The
time.
victim, who went by Soup J, started out as simple online friends with Mecharack.
He's actually a friend of a friend, which is funny.
Dude, I also had a friend that was a victim of Mecharack, my friend Aaron.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it goes by R as the Blue Cat Man on he's made some decently big TF2 videos, yeah.
That's insane.
I know, right? And like the craziest part about this shit is that like the evidence is that it's all self-admitted. Like he just like openly said all these things in a Discord call and just admitted to everything, which is fucking insane.
Because he's a fucking idiot.
He is a
this
fucking
guy
idiot.
is a low IQ fucking Cro-Magnon, bro. This guy's an idiot.
Yep. Fucking land a plane on that brow.
Control, you may ask? Because the kid decided to fucking moan on VC for some reason. That's it. Mecha, with his
At the time, Aaron, he was a minor. I don't remember his exact age.
infinite willpower, immediately caved and started texting the victim. He asked, quote, "How old even are you?" With the victim replying with, "Okay, what the fuck? I'm a prepubescent lolly boy who moans in a VC." I'm gonna avoid putting a spotlight on the victim here, but that
this is what makes me so scared about having kids, man, and why I don't want my children using the internet, because you just don't know who they're talking to. You don't know who's going to be manipulating them. You don't know who's going to be grooming them into behaving this way. Like, no 12-year-old, first of all, no one should be speaking this way in general, but especially not a fucking child. Like,
I'm keeping my kid off the internet for a long fucking time.
Yeah,
I think our generation's gonna be good at that. It's like Gen X just didn't know what, and Boomers and Gen X had no fucking idea.
Yeah.
And then you have like fucking like Gen Alpha, whose parents are millennials. Where millennials grew up on the internet when it was like chat rooms and fucking forums and shit, not the fucking like hyper marketed, hyper fucking like monetized and algorithmic internet of today. So they just don't know what the fuck to do with their kids. Versus Gen Z and like younger millennials like grew up with that and have watched the internet get so fucking shit.
We're painfully aware of how bad things are. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and like my my parents didn't know because the internet was still in its infancy when I was an infant, and so when I was born, I had completely unregulated internet access, and thank God I grew up in a time when the internet was far more compartmentalized, and like you didn't have these spaces where everyone was kind of being funneled into the same room, where it would have been inevitable that I would have come across a bad actor that would have done Lord knows what to me.
Yeah,
you know?
I got really fucking lucky too. One of the main things is I'm just not a fan of like online communities in general. I never like involve myself in them.
Yeah.
But on top of that, it's like I did get really lucky because I could just do whatever the fuck I wanted on my computer. My parents had no fucking idea.
Yeah.
And I'm later than you too. I'm a lot younger than you. I was growing up. I was like just before it started getting crazy. Like I remember when YouTube started getting into their current rhythm of everything needs to be ad friendly, everything.
Post apocalypse era, yeah.
Yeah, I was like right before that. I gained sapience right before that. And it was really sad watching it go down. Because like a lot of kids are growing up with it now. Their parents don't know the internet's like that. I remember I made a video on kind of Gen Alpha and all that shit. Yeah. There are literally look up like fucking like kid videos about like fucking like color or shape number videos, whatever. There are ads that YouTube runs that because technically YouTube they're not allowed to serve ads to kids. It's like or track them and all that.
The
exactly
law.
So, but there are ads that YouTube serves that you can click on that take you to external websites with these videos so they can fucking run ads and track kids.
Yep. It's bad.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, it's bad. And then also a lot of the ads they show tend to not be safe for work at all. It's fucked. Thank God I focus on playing mobile games, and also good point. Yeah, like sure, like it's not like I'm not gonna let my child play video games, just not online video games. Offline games, absolutely. They're getting all the old consoles and shit. I'm not letting them touch them.
Oh yeah, I'm making my 4-year-old play Half-Life too.
I was gonna say like I was gonna give them a SNES and have them play Mario, but Half-Life sure, or Portal will be a fun game.
Portal will be great. Yeah, also good for the brain too.
Also some other I saw a video of like two parents playing Peak with their child.
That's dope.
That shit was wholesome. Oh my God, I would do that. I would play Peak with my child.
My thing is like video games. At least you're using your brain versus like just giving them a tablet, dude. I have a specific memory when I was at a nice restaurant with family,
this little kid next to me, bro, was just screaming. He wanted his tablet so fucking bad, and his dad came over, was like, "Hey, buddy, all right, let's stop screaming, okay?" Kid went right back to it, and his parents just gave him a tablet. He was silent for the rest of the night. I'm like, dude, the tablet exploits the kid's reward mechanisms. So you're basically saying, "Oh, congrats on being an asshole. Here's a fucking fun thing for you."
Yeah, they're choosing to not parent their children, and it's gonna fuck them up for a long time.
When I was a kid, bro, yeah, I wasn't the best behaved, but like what I would do is like I would at least like play games. I had like a leapfrog. I like play like educational shit on that was like at least like engaging my brain. You're doing something with it. But these kids are just getting thrown to watch fucking Talking Tom shorts that are like in fucking Russian and they're like 2 minutes long and nothing. It's just a bunch of crazy shit happening on.
Dude,
it's just to satiate them.
I had dial-up, so my internet access was extremely limited. So a lot of my time as a very young child, from like infancy until I was like 8 or 9 years old, I was playing outside, like with like the classic OG metal die-cast monster trucks, of which I have one right here. I was playing with these. I was playing with these in my back garden in the mud. That's what I was doing when I was a kid.
Yeah, no, it sucked. Just like I used to have a friend across the street as like a little kid that I'm still friends with to this day.
Yeah,
but he we'd play out in the street all the time. We'd have fun, and then eventually we all kind of moved away. And ever since then, I grew up in the neighborhood I'm in now. Or at least I kind of really grew up in. There were like no kids in like at all. So I kind of just have like nobody outside of school.
Dude, and that's something else too. It's like and this is kind of going off into like other problems with modern society. But like kids don't play with other kids in person anymore. Like you don't go like kids don't go to like we're gonna go to my friend's house. Like we're gonna go hang out in like the cul-de-sac and play kickball or something or ride our bikes around the culvert or something. Like kids don't play outside anymore. They're all inside. There's no socialization, right? And that's for multiple reasons. One, you know, they're in front of the computer and they want to do that, but also it's more dangerous now than ever before to like let your kids play outside. Like parents are scared to let their kids go out and play. And so naturally they think it's safer to have their child inside and away from Lord knows what kind of creeps are out there and other dangers. But then they're just exposed to the same things online. It's like, it's horrible. I want to go back. Okay, onwards.
That's, wow, okay. Anyways, Mecha comes back with, oof. You made me contemplate something real bad tonight. I will need many drinks after this.
This shit was...
A lot of people...
It's so disgusting, but also it's so cringy. Jesus Christ. It's so cringy reading this shit.
We got problemerinos.
Like, even if this wasn't between an adult and a minor, like, if these were two, like, consenting adults, it's still so cringy. Help me, Jesus. And it was all so forthcoming. All of this was just freely given and put online.
It just gets worse. It just gets worse and worse.
The end result of situations like this, and think predators like Mecha are like manipulative masterminds. I think this behavior and the messages that follow is proof that all it would take is a tiny bit of average luck, and he's instantly outed for being a fucking creep. Most of these people aren't even smart or even masterminding their grooming behavior. Okay, tangent aside, Mecha and the victims' exchanges continue, with the victim saying, "F to your mental health," with Mecha responding, "Would it not be alien for me to get a little aroused from something like that, regardless of who it was from?" Which is a not
just get a pain in your stomach reading that, man. Ugh.
So clever tactic to try and divert attention away from the fact that he knows this is a 12-year-old boy who did this. Mecha continues, saying he will, quote, "send the victim to the Shadow Realm if he does it again because he is a, quote, weak-ass man." He continues saying, quote, "The last thing I need to set off my dark side is someone on Discord moaning like an anime girl," saying he's extremely lustful.
How do these people exist, dude? What?
It's like he's putting lustful in quotation marks too. Like it's fucking like a euphemism.
How are these people fucking real? Like this is a human being, right? This is another barely a human being. But this is another Homo sapien.
Start calling him a homunculus, bro.
Jesus Christ! Like it's been so many years. I forgot how bad this was. Like I genuinely forgot how bad this was, man. Oh my god.
Like I know it was rehashed, like people have talked about this before, but I wanted to put it in just because no story about TF2 Predators is complete without him.
No, yeah, you can't make a video about the extremities of TF2's community without mentioning this at least briefly.
Who may just be seeking attention from a figure they respect or just thinking this is all a joke because, you know, they're 12, plays into this.
And Lord knows how often this is still happening with like other people.
100%.
Right.
Like the thing is, so I'll give this little anecdote here. So the thing that kickstarted my channel was there was a predator who I exposed. And this all started, and most people are smarter than Mecharek, and this is the problem. So this guy's name was Andrew, and he basically was we didn't know this at the time. Actually, I'll go chronologically with you guys. So there was a friend of mine who had tipped me off to another friend of his getting groomed by this guy. He was like an artist, like a furry porn artist on Twitter. And he had like 2,500 followers. I was like, I don't really care. It's like kind of small. I had done stuff like that before, like talked about predators, like publicly kind of exposed them, but like never, I had no real reason to at the time because it's like I didn't have any evidence. It was like a small guy. I usually has to be like a pretty big figure for videos like that to make an impact, or else people are like, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah.
But what happened is I was eventually given the chat logs. I started scrolling and I see this guy says, "Oh, I work on like a goth IHOP game on Roblox." Okay, interesting. I search for it, go to the first one that I find. It's like a group, and I see the owner is this guy named I_I. I go to his account and his display name is Andrew. So I'm like, this can't be him. Control F on the Discord logs. His name's fucking Andrew. I'm like, okay. I start looking through. This guy was like a fucking major developer. Like he had worked on if you guys know in chat, like on Arsenal map.
Some people know.
He had done shit with a couple other games. He was a big member, like a developer of this big group that made like cleaning simulator and shit. He was like a big deal, but he was fucking smart. He was actually smart about it. And he was what I call a power predator. So for those of you in chat, if you want to go to my channel and watch my video on the psychology of child predators, that I got to go over my definition of that. But the point is that he was actually a genuine manipulative mastermind in many ways.
Like an actual, true, genuine, like groomer.
Had he not been a fucking idiot and said his name in this Discord chat log, I would have no clue who the fuck he was. I would have no proof. And there's a lot of people like that who are really fucking smart and careful and will just never ever know that they do these things.
But also, a lot of times, from my experience having a few run-ins with these people, is they get overly confident and they think they can just keep getting away with it, and then they start making mistakes.
I talk about that in my video. They get complacent.
Yeah.
All the power predators like that, they go and they get complacent, they get caught.
Yep. Every time.
But there's got to be some that aren't that way at all, that genuinely understand the gravity of the situation they're getting themselves into, and they just stay OPSEC the fuck up the entire time.
Yep, and those are the ones that are those are the real dangerous ones, because just then they rarely, if ever, get caught.
Yep. Exactly.
Sarcastically saying, "Oh no," with a smirk emoji. Throughout this exchange, Mecharek keeps using sexual euphemisms like he's an evil villain from fucking Lazy Town.
Like, for the record, just to go back to what I said a moment ago about how this 12-year-old's talking, like, this isn't like shaming the victim. How he's speaking is a symptom of his victimization, right? The only reason why he's speaking that way is because he was a victim of grooming, and it led him to behave this way, right? And it's so fucked up and disgusting.
Instead of tricking people into eating junk food or something, Mecha's using his euphemistic skills to groom minors on Discord. What a waste of talent. Continuing on, Mecha reveals that he cranks his crits up to 4 times a day for hours at a time.
That would be porn addiction, which is very common amongst these types.
Yep.
Like, I don't even know what to say, dude. Another notable victim is a 15-year-old boy who drew NSFW art on the side to make money. Wow, this is just an all-around horrible
happens all the time online too, dude. So many like minors drawing things they should not be drawing.
Situation, isn't it? Jesus. You know, I think shit like this speaks to how batshit crazy the TF2 community is in its darkest circles. Anyways, naturally, Mecha decides to solicit this kid for NSFW artwork in exchange for TF2 items. This apparently caused him to message the victim saying, saying, "Mimi wrecked like a dispenser machine from Squad Citadel II, but nonetheless, Mimi hardboy now." Shut the fuck! Wow.
I am glad this guy is gone. Holy shit.
But he kind of slipped into the shadows, though. He could still be doing the shit right now. We just never know.
Oh, yeah, 100%. He could still absolutely be active elsewhere, 100%. Also, someone just said my dark side told me to say 6'7". Please never type in my chat again.
Ban them right now. Get them out.
No, I can't do that.
Mods, do your thing. Moderators, do your thing.
I can't do that. They're a nice person. It's okay. I'll let it slide.
One time pass. You're going on the list, though.
They're on there. We'll put them on the bottom of the shit list. But the fact he's probably still out there, because I think, if I recall, they did try to take legal action against this guy, but I don't know if that amounted to anything. He's probably still out there.
Dude, out of all the predators that I've been involved with, like catching or like actually back in the day, I don't do this as much anymore because most of the time it's just like it's a lot of times kind of nothing but he's like, "Oh, can you talk about this guy that's already been exposed?" And I'm not going to try to like pile on when he's already, it's just not worth my time. But there was I've gotten one guy arrested, and it was the only reason why was because he's a fucking idiot. Another guy like this, where he groomed somebody that I actually knew, and
Oh,
had like
shit.
a relation, like a close relationship with at one point.
God.
And he lived in fucking Mississippi, bro. And I was talking to him, and he was like, I revealed everything, and he's like, I'll delete all my shit. I just don't want to delete my Twitch. And I'm like, dude, if you want to fucking keep going, I'm gonna bring the law down on you. And he's like, oh, okay, all right. So we started streaming. It was like, we're just not gonna talk about it anymore. So I fucking made a second video, got all the fucking shit out there, and I talked to him on Discord, got him to on call. I have the audio on my old hard drive. On call, admit to his mom that he was a pedophile. And his mom, the first thing he said was, because she's a fucking Marlboro smoking hick from Mississippi, was like, well, what are we gonna do about that? And she was trying to defend him and shit. And she's always done this. I had people from his high school commenting in my comment section being like, dude, he was fucking bragging about dating a 6th grader as a freshman in high school. And like, he would fucking touch girls. And every time that he'd get in trouble and be threatened to be expelled, his mom would come in and defend him and say they were going to sue them. So what happened was I was talking to his mom on Facebook. His mom doesn't know it was me. And she was, basically like saying, you know, oh, it's legal because the victim was 16. Oh, well, the age of consent in North Carolina is 16. And my son, you know, from Mississippi, it's technically like, it's also the same thing. So it's technically legal, even though we crossed state lines. It was an internet thing. So it falls under federal law. And she was like, I'm going to sue you if you keep coming after me like this. I'm like, okay, cool. Called up his local sheriff's department. And they were like, okay, thanks for all this information. We had his address and everything. They sent him over there. And I guarantee you what happened was they knocked on his door and said, hey, are you so-and-so? And he was like, yes. And they're like, did you do this? And he's like, I did it. I'm so sorry. Because he was going to turn himself in. And his mom convinced him that it wasn't illegal. So he just decided to get mad at me and say that I'm going to go to the law about you. So that's what I told him. I was like, I'm bringing everything down on you. And basically, all he probably had to do was say, do you have a warrant? Oh, no, we don't. Sorry, sir. And he's like, okay, bye. Nothing would have happened. But he's such a fucking idiot that he... Well, I'm glad he didn't know his rights.
One less to deal with in
Yeah,
society.
I'm glad he didn't know his rights because he's been in prison for 5 years.
Good.
He actually gets out next year, but he's been in prison for 5 years.
Well, good work, man.
And yeah, they
Seriously.
actually brought the book down, and he was talking in jail to somebody while he was like awaiting sentencing, and he was like emailing them saying, "I know I'm not a pedophile. I know I'm not. I didn't do anything wrong." Which why I'm worried he's gonna come out of jail and come kill me. But
should have added 2 zeros to that sentence. They should.
Dude, yeah,
These people
yeah,
should
and he had
not
done
be
this a
allowed
lot
to
with
see the
other
light
people,
of
but
day.
there was only one. This was the only case that he actually been I think tried for. I'm hoping he got tried in North Carolina for it. So he'll have to go serve a sentence there too. Who knows?
Hopefully.
I doubt it.
Yeah, in Texas, we put you down, which is, in my opinion, the best solution.
Yeah, the only concern about that is like execution, capital murder. It kind of goes, oh well, if someone's going to speak about it, I might as well kill him too because I'm going to get the same punishment. That's my only concern with that. Sometimes,
Yeah.
I think just putting him away to rot and like Gen Pop for like 90 years is going to be.
No,
funny.
I don't want my tax dollars paying for that shit.
That's true. That's a valid reason too.
Yeah,
I get that.
I don't want my tax dollars feeding these animals. I would rather just
That is
execute
valid.
them. That's
Yeah,
my
put him in a
stance.
private prison. Put him in a private prison.
Put him in a nice, dark private prison where the conditions are even worse. I like that.
Yeah,
idea.
Jeff Bezos and all the AI money can pay for it.
I like that idea.
Yeah, put them in an AI data center. Make them work in an AI data center like all the like the Lego characters from the end of the Lego movie were all like strapped up to the idea machines.
Oh my
Put them in that
God.
shit.
Fucking hell. Good work, dude.
Thank you.
Oh.
Effortless
cringe
poetry from a
continues.
true artist of the modern era. He then naturally asked the victim to send nude images of himself, with the victim fortunately declining. Mecha ends up relenting on his request, but tries to make himself seem small and pitiful by saying, quote, I am but a depraved person looking to relieve himself of an addiction. Eventually, the victim just dipped from a bunch of servers and disappeared, causing the previous victim to confront Mecha, only for him to hide behind the classic excuse of, oh, I wasn't actually serious. He continues to ramble, defending his actions and coming up with ways to claim that none of it was serious and that if he were serious, he would have been more direct. Sure, buddy, sure. After all of this, one more victim came forward sharing their ridiculous conversation with Mecha. To save you the details, because it's honestly more of the same, Mecha continues talking like a baby, saying, quote, me got problemerinos. He continues talking about how he's still breaking this quiz and how it takes him too long and how it can go on for hours and how it's been only 3 hours. He then decides to tell us it can take up to 7 hours on some days, following by
Glad
saying,
he's gone.
quote, I ain't a
Hopefully
busy
gone.
guy, so I just let it happen. This is fantastic proof to one of my favorite sayings. Idle hands are the devil's playground. Even if you're not religious, it's a seriously true statement nonetheless. By the way, he does all of this despite having a girlfriend, which, holy shit, I feel bad
forgot
for.
about that,
He then
dude.
confesses
I
his
fucking
attraction
forgot
to
about
the
that shit.
16-year-old victim with the victim.
I forgot. Oh, that's very common, by the way.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it's very common. Yeah, that.
Just at a loss for words and all that shit, dude.
Put them in the lithium mines so their bodies aren't wasted.
Yeah, dude, put them to work in the Palantir mines.
Mortis too kind of mercy. You know what? I'm inclined to agree. Yeah, put them in some kind of labor camp. That's a good idea, actually.
Force them to like make flock cameras, bro, or something.
Oh yeah, that's a better idea. Have them just break rocks.
And taking the compliment well. After going back and forth for a while, Mecha asked the victim to simply moan so he can finish stroking his Samuel, but fortunately the victim refused due to feeling uncomfortable. Thank God that's the end of Mecha Rex Saga, because in 2019 all of this finally came to light. But of course, Mecha gave a half-assed apology on another creator's channel and disappeared forever, still likely doing these same things to this day.
Yep, probably still out there.
Oh no, you thought that was it? How about an example of an entire, well-known organization that had a systemic issue with grooming?
It's still going on. These guys these guys are all still there.
Oh yeah, the only one that isn't still there, quote unquote, is Jesse. But I think he definitely is. Yeah, I say that like I say in like text, I'm like he probably is still involved.
Jesse is still involved. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's meet Scrap.tf, a website that most frequent TF2 players are probably very familiar with. Basically, it allows a user to exchange metal, a form of
the media offline. Close your eyes. Everybody close your eyes.
The pause of shame. I have to do
Close your eyes, guys, please.
The pause of shame. Me got problem Marinos, and I got a brazen bull. Throw his ass in there.
For various items. Or if you're broke as shit like 12-year-old me, use it to exchange weapons for other weapons. The game's modern history would definitely not be whole without Scrap.tf, but, like is clearly apparent from anybody in a position of power in this community, it's often abused. Let's meet Jesse, the co-founder of the entire website.
He will live, yes, but he will make Samsung batteries for 2 centuries. This is equal, this is fair, this is a proper use of repurposing. I agree.
Essentially,
make
a few
them
incidents,
slaves.
such as the, quote, footrest incident, basically involved Jesse's partner, who dated him back when he was 19 and she was 17, which isn't a huge deal, but that relationship had a lewd photo leaked to the public. What matters here were not the ages of the relationship or the actual photo itself, which wasn't even entirely explicit or anything, but rather the response to it. To this day, but most notably during the incident, any mention of the, quote, footrest incident would lead to an immediate ban of the user's account. On top of this, the co-founder of the site would set up a raffle and post the link on 4chan. If you enrolled in the raffle, then you—
Did Gio make that raffle? I don't think it was
I'm
Gio.
not sure, honestly.
I don't think it was Gio. I think Gio had since extricated himself from the song. I don't think it was Gio. I think it was someone else. But
okay.
But these raffles did happen. So okay, there's a lot more to this. So what they were doing was they were using the website to basically gain access to kids, and they would effectively groom them. And they even had like a media server that would host a ton of pictures of CSEM. It was pretty bad. And once this kind of all got found out, and 4chan got a hold of it, of course they're having a field day making fun of this shit. And someone made a honeypot link for a giveaway on Scrap.tf. And anyone that joined that giveaway was immediately banned from all of their services. Not like it mattered, because all the information got out there anyways. It's pretty dark and pretty fucked up. And Jesse wasn't the only person. It was multiple people that were involved in this. I forget the name of the other one, but there's a video made by a guy named Dr. Girardi that covers these things a little bit more and mentions another guy that's still involved. And because TF Connect, the charity streams, had Scrap.tf and Marketplace.tf, because they're all owned by the same people. Scrap.tf, Marketplace.tf, and Backpack.tf are all owned and operated by the same people. They had Marketplace.tf. 3XL Neat, thank you. 3XL Neat was the guy's name. So TF Connect worked with Marketplace.tf and had them as their sponsor, because they would process like item donations as payments for the donations going to charity. And fucking 3XL Neat, who is a self-admitted open pedophile, by the way. Screenshots of that are out there. Go watch that Dr. Girardi video. All that shit's out there. And he was basically running advertisements in the chat during like the last TF Connect stream, like the most recent one. I don't think they did. They did one last year or the year before. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think 2023 was the last one. The last time they did this. No, Gio's gone. Gio's fucked off. He's not involved anymore. He's long since been gone from the TF2 sphere. Yeah, and so these guys are still very much active. They're still very much active in the .tf conglomerate, and they're still there. And these websites are owned and operated by self-admitted pedophiles, and that it's just something that people completely forget. which is fucking insane.
It's the forgetfulness. This community loves just forgetting shit.
Yeah, it's the plague of time. The longer you go, the more people forget, and all these people are still there. And like, and the thing that concerns me is like the people who ran those TF Connect streams. They had to have known. These are like YouTubers and bigger community figures that are putting on these charity streams. Like, they had to have known that this is what that these websites were owned and operated by these people in some capacity. And so like the juxtaposition of pedophiles active in your Twitch chat, owning and operating these websites, juxtaposed against a charity event for children that also had Valve employees on it for like, playing games with the people that were running the event. It's like, it's really fucked up. It's really, really dark. And like, there's no way that at least one person did not know about this shit, and they still kind of let this stuff go through with it, right? Because like, where else were they gonna go to process item donations and whatnot, right? Because there's no other service out there that does that. So they're stuck with them, and they work with them regardless, which is insane to me, right?
It is. It's moronic. It's entirely just.
It's willful. I think I truly believe it's a case of willful ignorance on the part of the TF Connect team, because who else are they going to go for? Who else are they going to go to? And it's immensely just insanely fucked that the biggest conglomerate of trading and marketplace websites are again owned and operated by self-admitted pedophiles, and they make millions of dollars a year. They make so much money from these websites, man. It's way more than people realize. It's way more than people realize. So much money flows through marketplace.tf and like manco.store, manco.store not being related to this, which is another marketplace site. They make so much fucking money. It's crazy.
You could say bye-bye to your scrap.tf account. Weird, huh? Well, this is just the beginning. As it turned out, evidence given by a Twitter user made some bombshell claims that led to the expose of not just Jesse, the co-owner, but the entire moderation staff.
Yeah, there he is. 3XL Neat and Ben. There they are.
Reported that a large amount of the staff were grooming minors and soliciting explicit images and videos from them in exchange for social badges on the website, such as Pony Plus.
Yep. They were baiting kids in and giving them special badges if they sent them pictures. It's so fucking evil. And they're still there. They're still there. And I'm the bad guy, right? Like, I'm the fucking bad guy in this community. These people are still out there, still running this shit.
It's really funny because I noticed that we had some mutual friends, Zesty, and I was looking through. There's one person that I was friends with them. Who was this person? So I clicked on them to see what our DMs exchange had been.
Yeah.
They were telling me in like 2023 to make a video about TF2. And for some reason, then I hadn't put the piece together. And I was like, I don't know how much there's to talk about. It's already been talked about before, Mecha Wreck, blah, blah, blah. But literally, I was thinking about it, and it's like, I already have this series, the Fallen Phantom series. And I was stuck on what my next video was, what I was going to make after my last one, because I was kind of discouraged because it didn't do very well.
Yeah.
And I just had an aha moment. I was like, oh my God, this community has so much to talk about. Like, it's just mind blowing.
And even then, this entire video is still like a tiny little slice.
It's a survey. It's a survey.
It is. It's a tiny little slice of all. Like, we don't even touch on the modding scene. And there's so much insane shit that's happened in TF2's modding scene. I'll
probably make a sequel to this video at some point. Not soon, but like, there's a lot to say.
So much more. So much more.
Circle, haven't we? Another moderator basically confirmed that this was true when confronted by the user on Twitter. Eventually, multiple minors had come forward detailing their experience with numerous staff members who had solicited inappropriate images from them.
They were running a grooming ring through scrap.tf, which is... It could, like, people say this video like repeated a bunch of stuff. It can't be repeated enough, especially because like these people are still out there and it's probably still happening.
Yeah, like I've said before, I only just said this. Fallen Fandoms in general is usually a survey. The only, like, my previous ones were more so like they hadn't been talked about. Like when I talked about the Loud House, nobody had talked about it like that. But with this video, it's like I know a lot of this has been talked about before, especially past like, the first couple parts where I'm kind of more bringing a full idea together rather than just discussing events.
Mm-hmm.
But it's never been put together in kind of one watchable place like this, and I felt like that was kind of a reasonable, like a reason enough to make this video.
Hence,
rather than it being spread across, rather than it being spread across kind of like a bunch of random creators that maybe weren't the most engaging with the editing, which is totally understandable. The information needs to get out there. This stuff is going to allow it to get introduced to the community in a much more
digestible
direct way.
Yeah, digestible and direct way. Yeah,
exactly,
and not overwhelming them.
that's why even though like I think some YouTubers like Turkey Tom or whatever, like, yeah, you can call them lazy or whatever. It's like I can still appreciate what they do, which is bringing things in a consistent, digestible form for people to watch rather than it kind of being spread across a bunch of random different places.
Yeah.
So like I can at least respect it existing and having like fans of it, you know?
Yep. And Tom's video also goes over this pretty thoroughly as well, with a lot of
More
other
than me, I think.
screenshots and evidence too, showing these things. So it's fucked up. Here's an interesting message. I've interacted with 3XL Neat in the past, going to say loosely a friend, and when I confronted about him about this, I was shocked, and this person apologized about it, and the person felt insecure because of being bi. So that was their excuse for interacting with minors, because they were insecure? Was that the justification they gave? That's what I'm picking up on that. I'm assuming I'm interpreting that message correctly.
It's like, to me, so again, in my predator video I talked about before, the two other types of predators are taboo predators and attention predators. Now, there is an argument for like the guy that I got arrested. There are arguments to be made that people like that who are like kind of sociopathic and have issues in their lives, that it's like a match made in hell where they aren't inherently looking for kids, but they end up finding kids because kids are the only people that are unaware of, they're not adults. They don't understand that people are sociopaths or manipulators, and they get involved with these because they just don't know any better. And it's kind of like a match made in hell almost. Which is why the guy got arrested was saying to the day that he was fucking put in prison was like, I'm not a pedophile. I didn't do this because of age. Even though it's mixed, that he obviously had some interest in that. But the 3XL Neat guy, no, he's not one of those people. He's straight up just a regular pedophile.
Yep, 100%.
According to one user named Sandwhip, 7 high-ranking members of the Scrap.tf organization accepted inappropriate photos from him while knowing he was underage. 7! That's like the whole fucking website. Another victim, Jamie, made it known that this was almost staff culture to haze new members and get them to send nudes to older staff members. Naturally, as had been done before, Jesse and the other staff members of the Scrap.tf team had sent e-spies into other associated Discord servers to find people who had been talking about the situation. Despite all of this effort, though, eventually things had come crashing down, sorta. The police were called, and the whole of the TF2 community was well aware of this bullshit, but the site still stayed up and can be accessed.
Absolutely nothing came of it. They banned a bunch of people, and it made them go quiet, and this shit's probably still going on.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
To this day. As far as I can tell, Jesse is no longer in charge of the website, but the fact that there was a somewhat smooth transition of power tells me that he was able to slip into the shadows and not face any real backlash for his behavior, much like Mekarak. I have one last story for you all. The individual I'm about to discuss is genuinely one of the most unhinged people I've...
This is such an interesting microcosm of the TF2 sphere. This fucking guy is
ever learned
wild, man.
And I will real quickly, I want to preface this as well, because people are probably going to talk about this. They've commented on my videos as well.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm aware that he made a response video to all this recently on a new channel called American Super Soldier. Feel free to go watch if you guys want to after this. But my thing is, yeah, he refuted a lot of stuff that happened. Said like, yeah, I wasn't the best, but like my girlfriend did X, Y, Z and whatever. But to me, it's like, if this guy's entire career was built off of being like this firebrand where he was trying to call people out and was kind of just making shit up. I'm not going to say everything in that video is inherently wrong, but like, someone like that loses trust. I'm not going to inherently just trust everything they say.
Yeah.
So that's why, despite knowing about that, I still made this part based on just what Vorobay said, which, to be fair, I'm sure Vorobay definitely has a reason to hate Venusian came after him.
Yeah.
And there's definitely going to be some bias there, but I trust Vorobay like a million times more than Venusian Rapper, because despite him having a response to all this very recently, he's still Venusian Rapper. He still did a lot of this shit that's irrefutable. He tried to call out Fat Magic for cheating, call El Maxo a pedophile for like accidentally, or like having like kids get groomed in his server by like other people that weren't affiliated with him. It's like that type of shit is not someone that has a high trustworthiness does, you know? So I can't really take what Venusian said in his response video at face value.
Yeah, shit's the dude's. Yeah. Long story short, I just don't buy anything this guy says in refutation to the shit that came out about him. I don't buy any of it. None.
Or, you know, this guy is the epitome of unhinged TF2 players and possesses a personality no other game could have created. Venusian Rapper. Essentially, all you need to know is this guy is a troll who plays TF2. To make a long story short, because this video is getting way too long already, he essentially made a career, if you could even call it that, out of attempting to expose random creators for facilitating child grooming or being groomers themselves. Two notable examples are when he attempted to do this on El Maxo, who we talked about earlier, and Vorabe, the creator of the video I'm getting most of this information from. If this talk of big YouTubers suddenly being groomers sounds like projection, it's because it is. Eventually, information surfaced showing the whole world that Venusian actually had a habit of drawing explicit artwork involving minors, being the very same thing he crusaded against in his trolling videos. This spiraled into him trying to expose an entirely innocent YouTuber named Fat Magic. He attempted to expose Fat Magic for cheating because he was a really good sniper player. As a shock to no one given Venusian's track record, the evidence was shoddy at best and easily refuted by Fat Magic. To me,
there was a war over that for a long time.
Yeah, I remember when it happened.
There was a war about this shit, dude. It was nuts. Like, he got what he wanted. He got the attention. He got a lot of people riled up.
A clear example of someone using controversy as a quick and dangerous way to gain clout. Astronomy reference incoming. It's like the study of stars. The biggest and brightest, proverbially loudest ones often burn out the fastest. They're blasting everything around them with ionizing radiation so life can never form, and everything that orbits it is a dead planet. That is the celestial equivalent of Venusian rapper, which is a pretty fitting analogy given his name, I think. This behavior earned him a grand total of 0 friends and a lot of enemies. After this whole situation blew up, the backlash was so intense that people started digging into his past, and what they found shocked, absolutely nobody given the context of this video. He was, indeed, sending inappropriate messages to underage girls. All of this shit happened while he was 25, by the way. After all of this was leaked, Venusian started stalking the victim from alternate accounts, causing her to delete everything to try and escape him. You might think this has to be nearing its end, right? It just can't go on much longer.
It can.
That fucking Vorabe video was long.
From 4chan.
So much shit.
They even lived together for 4 years.
So much shit with this guy, man.
Still shocked by his behavior. This relationship, naturally, showed him to be a manipulative, abusive, suicide-baiting maniac. Even while living with Jane's step-grandmother who had dementia, Venusian was entirely focused on building his booming YouTube career, which we all know paid off greatly. So Jane was required to take care of her step-grandmother alone. On top of this, Venusian continually e-cheated on his girlfriend with a ton of other women, including a 16-year-old girl.
I like that e-cheating is funny.
Eventually, Jane caught Venusian cheating on her with her good friend, which absolutely destroyed her, and they separated. Venusian, of course, was so emotionally absent and in his own world that he didn't even come back for his belongings, which included his own mother's ashes. In all my years of interacting with and studying fandoms, this guy might be one of the most unhinged individuals I've ever come across. Not for his singular actions, no, not by a
wild time,
but by how this guy continued.
What a wild time, and things have been like comparatively quiet for a couple of years.
Yeah, I think it's because like I really think it's kind of because everybody's gotten tired.
Yeah,
you know, and a lot of, and I'm sure there is still crazy shit going on.
Oh, for sure.
It's just like
just
it's kind of like
high profile.
Yeah, when you like poke the hornet's nest, a lot of stuff starts flying for a while, and I think things have settled down a bit. So like, but eventually, I feel like something's gonna fucking happen again.
Oh sure, some other fucking bomb's gonna drop or a nuke's gonna go off, man. It's just, it's been quiet. But something soon will happen. Who knows?
Dude, endlessly falling from grace with a descent into madness fit for a fucking Kubrick movie. It's something I can imagine shocks many of y'all not privy to the TF2 community, as it really is something completely unmatched by any other large community in gaming as far as I can tell. Seriously though, what drives this absurd paraphilic behavior? It can't be the game itself, so what is it? Honestly, after all of the hours of research I've done for this video, I can't tell you. Maybe it's an accident.
Where there are children, the pedophiles will go. And because children play Team Fortress 2, they will find their way here. It's just how this shit works.
Result. You know, after the game's high tide in the early 2010s, the waves rushing out happened to form some of the most toxic and disgusting tide pools imaginable. Maybe it's the type of people that this game attracts due to its art style or pre-existing communities. What I can say though, is that I have yet to see a game that is this out of control. A quick personal anecdote that I think proves this is an interaction I had with someone a few years ago. The chat logs are lost, but I'll summarize roughly what happened. Essentially, I was playing a round of Barn Blitz, when a young scholar with a conscientious objector had A, a Nazi symbol on it, B, furry porn, C, a racial slur, or D, anime porn.
All the above. It's all so common.
That's it, yeah.
This was just out in the open on a server that everyone could see it on. Naturally, the person who had this item was just a zoophile, so I decided to give them a holler because I wanted to see how his brain worked. I asked him why he thought this was okay, and he basically said, quote, "There's no kids on here and it's not NSFW." So I replied, "Dude, you know kids play this game. Why showed him?"
Am I sinful to just want the summer update to drop already? I miss my friends and they only play TF2 when there's an update. I don't think it's not sinful. I think it's fine.
I forgot that hasn't even dropped yet.
Nope, no summer update yet.
Wow.
Yeah. Well,
Oh.
July is the rough ballpark for when we should.
Is it July?
expect
I thought it was like June.
Yeah, June. Sometimes it arrives that early, but like I think
Okay.
I suspect it's going to be late July or maybe early August.
Yeah.
We'll see what
That makes
happens.
sense.
In public. To which he responded, "Oh, I'm just trolling the antis," which basically means trolling people who believe animals can't consent, aka like normal people. Okay. I then say, "Yeah, I'm not sure you're
Yeah,
really trolling
and
anybody
again,
with
I
this."
think earlier it's just because this game has so many open communication features that you just come across these people, even though they probably subsist in a lot of other games too.
You're just putting a horse Johnson on an item for everyone to see, and it seems like you get off to that. He then basically ended up using this circular logic to defend his bullshit position, and it proved to me that he's just a paraphile that has been goaded by, likely some subsurface TF2 zoophile community, to spout these talking points as a coping mechanism for the guilt he feels for his actions. Mind you, this was years ago, so the conversation wasn't 100% exact. But it's an instance that has stuck with me for years due to the sheer fact that I've only heard of behavior like this on TF2 and absolutely nowhere else.
Because it's impossible to happen in and anywhere else, because TF2 is the only place where this shit can, like, this setup can happen, showing any picture you want.
It's been festering for so long. That's like the main thing.
Yeah, no other place lets that happen.
That too, yeah.
Jesus, I am exhausted, and I'm sure you are too. So I'm gonna start wrapping this whole saga up. I want to give some closing thoughts regarding this monster of a community and try to answer the biggest question of this video. Why? Why is this community so out of control? And why is no other game this insane? Hopefully I can provide some insight to that in the next section.
Internet. It's people being online. Just how it is. Assalamu alaikum to you as well, my friend.
How did this happen? How did a game about playing a probably racist Bostonian, a meathead, who the fuck knows, a drunk guy, fat guy, smart guy, German guy, Kiwi Australian guy, and a racist
This video has been a feast indeed.
This insane?
Hell of a feast.
Well, I think I might have an answer, and it goes back to the other fandoms I've covered in this series. In all of those fandoms, whether it be the Loud House, Bluey, or Gacha Life, there is this inherent thing that is consistent throughout all of them. Military.
I'm so tired of hearing about pedophiles all the time, everywhere. Why must this shit be everywhere now? It's just the time we live in. It's the time we live in.
I covered this actually in one of my videos. My main theory, and I talk about this I think in the Gacha Life video as well. So it's two things. It's the internet has gotten louder. It's easier for information to spread. That's like the main thing. But also, and this is something people don't think about. 15 years ago, and this is more in some communities more than others. 15 years ago, the second world did not have internet. India, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Malaysia, whatever.
Yeah.
India didn't have flushing toilets everywhere. It wasn't even like a thing that existed until like fucking 15 years ago. That's like fact. Even 10 years ago. And what's happening now is you're having a lot of people in the second world, for lack of a better term, come on the internet now, and their kids are oftentimes completely, their parents have no idea anything about the internet. They didn't grow up with it. It just kind of spawned in one day. So the people who have kids on the internet that are like Gen Alpha, they have zero, like literally zero oversight. And then the adults that are on there that are like, in age to be predators, there's also zero law, zero legality that regulates that over there. And that kind of feeds into my grand idea of what I call predator farms, where this kind of common on Roblox, where you have communities that, by the way they're constructed, either on purpose or by accident, have kids that repeatedly get groomed and then turn into the groomers themselves. So kind of like how the ocean is salty.
Yeah, that's just the natural cycle of abuse with pedophiles. A lot of pedophiles were abused as kids themselves and then grow up to be pedophiles.
The difference being, though, now is with these kind of insular communities like on Discord, is that it's now turning into a situation where the ocean is salty and rivers aren't, because rivers carry all the salt into the ocean. The ocean's not going anywhere. The ocean's just there.
Yeah.
So you have a bunch of kids coming down the river, entering the ocean, and never leaving. So now you have an increasing pool of people who are abusing kids and a constant stream of minors that's like the same, like the flux is about the same, but you have more and more and more predators. And because of communities like Discord and other kind of insulated chat room software like that, or Roblox, whatever, the problem has been magnified so much more. Back in the day, it was like, oh, you're on like an AOL chat room, and then that's all anonymized, and then everybody you're talking to is also anonymized. So things might happen and then fizzle out pretty quickly. But now you have these consistent communities where they either are built to or accidentally become these predator farms, and it just spirals and spirals and gets worse and worse and worse and worse.
Yeah. Yep. Eloquently put. That's why we had a very modern explosion of these things.
Yep.
The frequency of these things is out the fucking wazoo. The update will be Emporium brand trough slop anyway, so why keep us waiting? Same day as the summer sale should be the norm. Fight me, I'm 91 pounds, 5'5". I think you'll lose that fight, unless you have like a weapon. But then, you know, I mean, yeah, that's how the summer update. That's how the summer. Oh my god, I can't talk. That's how the summer update's going to be, 100% guaranteed. Yeah, welcome to 2026, where fucked up shit gets real lovely. Yeah, that again, it's just the time we live in, and it's just so exhausting. All of this is just so exhausting. Ugh.
Sub-communities. While some exhibit it more than others, all of these fandoms that I talked about possess some corner of their fan base that is incredibly self-protective and often exhibits aggression or an extreme fear of the broader world. TF2, unlike many games, due to its 1 in a million combination of art direction, gameplay, and just being at the right place at the right time, fostered a community capable of reaching these depths. Depths unlike any I've ever seen in a game before. In spite of all this, however, this game, that is older than many of you watching this channel, still maintains a vibrant community. People still log on, pick their favorite class, shoot some people of the opposing primary color, and enjoy themselves. I first downloaded this game in 2013 and purposely put my dad's laptop in the corner of a dark room when both my parents were away so he wouldn't catch me playing an FPS game. One time, he caught me playing it but didn't know what the game was. So, he picked heavy, walked around with his fists out, punched a teammate a few times, then decided it wasn't a problem. Let me tell you, I was so fucking terrified that day. But to me, that shows me how much I love this game. Even though I've owned it for 13 years and have maybe put about 2,500 hours into the game total, it is still one of my favorite games of all time, and one of my most played ones too. And even if we factor in the insane fandom that never seems to keep getting worse, the general community the game has cultivated is truly something special. So, if you haven't played the game before, go download it and give it a shot. I promise you'll have a good time.
It's going to be hard to convince people to play the game after this, you know? Having to have like a little positive spin at the end. Oh, Lord.
You know, positive sandwich, but the bread is like a microscopic slice, and the meat is just like a fucking Arby's meat mountain, bro.
Oh, Jesus.
You can look past the casual mode bullshit. If you're a regular player, then find your own community. A good community filled with people who are friendly, who enjoy the game just as much as you, and who aren't psycho mega pedophiles or something. And I'm all out of things to talk about. Thank you so much for making it this deep into probably the longest video I've ever created. So much for not doing that again. If you'd like to see longer form stuff like this, please let me know in the comments, because this takes a lot of time, and I really hope you guys actually want to see
Round
this.
of applause
Also, Comic Slime, if you
in
made it
chat,
this far,
by the way.
I guess I'll keep that tradition up too. Anyways, that's about it, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Round of applause in chat for Mr. Jax here. Fantastic video,
Thank you guys.
sir.
Thank you
Fantastic
guys.
video, my good man.
I would love to do more videos on TF2 because I have more stories to talk about that kind of can lead down rabbit holes. But yeah, the only reason why I can't like immediately kind of follow up, well, it's because I already have another video in the pipeline about kind of the downfall of modern predator catching. We're turning into a sport.
Yeah.
It's kind of like nobody talked about it yet. I'm surprised. But the next flagship video is going to be something that's not TF2 related, but I do want to revisit it because there's so much to talk about.
Dude, there's so many little channels and rabbit holes to go down to talk about
honestly,
with TF2.
If you want to, in the future, if you want to collaborate on something community-based like that, I'd be more than happy to do something like that.
Sure, sign me up.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Sign my ass up.
For y'all in the chat, like I said at the beginning of the video, the algorithm doesn't fucking know what to do with this video right now.
Plug your shit. Plug your shit. Plug your shit. His channel's in the pinned comment.
Yeah, go to my channel, subscribe, like the video and everything. Put it in a Discord server, share it around. I want this video to be seen by the TF2 community. I want the people who this video is made for to see this video. Because, and that can be from you guys watching it, helping to boost in the algorithm a bit, or again, just sharing it around. That would do so much good to get this video out there. Because yeah, obviously, making money's nice, but I do make these videos because I have a genuine passion for it, and I want people to see these things. I want there to be discussion and commentary around it, which is why a lot of times I don't mince words or anything on these videos. I want people to see the real reality, and the only way to do that is if it gets shared around. Because my audience has seen it, my audience likes it. There's some TF2 people that have like come in a little bit and watched it, but I want this to be seen by like the big guys and the other people, get their thoughts. Because I would love to make more of these videos where I can talk to bigger figures and see what they have to say about these things genuinely in a one-on-one environment. Because I think, dude, you want my opinion? I guarantee you a lot of the big YouTubers that know of Zesty that will fight with you pretty often, I guarantee you most of them are like deep down, yeah, you're kind of right, but like I don't want to say anything.
Many of them have admitted to me in private that they agree with many of the things I say. They'll just never say it publicly.
That's just pussy behavior, bro. It's ridiculous.
Well, it goes back to earlier. It's low risk. They don't want to. They'll never say these things publicly.
Like I respect that. I'm never gonna call somebody who does that like I'm never gonna say they're a bad person.
And like, do they actually have a duty to do these things? Because not everybody has to always say the world is terrible. There's balance of everything.
Yeah, of course.
But like, it just blows my mind, man, that there's not even like a semblance. Hey, here are these problems. But like, and all of it also comes down to just being like, there's a way to come about these things that is, if you still want to talk about it but not be aggressive, there's very, very nice ways to put it, to sugarcoat it, but still get the point across. They don't even do that. Like I have seen none of that. And again, I think it's just because they want to keep the golden goose flowing. And instead of stirring the hornet's nest, I'd rather just do what they're doing. And I can't get mad at them for that. I'll call them a pussy, but I can't get mad at them for that.
No, yeah, it's the game we play, right? Or a game a lot of people play.
As a YouTuber, I respect you want to keep your cash flowing. So and doing that might risk disrupting. So
yep,
yeah,
it's true. It is. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a over 4-hour stream, which is way longer than I normally go, but for a fantastic reason, because that video was good. It was good
Thank
shit.
you, bro. Appreciate you.
I am recording Idle Time with Mastercoms tomorrow, and so the episode will be out next week. So look forward to that. Yeah, so that's gonna be fun. Let me box Robin Walker. If I win by total knockout, then he has to cut off the Emporium and put a framed photo of my profile picture on his desk. I mean, Robin Walker's 5'6", so you have a chance. Or is he 5'7"?
I'll fight him.
I forget if he's 5'6" or 5'7". He's a little guy, so you have a shot. But yeah, Idle Time releases. It's gonna be next week, or I might delay it till early July. We'll see. Thank you all for watching. Jax,
thank you guys.
Thank you for joining. And thank you for making this awesome video. Thank you all for your,
of course.
Yeah, and thank you all for your lovely donations. I will see you Wednesday next week. Don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but yeah. Oh, and Pello says, dude, what happened to Vibes still makes me angry. Thank goodness he is way better. Thank you for talking about it, Jax. Yeah, more people talking about it, the better. And yeah, it's fucking insane what happened to that poor guy. It's absolute bullshit. Insane that just flew under like everyone's radar and no one talks about it. And they just, and the same people that involve in the Emporium spaces just dismiss it and even make fun of it. It's fucked up. It's evil. I hate it. And the only way to get rid of evil is to point at it and laugh and make fun of it and expose it for all to see.
Exactly. And I did that with my first Predator video and it didn't go over so well because I was like, it's a sad situation, but I'm trying to ridicule the guy doing it because that's really how you.
Yeah, shame the people, make fun of them. Only way to get the evil out there and to shed light on it.
Fight fire with fire.
Isn't it there indeed? All right, everyone. I'm signing off. You take care. I'll see you next week.
Have a good night, guys.